Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 0.1. I am called Dao Huai, for that is my given name. My title is also Dao Huai, meaning Saberheart. It means that I will always carry the blade. My parents gave me this name because I was born embracing a divine saber. I trained with the blade at 1 year old and had some accomplishments at 8. I began to test my Dao at 15 and was able to become a god at 30. Despite that, I was already referred to as the Saber God when I was 10. I didn't truly become one, of course, till I was 30. In this world, people have always claimed to be Saber God, but in my eyes, they were all just kids playing with their toy sabers. The saber is my weapon as well as my best friend. Most importantly, it is my life. Even though I was more than 300 years old after becoming Immortal Emperor, but this was not my proudest achievement compared to becoming the Saber God. It was my lifelong pursuit. Immortal Emperor was only something I obtained after entering the Dao with my saber. The world says that an Immortal Emperor was the apex of the Grand Dao, but in my eyes, the Dao of the saber is limitless. It has its own life, prettier than any beauties in this world. Even though I was also known as the wife of the most beautiful woman in the 9 worlds, I am still not as pretty as the blade in my hand. In my life, if I could solve something with one slash, a second one would never need to come out. But I don't know why the inhabitants of this world only remember me as an Immortal Emperor, but not my invincible saber Dao. Perhaps it is because I came from the 1000 Emperor's Gate as its second emperor. People recorded my royal achievement but not my unstoppable Dao. I am Immortal Emperor Dao Huai, born with the blade. With it in my hands, I have nothing to fear in this world. I would even fight against the venerable Immortal Emperor how high as long as my blade is by my side. Ugh, but my blade was taken away by my wife tonight. This is why I'm here chatting with everyone. Oh, I also forgot something important. This Immortal Emperor, no, this Saber God is the second prettiest beauty in the 9 worlds, but the truth is that I still think I'm prettier than my #1 wife. Haha, I am just kidding. How could a pretty and gifted female Immortal Emperor like me have a wife? But I do have one bastard instead. Yes, it is that bastard who is always hiding. One day, I will deal with him. The moon is quite round tonight. I wonder if that bastard is pretending to be a little girl again. A little swindling girl who says, "Hey, you and I are connected by fate." Chapter 0.2. Prime Ominous Grave, Divine Dragon Mountain. This was a place full of destiny stones. They were extremely precious and highly sought after by countless geniuses and experts. At the peak of this mountain was a particular immortal stone. It was really the king of destiny stones, the natural-born ancestor of its kind. There was not a second destiny stone comparable to it in this world. Because this was one of the earliest metals since the inception of the universe, many wise sages and prodigies have vied for it to no avail. During the beginning of the desolate era, a man drifted closer while shouldering both a bronze sword and the heaven on his back. Primordial chaos and the early laws floated around him. He was the rising sun at the start of this world, the bringer of an entirely new age. This was Immortal Emperor Gu Chun, the first emperor of the 9 worlds, the person who started the Heavens Will epoch. He walked to the summit the Divine Dragon Mountain and gazed at the primal metal. He became quite happy and sat down to gently pat it. His words were the eternal universal laws. "Fellow Daoist, will you follow me?" The primal stone was quiet and didn't make a sound. The emperor did not force it after seeing the lack of response. He said, "Very well, you and I are not meant to be. Keep on waiting for the fateful person then." With that, he stepped into the sky and disappeared towards the horizon. The 100 races began to rise during the early desolate era, with one emperor appearing after another. In this generation, Immortal Emperor Fei has shouldered the heaven's will to ascend to the throne. Today, he visited the Divine Dragon Mountain. His arrival was accompanied by the immortals and goddesses. Auspicious images emerged in the sky with peaceful laws. This was a prosperous era. He looked at the primal stone before shaking it with his hand. He wanted to forcefully take it away, but despite the fact that he could shake the 9 worlds, he was unable to take this stone away. He ceased his effort and said, "The price for a forceful taking is too large, the gains do not make up for the losses." With that, he crossed the myriad realms with the Grand Dao without any regrets. The goddesses followed him as well. Nearing the end of the desolate era with myriad laws circulating, Immortal Emperor Fei Yong carried the heaven's will. The 9 worlds trembled in fear. Even the burial grounds and ancestral earths got a headache because of him. Today, the emperor flew to the divine Dragon Mountain, unaccompanied by laws or imperial auras. The leisure and carefree emperor wore a hemp garment with a smile on both his face and in his eyes. He sat down next to the primal or and gently rubbed as if he was touching a lover. He smiled happily to say, "Baby, my baby, how about going with me? Come with your young master. If you are a boy, then I will give you nice clothes and good food. If you are a girl, this young master's technique is number one and you will die from the pleasure." The emperor didn't hold back with his teasing. If he wasn't unbeatable in this world, no one would believe that he was actually an immortal emperor. There was no reaction from the primal stone after a while either. The emperor didn't become angry. He touched the stone again with both hands like a scoundrel while chortling. "My baby, if I become your master, you will have endless benefits. I, Fei Yong, am the number one in the 9 worlds, gifted in both literature and martial arts. With my sky-high armament, I can fight against the myriad tribes and sections. If I take it off, I can deal with 6,000 goddesses. What do you think?" Sup 3/sup, there was still no reaction from the stone. "If you won't follow me, then I will have to punish you." He smiled and took out a divine brush. He refined the laws and polished the Tao. His stroke encompassed the yin and yang as well as the 6 Tao in the reincarnation cycle. In the blink of an eye, he drew an ugly girl on top of the primal or before laughing and being quite pleased with himself. He then put away his brush and slowly walked away. After he left, whenever the full moon came, an ugly girl would appear from the stone and kissed it while whispering coquettishly, "I'll always think of you. Come with me, love." It wasn't until the end of Immortal Emperor Fei Yang's generation did the seal with the ugly girl left by him on the primal or slowly dissipated away. Emperor's Era. Immortal Emperor How Hai arrived. He stepped forward while being protected by the deities. The 9 worlds were opened with heavenly images. True dragons and immortal phoenixes were present, painting quite a majestic scene. The emperor looked at the stone and said, "Throughout my whole life, I believe that I can catch up to Jiao Hang and Fei. It seems that I still have a long way to go. What a supreme immortal stone. Unfortunately, I can't seize it." Having said that, he then left. Emperor's Era. The human race was quite prosperous during this time. The moment Emperor Hong Tian came out, the myriad worlds turned dark and the heaven became suppressed. She traveled through the 9 worlds and the myriad realms. As she walked in these lands, she remembered the past and reflected on old errors. This was not her first time to Divine Dragon Mountain. Before, a dark crow has led her to this place to pick a destiny stone. Alas, she was alone today. As she looked at the primal stone, his voice echoed in her head. "This immortal stone right here, wait until you become immortal emperor, then you can probably take it away. It is simply unique, not weakened by the 10th world. With it in your possession, you will be a tiger with wings up there in the future." The voice seemed so close, yet she was by her lonesome. After gazing at the stone for a long time, she said softly eventually, "We can meet again in the 10th world. Only he in this world will be able to bring you there." With that, she left quietly with a sad expression. As time passed, one generation of immortal emperor came after another, but the primal or still towered on top of the divine Dragon Mountain just like before. Chapter 0.3. The Crow in the Rainy Night. One Yi Yunzhou watched the sparse rain showering the night with both hands propping up his chin. He was surprisingly mature for a 12-year-old boy. Even though his face still had a youthful innocence, his forehead showed signs of a seasoned maturity. The boy was born in a very small village consisting of only several dozen families. His ancestors have all been good-natured farmers in this village. He was lost in thoughts while gazing at the cold rain that helps him forget about the past. Upon his birth was also the death of his mother, while his father succumbed to the toil of life when he was 8. Fortunately, he had 3 decent farm plots on top of the occasional assistance from his neighbors. This allowed him to barely have clothes and a full stomach. This was the age of dreams and fantasy. Despite making just enough to eat, he still had his own dreams during this rain watch. He dreamed of the day when he could become an immortal, freed from sadness and worries, dressed with golden robes and satiated with wondrous meals, a life of freedom while soaring through the heaven and earth. He has heard the adults talk about immortals before. 100 miles away from the village was a divine mountain with a sect called Southern Creek. Within were immortals capable of doing all the things he yearned about. His eyes lit up whenever he thought about them with an unquenchable ambition for cultivation. This was because 2 days ago, an amazing immortal came to Xueqi's house. He rode the clouds and trod on the winds, then descended from the sky. After his visit, he took Xueqi in as a disciple. This immortal was called the Pure Pine Ancient Saint, a big character from a faraway immortal sect. Xueqi grew up together with Yi Yunzhou. They were extremely close, so Yunzhou was very happy for Xueqi. A chilling breeze blew by, causing Yunzhou to shudder. He calmed down and looked up to see that the roof of his house was leaking water. He had to slightly shift to the side. When his father was still around, his house had 2 rooms and 1 hallway, but 1 room has collapsed now, leaving behind his own leaky room. His belly rumbled. It was another night of hunger as the boy reached into his dried food pouch. There was not much left, so he had to swallow his saliva and endure this hunger to save it. When the rain ended, he could go find other food. Boom! Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed in through the window. It was a dark crow that decided to land on the string by his bed. The crow shook its body, causing water to spray everywhere. Yunzhou had to dodge and couldn't do anything about the little bird. It has been staying at his place for several days now with no fear of strangers. It nonchalantly treated this place as its home. After coming inside, the crow didn't bother looking at Yunzhou at all. It lowered its head into its feathers and seemed to be sleeping. "You couldn't find any food outside?" the boy asked softly. He has grown familiar with this intruder taking his room for its own and felt that this was how it should be. In the morning, the crow would leave and didn't return until now. Yunzhou actually thought that it wasn't coming back. The crow had no reaction and ignored the boy completely without moving its body. After seeing the crow's dispirited appearance, he reached into his dried food pouch and salivated. After a moment of hesitation, he still took some food out and placed it before the crow to say, "Eat this if you are hungry. I still have some left." The crow still buried its head in its feathers and didn't care for the boy. He was surprised for a bit and felt that it was quite funny. Why was he trying to talk to a crow that wouldn't understand him in the first place? "I forgot. How can you know what I'm saying? You're just a crow." He smiled wryly and scratched his head. But the crowd suddenly lifted its head and stared coldly at him. His smile froze after seeing this peering gaze. This crow seemed to be able to understand him. He found it inconceivable, like in a dream. A crow capable of understanding humans. No one would ever believe this. After a while, he showed the food on his palm again and said, Do you want to eat?" He wasn't certain of his hunch. However, the crow ignored him and resumed the resting position inside its feathers. He felt as if he saw a look of contempt in the crow, as if it was high and mighty and wouldn't stoop down to eat his dried ration. I must be dreaming." He pinched his face and murmured. After being scorned by the crow, he went back to his spot and sat down with both hands hugging his knees while staring at the crow. What kind of crow was this? Could it really understand humans, or was it just his illusion? In this short period, the boy let his imagination run wild. Chapter 0.4 Mysterious Emperor. Departure. Brightness blossomed from the horizon. The night rain has stopped to usher in a fresh morning. Yi Yunzhou woke up from a restless night. After washing his face, it was time to go out and find something to eat. Yunzhou. A loud voice interrupted him. It carried a youthful hint still. A young man rushed in from the outside. Even though they seemed to be close in age, this youth was much more muscular and taller than usual. He looked very strong already. "Little Qi." Yunzhou smiled with great excitement after seeing this youth. Xueqi was a childhood friend. The two grew up together, so their friendship was great. Despite not being blood-related, they were even closer than real brothers. "Yo, I brought you some food." Xueqi quickly took out some steaming buns from his robe and handed them over to Yunzhou. Yuzhuan felt warm inside after accepting the hot buns. Xueqi has always brought him food. Well, not just him. Many seniors in the village have always been nice to him. The two of them stood by the door and ate the hot buns one by one, but Xueqi seemed a bit distracted. "What's wrong?" Yunzhou was a discerning person, and he knew that something was up after seeing Xueqi's demeanor. Xueqi took another bite and replied with an unwilling expression. "I want to leave with my master to a very faraway place. I don't know when we will return." For Xueqi, it was not only being away from his playmate but also from the village he grew up in as well as his parents. Yunzhou looked up and saw a Taoist standing in the distance. He had a transcending style with sleeves fluttering in the wind just like an immortal. He has seen this Taoist called the Unwavering Ancient Saint. He was an immortal who came from a distant land. It was told that his sect was incredible. Yunzhou didn't want Wu Qi to leave either, but he still smiled while sincerely feeling happy for his friend. He said, "Come back often after you finish cultivating. This is a rare chance, so you have to do your best to become an amazing immortal. When you ride the clouds back here, you have to bring me to the sky to see other immortals as well." "Yes, yes. I will." Yunzhou's words dispersed some of Wu Qi's unwillingness. He scratched his head and said, "Well, really, it would be so nice if you can come train with me so that we can both become immortals together. But, my master said your talents aren't enough, but I feel that you are much smarter than me. Like you read so fast while I have to spend half of a day to finish." Wu Qi's family was one of the best in the village, so his parents were able to send him to school. Yi Yunzhou on the other hand was too poor to do so and could only secretly watch outside of the window. The teacher didn't chase him away either, so he still learned a lot of things. Well, cultivation doesn't rely on reading. You are taller than me and stronger too, so you will definitely be amazing after some cultivation. Yunzhou smiled. "You must come back and make the village proud. I'll be waiting." In fact, after meeting the Unwavering Ancient Saint, Wu Qi begged his master to take Yunzhou as a disciple as well. Alas, Unwavering found Yunzhou's talents to be lacking and refused his disciples' beseech. Wu Qi wanted to talk more, but he was too young to know how to express himself and alleviate the bitter feeling in his heart. They grew up together and aspired to become immortals that could soar in the sky. This was a pact between them. But now, he was being taken away by his master to a distant place while Yunzhou had to stay back in the village. "Wait a bit," Wu Qi told Yunzhou and ran towards Unwavering. The two of them talked and Yunzhou was too far away to hear them. After a while, Wu Qi came back and handed an emblem to Yunzhou and said, "My master said that there is an immortal gate not far from us, Southern Creek School. They are actually recruiting right now, so you can go take a look. Take my master's token and they will definitely take you in as a disciple." Yunzhou accepted it and took a look. This was a badge with the word Unwavering carved on it. He felt warm and emotional afterward and didn't know what to say. "I will definitely go. Just wait, after we become cultivators, we will fly across the 9 continents and 4 oceans together." Yunzhou felt his nose burning up as he was holding his tears in. "Yes, we will definitely journey through the lands together," Wu Qi said with great excitement. The two were so young yet their aspiration was already so magnificent. Chapter 0.5 An Eve's tile, brother, I must go now. Wu Qi solemnly aid. Yi Yunzhou gave him a tight hug in response. "Go, after you are done learning, we'll journey to see the world together." "Yes." Wu Qi resoundingly agreed with a loud laughter, true to his honest temperament. Wu Qi turned away in order to leave, but he immediately turned back and slipped a few silver coins and a jade medallion to Yunzhou. "Travel expenses for your trip." No, I can't take this." Yunzhou was startled. The coins were one thing, but this medallion was a token of good luck that Wu Qi kept with him since youth. It was very important to him. Yunzhou quickly put the coins and medallion back to Wu Qi's hand, but Wu Qi immediately grabbed his hand and glared his eyes. "You and me, we don't need to be like this. Keep it as a memento, but if you feel bad, give me something back too." Yunzhou scratched his head and helplessly said, "I can't be any poorer. There's nothing valuable here, so what can I give you as a memento?" Yunzhou couldn't come up with something suitable to give Wu Qi. He only had 3 to 5 pieces of clothing that were presentable. Other items were completely worthless. At this time, Wu Qi jumped up and took an eaves tile from Yunzhou's roof and smiled. "Then give me this roof tile as a memento." "Wait, this broken tile is worthless." Yunzhou smiled wryly. He knew that Wu Qi was doing this for his sake. "You can't say that." Wu Qi replied seriously. "Your house leaks water all the time, so this single tile can shield you from wind and rain. Think about it, just how important is this tile to you and your house? So when you give me it, just remember how precious and valuable it is as a treasure." Wu Qi's exaggeration left Yunzhou feeling warm with his eyes becoming moist. He held Wu Qi's wrists tightly and said, "When you look at this tile later, it is the same as seeing me." Chapter 0.6 Daily life of immortal Emperor Jiao Hang. Chef Bao was the most famous cook in the 9 worlds. His cooking skills were considered the finest, so even god kings cordially called him Old Bao. For Chef Bao, the thing that he was most proud of was not his peerless cooking skills. Even though his steamed phoenix liver, broiled dragon claw, and seasoned tiger eyes were his specialties and renowned in the 9 worlds, they were still not his greatest pride. His proudest achievement was to cook for immortal Emperor Jiao Hang. This emperor shocked the entire 9 worlds. He was unbeaten throughout his life before becoming emperor, completely unparalleled in all the ages. Chef Bao was ready for old age. When he would tell his glorious tales to his grandchildren, of course cooking for the emperor wouldn't be left out. He woke up very early today and prepared the emperor's favorite soup. It consisted of 9 Saint Spring, White Mist and Snow Dew, and 7 Stars Immortal Prawn. He himself was a god king, so it was no problem for him to reach the highest peak or dive deep into the ocean. Before the emperor has woken up, he has already traveled through the world in order to prepare this morning soup for him. When the sun rose, the broth was ready. He looked at the steaming soup with great satisfaction, and could already imagine the emperor happily eating his favorite soup. As he was lost in his fantasy, an imperial aura surged. Even a god king like him would immediately kneel. "Your Majesty." Chef Bao respectfully greeted on the ground. There was no need for him to see who he was. In this world, only immortal Emperor Jiao Hang had this aura. A man came forward with the sun and moon circling around him along with the myriad laws. He had a natural temperament and complete freedom. A single gesture of his could cause all the existences in this world to sway. All existed to worship him. Even though his divine and imperial aura were hidden, everyone would be willing to submit to him without exception. Immortal Emperor Jiao Hang, completely unmatched in this world. In the countless eras, he alone was unbeatable. "Old Bao, let's have a small breakfast today." The emperor casually handed Chef Bao a box with a beaming and unrestrained smile. Chef Bao opened the box and saw an immortal liver within. An immortal aura emerged with the hymns of the phoenix right away. Shining Bird's immortal liver. Old Bao was startled to see this ingredient. "I wanted to enlighten it, but unfortunately, the feathery animal didn't want to listen, so I had no choice but to make it into a snack." The emperor smiled. The fiend god Shining Bird. Chef Bao was still in a daze. God fiend Shining Bird was known as the strongest devil king in the 9 worlds. He had half the bloodline of a phoenix. This was an existence who withstood a heavenly tribulation for 3 years, then came back to life with the phoenix rebirth. It swept through the 9 worlds without facing resistance, but now, immortal Emperor Jiao Hang killed it and took its liver to be his wine snack. The emperor stepped into the palace and took out his old scroll, then began reading its sacred text. The sun shined brightly outside of the window. However, with a single glance of the emperor's pupils, the sun hanging high became very gentle with its rays falling on his body. It was the utmost comfort and leisure period. Everything in this world was in tune with his personal rhythm. A moment later, Chef Bao brought up the boiled liver and matched it with the right kind of broth. This was the emperor's breakfast. The emperor tried them and nodded with a smile. "Old Bao, your broth is simmered to the point of perfection. I must taste it every day." Old Bao retired from the hall happily after hearing the praise. He would only cook in this life for the emperor. Even if other gods in this world wanted a taste, they would have to ask other chefs instead. As the emperor was reading, he would laugh at the interesting parts. When he smiled, the world became splendid with the sky clearing up. An immortal aura would engulf the 9 worlds. "Young noble." An old servant stepped forward during the emperor's reading hours. This old servant has always followed the emperor with absolute loyalty. He was responsible for the emperor's daily life and diet. "What is it, Uncle Zhou?" The only person addressed with this honorific and warm attitude from the emperor was this old servant alone in this world. "Young noble, Fairy Yi wishes to see you and enjoy the apricots on the 9 immortals' peak together," the old servant explained. Fairy Yi was the #1 beauty of the 9 worlds. Her origin was exceptional. Her features were impeccable. Her talents were peerless with exceedingly high cultivation. It was hard to find someone comparable to her. She once competed against the emperor for the heaven's will. After losing to him, what she gained was love. "Tell the fairy to go back. I wish to comprehend the Tao today." The emperor was still smiling freely and answered with a casual response. "Young noble, you do that every day." The old servant angrily said, "You are already invincible in this world. It is time to rest now. Since you are in charge of the 9 worlds now, it is time to pick an imperial queen. Only this old man would dare to speak to the emperor in this manner. He was worried about his young noble's marriage. The emperor answered with a smile. A man's ambition runs far to the 4 seas. No need to be in a hurry. Young noble, fine if you don't want to pick a queen just yet, but you should think about passing on your bloodline to extend your lineage forever. The old servant sincerely advised. In this world, so many goddesses and fairies want to earn your favor, but none of them can enter your eyes. In the present, only a supreme character like Fairy Yi can have a nice conversation with you, so I hope that you will marry her soon and leave behind an heir for their clan. Children and descendants are mostly unfilial. Why should I, Jiao Heng, need them to prolong my legacy? 4 generations after, my name will still echo across the 9 worlds like before. The emperor smiled. Go, tell the fairy that I'll view the apricots with her later. After hearing this, the old man couldn't do anything else and had to take his leave. Chapter 0.7. The majestic 9 immortals' peak towered into the sky, looking like a path meant for immortals. Rumor has it that immortals have indeed come out of this place. However, the most famous thing about this place wasn't the immortals but rather its unique plum blossoms. When the flowers bloomed, transcending mists would immerse along with a sweet and comfortable fragrance. The night only accentuated the peak's beauty and peacefulness, the same for the gorgeous trees. Alas, they were bested by a visitor today, Fairy Yi. Her delicate figure and godlike features intoxicated men and made women go crazy. She was the fairest in the 9 worlds and a brilliant genius too. She had killed contenders before while weaponless. The world believed that she was a prime candidate for the throne. Unfortunately, immortal Emperor Jiao Heng appeared out of nowhere and swept through his opponents. It took one whole night and the fairy also lost. Of course, she was completely convinced of his power and eventually fell in love with this peerless man. She had no lack of suitors due to her beauty and talents. Alas, these excellent prodigies couldn't win her grace, only the great emperor. Her hair draping down past her shoulders fluttered as she stood beneath a plum blossom tree. It was as if she was riding the wind and people could only look up at her. She was waiting for the emperor because he promised to enjoy the flowers with her tonight. She knew that he was a man of his words. Sure enough, he finally arrived by riding the moon in a carefree and leisurely manner. He didn't emit an impressive imperial aura at all. Plus, he didn't need these auras to be impressive. His presence made the world silent. Peace returned to the myriad realms in order to please him. Your Majesty. She bowed and revealed a bright smile, one beautiful enough to sway the heart. Sorry for the wait. The emperor smiled back while carefully admiring her beauty. The fairest of the 9 worlds was worthy of his attention. I can wait however long just to enjoy the blossoms with you, Your Majesty. She showed no sign of bashfulness and didn't try to hide the love evident in her autumn eyes. The blossoms here deserve a trip. The emperor smiled and raised his hand. She held it and leaned her forehead on his shoulder, looking like a cute little bird. He was the only one who could see this sweet and feminine side of her. The 2 of them strolled through this forest. The falling petals had a transcending presence to them. This made the peak look like a paradise for immortals. The 2 eventually picked a tree and sat down below to gaze at the moon. She found leaning on his shoulder to be very enjoyable. She treasured every second she could spend with him. He turned and smiled, then couldn't help himself from gently stroking her soft hair. Your Majesty, you are invincible now. What other pursuits do you have? She eventually broke the silence. I'm the strongest right now, but there are plenty of overlords above the 9 heavens. Plus, there is no end in the search for the Tao. He smiled. You wish to ascend? She asked. Yes. I shall ascend and sweep through the gods in the 13 continents. He nodded. I'm sure you'll be able to do it. She had absolute confidence in him, thinking that he would always be unbeatable. Yi Jishin, let's go back. He said gently, a very rare tone for him. Your Majesty, come to my abode, I'll serve you. She looked at him with a bashful expression, a striking contrast to her bold request. I'll do so another day, but recently, I have some questions on cultivation, so I'll be heading for the Heavenly Corpse burial ground tonight to borrow some ancient texts. He gave her a kiss and refused. I'll be waiting. She returned the kiss fiercely and left without any hesitation, for he always followed his words. After sending her away, he smiled and took one step through the void to reach the burial ground. Boom! A supreme grand Tao crushed the world. His imperial aura demanded respect and subservience. His majestic figure made everyone in the 9 worlds drop to their knees. His Majesty is entering the corpse ground. A kneeling spectator shouted. The Earth Immortals in there all looked up to see his peerless style as he walked slowly towards the depths of the burial ground and reached for something hidden in there. Boom! Ancient corpses leaped out. Their attires dated back to a time before the desolate era. They opened their mouth and devoured the power of the sun and moon. Their eyes derived the yin and yang. Their auras swept through the 9 firmaments and made the god kings tremble. They created immortal swords with enough forces to slay everything in an unstoppable manner. Alas, the emperor's hand that was reaching forward destroyed these sword formations. It continued heading for the deepest area. Bright barriers and halos instantly emerged to form walls in order to stop this hand. They crumbled with haste and he managed to look at the treasury within. Boom! The corpses were naturally furious at this sight. They conjured up a gigantic halo of darkness to imprison the 9 worlds. The power of this burial ground was not to be trifled with. Boom! As they were on the verge of attacking him again, a drum from the depth with a melodious sound could be heard. The corpses calmed down after hearing this drumbeat and stopped any aggression. The emperor took out an ancient scroll from this treasury. He opened it and carefully read before shaking his head. Impressive indeed, but not what I'm looking for. He then threw it back into the treasury and left, not bothering to look at the corpses above him. After he was long gone, the corpses returned to their resting places and the burial ground regained its silence. Chapter 1. Baba, Baba, Baba. The cries of a young shepherd sheep echoed across the usually tranquil mountain range. Xueqi crawled to the top of a cliff with the cold night's breeze violently blowing against his body. His body was currently drenched in perspiration. At 13 years of age, a little boy like Xueqi was using all of his might to climb this mountain range. This scene in the night sky would give a macabre sensation to just about anyone. Although the night was quiet, Xueqi's mind was being tormented by a flame of uncertainty. Coming from a poor family, his parents were both peasants. At the age of 7, he began his life as a shepherd. His family name was Li. His name was Xueqi because he cried for 7 days and 7 nights after birth. Today, he had completed his daily tasks. However, during the approach of dawn, he noticed that he was missing his leading sheep. While filled with worry, he rushed back to the mountain range to search for it. After seemingly scouring the entire mountain range, he still couldn't find even a shadow of this sheep. Thinking about the missing sheep and its evil owner, Zhang Dahu, Xueqi feared for the worst in his heart. Suddenly, Xueqi thought of one place where the sheep might be. There was only one location that he didn't search, the Immortal Demon Grotto. As he looked towards the Immortal Demon Grotto before him, he noticed that the mountain range in the dark night resembled a fierce beast from the ancient desolate era. Its mouth appeared to be gaping, hungering for human flesh. Hearing the howls of wolves resound from all around him, he couldn't help but shiver in fear. The Immortal Demon Grotto was considered a cursed land in the surrounding area. Legend states that an evil demon presided over this location, a demon who instantly consumed any trespassers. No one had ever made it out of the cave alive. At this moment, the sound of Zhang Dahu's whip reverberated in Xueqi's ears. If Xueqi truly lost the sheep, then Zhang Dahu would definitely whip his flesh to tatters. Having reached this point, Xueqi gritted his teeth and approached the cave. His body disappeared in the night. Aya-aya-wah! The calm night was interrupted by a young boy's miserable scream. Xueqi's frightened voice rang once again. You, what do you want? Ah! Suddenly, the screams came to an end. An unknown amount of time later at the depths of the Immortal Demon Grotto, the silence was broken by a menacing voice. Good. My immortal dark crow has finally been completed. Since only a soul was missing, today, I will conveniently borrow your soul for a little bit. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. A moment later, as each flap loudly resounded, a strange dark crow flew away from the Immortal Demon Grotto. Fly, fly, fly. I will use your soul to find all the forbidden burials. Fly across all the lands. As long as the 9 worlds exist, I will find you again. From the depths of the Immortal Demon Grotto, the heavy voice came out once again and lingered in the air. From then on, throughout this heaven and earth, a dark crow flew across the plains. From heavenly cities to the most dangerous reaches and secret areas, It flew without a free will straight through the 9 worlds for eras on end. As time passed, millions of years came and went. A new peerless master would rise as another fell. Slowly, the crow would disappear only to reappear later on. It wanted to escape its master. It wanted to find a purpose to its life. From the alchemy god to immortal Emperor Fei, immortal Emperor Xueqi to immortal Emperor Min Ren, immortal Emperor Tun Ri to immortal Emperor Bing Yu. All the way up until the Black Dragon King. Behind each of these paragons lies the shadow of a crow, one that struggled to find freedom. As these strongest beings came and went, the crow continued to mysteriously appear throughout the river of time. The crow was not willing to have his fate controlled. It wanted to oppose the most frightening character in this world. And now, millions of years has gone by with the passing of many eras. Li Qie, who was floating in a river, was suddenly dragged out by a person. AAA. As he was being dragged out, Li Qie suddenly woke up. His first reaction was to jump as he was unfamiliar with his own body. Unable to find his footing, he almost fell down to the ground. Ah, my body. Looking down and seeing how his body had stayed the same, Li Qie was both ecstatic and scared. Even after the thousands of struggles while fighting against the unending waves and winds, Dark Crow Li Qie still couldn't contain his emotions after regaining his own body. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his head and found that an old man was in front of him. He. It is this old man who saved you from your impending doom. The old man loudly laughed in an inglorious manner, revealing his 3 remaining yellow teeth. His demeanor made others feel that his smile was very sinister. Up the stream, Li Qie could see the dim structure of the immortal demon grotto. His eyes became increasingly cold and his aura exceeded anything that a 13-year-old child could exude. Li Qie took a deep breath and then stared at the old man. After a while, he eventually asked, "How should I address you, old man?" "Cleansing incense ancient sect, old devil." The old man answered with his mouth agape, still revealing his 3 golden teeth while smiling and spitting everywhere. "Cleansing incense ancient sect," Li Qie whispered under his breath. This name made him recall the sealed memories in his mind. These memories were from a time when he was still imprisoned in the body of the Dark Crow. Li Qie regained his composure and asked the old man, "Right now, who has the heaven's will?" The old man was still smiling as he replied, "Heaven's will, eh? Right now, no one in this era has been able to shoulder the heaven's will." "Where is immortal Emperor Ta Kong?" After hearing the old man's response, Li Qie's demeanor darkened. How long had he been asleep for? Over 100,000 years? Immortal Emperor Ta Kong has been missing for 30,000 years. Li Qie inquired the old man once more. "What about the Black Dragon King of the Heaven Protector Palace?" "No one knows. The Black Dragon King went missing at the same time as immortal Emperor Ta Kong." Old Devil shook his head. Hearing this, Li Qie's expression drastically changed. He looked back at the immortal demon grotto again, and finally understood why he had regained his body. "Let us go." With a saddened expression, Li Qie turned around and started to walk away. He didn't care if Old Devil was following him or not. After experiencing pseudo-immortality, he knew exactly what he had to do. The Heaven Protector Palace was an incredibly powerful lineage in the current times. Back in that era when the Black Dragon King, a peerless master, was still alive, no one could match him across the 9 worlds. He was respected for 3 whole generations. Even though he had been missing for 30,000 years, the Heaven Protector Palace still stood arrogantly in this domain. At this moment, a young boy around the age of 13 and a lowly old man with 3 golden teeth were standing outside of the Heaven Protector Palace. Just beyond the perimeter of the palace's outer city, Li Qie burned ceremonial money while whispering, "Little Black Dragon, you don't have to worry. You have helped me regain my body, my life. One day, I will destroy the evil land to seek revenge for you." After the ceremony was over, Li Qie stared at the Heaven Protector Palace in front of him. The scene was still the same, but the people were no longer there. Everything had become foreign. He reminisced about the old days with the little Black Dragon. The memory of them building this city from the ground up through their efforts was fresh in his mind. Unfortunately, after 30,000 years, not many remembered the Dark Crow hiding behind the curtains. Let us go back to the Cleansing Incense ancient sect. At this time, the old man glanced at Li Qie and stated his purpose while revealing his 3 shiny golden teeth. "Let us go." Li Qie calmly nodded his head. No matter how illustrious or mysterious this old man might be, His origin could not surprise Li Qie. Li Qie had experienced countless difficulties and his soul had been trapped inside the Dark Crow for millions of years. Era after era, he walked together shoulder to shoulder alongside immortal emperors and became friends with the alchemy god. So what could actually surprise him? As they were leaving, an extremely elegant and beautiful girl stepped out of the palace. She resembled an angel from heaven, an otherworldly goddess. The moment she stepped out, she inadvertently noticed the remains of the fire from the ceremony as well as some mysterious symbols beside it. After seeing these symbols, her expression greatly changed. Who was having a ceremony here just now? An old servant nearby immediately went around to look for information and came back with results. The city guards say that an old man and a young boy around the age of 13 were here just now. They were burning ceremonial money. The girl issued her command. Give chase and find them immediately. Your Highness is supposed to go to God's mountain right now. The old servant hesitantly whimpered. The goddess softly yelled. Find them. Her body then disappeared as she flew across space to find the two. In the end, she was unable to find them. She dejectedly returned to the palace after her search. The symbols beside the fire remained in her head. These symbols hadn't appeared for a long time. So why was it that they appeared in the outskirts after tens of thousands of years? Were they friends or foes? An old loyal servant reported. Your Highness, we couldn't find the people who were burning the ceremonial money. The goddess commanded with a serious demeanor. Order everyone to keep in mind that if any news about those two people show up, immediately report back to me. The servant was extremely surprised to hear this. With the current power of the Heaven Protector Palace and the reputation of their goddess, it would be rare for her to show such a serious expression. The servant asked, Then what about the trip to God's mountain? Cancel it. The goddess exclaimed. I have to read the ancient books that the ancestors have left behind. Something strange is happening. She then immediately went to the deepest parts of the forbidden grounds in the Heaven Protector Palace. The Cleansing Incense ancient sect resided in the nation of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. This sect was an immortal emperor lineage with a long history. At the beginning of the emperor's era, immortal Emperor Min Ren proudly stood at the peak and established a sect, naming it Cleansing Incense. Unfortunately, after millions of years, it could not withstand the test of time and its unforgiving nature. The sect was no longer of the immortal emperor rank and could no longer rule the land like in the past. No matter how hard it tried, it could neither regain their ancient glory nor prevent their unrelenting and slow demise. Elder, I have bad news. A mortal said that he wants us to accept him as the prime disciple. A disciple hurriedly reported to the first elder of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect as this elder was stepping outside. Kick him off the mountain. Without giving the disciple a glance, the first elder continued. Why would you even report something so ridiculous? A mortal wanting to become the prime disciple of their sect? What a joke. A prime disciple was the same as the sect master's protege, the one with the highest chance of becoming the future sect master. Of course, when the sect master wasn't present, the first elder could still personally take care of these matters. The disciple stuttered. But he was recommended by Old Devil. Raising his eyebrows, the first elder unhappily repeated. Old Devil? Was he bribed by liquor? Is that why he is recommending a mortal? Old Devil belonged to the sect, but the sect did not want to recognize this geezer. Although the name sounded very heroic, this old man had caused the sect to lose all face. Old Devil had 3 good qualities to him. He was very good at spending money, lying, and fooling around in brothels. This was why they called him Old Devil. He had not cultivated any methods to the end, but he did have a very shocking background within the sect. Rumor has it that he was the bastard child of the previous sect master. This was why, when the last sect master passed away, he asked for the current sect master to take care of Old Devil. However, there was another rumor stating that Old Devil was a bastard from the sect master 2 generations ago. Because the previous sect master owed this person a great favor, he had no choice but to accept this piece of trash and unwillingly took care of Old Devil. Before the previous sect master passed away, he also asked the current sect master to take care of Old Devil. No matter who his father was, the whole sect and its upper echelons had no love for the old man. They detested the unflattering words regarding Old Devil's character and didn't care about the rumors in the world. From the elders to the lowest-ranking disciples, the entire sect did not welcome this old man without any cultivation. The first elder yelled out in annoyance. So what if it was Old Devil's recommendation? Kick the mortal off the mountain. His morning and good mood had been ruined by this event. But he said he has the cleansing incense ancient order from Old Devil. The disciple stuttered once again out of fear. Cleansing incense ancient order. After hearing these words, the first elder's expression darkened. After quietly contemplating the situation, he quickly ordered, "Gather all of the elders and tell the mortal to wait outside of the grand chamber." The cleansing incense ancient sect had a total of 6 elders. After hearing the 4 words cleansing incense ancient order, the other 5 quickly came to the meeting. The patriarch of the sect was immortal Emperor Min Ren, the one who left behind 3 of these orders. 2 had been reclaimed by the sect, but the third one fell into the hands of Old Devil. Outside of the request from the previous sect master to take care of Old Devil, the second reason why the elders were helpless against him was because he possessed the last order. The order represented immortal Emperor Min Ren. The holder could request anything from the cleansing incense ancient sect. Sitting in the grand chamber of the cleansing incense ancient sect while staring at an elusive statue covered in golden smoke, Xueqi couldn't help but recall many stories from the past. The statue of immortal Emperor Min Ren stood strong at the highest point of this location. Although many years had passed, the statue still carried an ancient aura seemingly capable of piercing the 9 heavens. Spectators couldn't help but worship this statue. It was as if the emperor was actually in front of them. Xueqi didn't know how to describe his feelings as he stared at this statue. The emperor was gone, but Xueqi was still alive and forever will be. Although he had achieved his goal and regained his body, all of his old acquaintances had slowly disappeared in the river of time. 1. Qi meaning 7, Yi meaning night 2. Fei equals fly, Xueqi equals blood seal, Min Ren equals bright benevolence, Tun Ri equals swallow sun, and Bingyu equals icy feather. 1. Ta Kong equals space trample 2. Originally, we used the name San Gai instead of Old Devil, but this is now being changed to reflect the recent chapters. San equals 3, Gue equals ghoul, Yi equals old man. Chapter 2. Xueqi recalled that when the ancient Ming era was coming to an end and the emperor's era began, his soul was still trapped in the body of the Dark Crow. And now, he was in this new era, an era where he temporarily regained his sanity and control of himself from the immortal demon grotto after an eternity of struggle. When he first met immortal Emperor Min Ren was still a little boy who was in love with martial arts, someone who had no knowledge of the grand cultivational world. The time between now and when he led immortal Emperor Min Ren into the cultivation world was already many, many years. Many generations of experts had appeared and disappeared within the mysterious ocean of time. Inadvertently looking at the obsidian-colored wooden stick next to the altar below the statue, Xueqi couldn't help but slightly chuckle at the sight of it. He couldn't believe that the stick still existed after so many years. In the past, he made great use of it and disciplined that group of energetic children, including the immortal emperor, until they cried for their fathers and mothers. At this moment, the 6 elders from the cleansing incense ancient sect had all been gathered. Even though they were old, their blood energies were still as apparent as a rainbow with bright lights surrounding their bodies. Even though the cleansing incense ancient sect had declined, it was still an immortal emperor lineage. If the elders accepted the titles from the heavenly jewel kingdom, then they would all be named heroes. At this moment, the sharp gazes of these 6 elders were fixated on Xueqi, as if they intended to uncover his secrets. However, Xueqi remained calm and quietly sat in this uncomfortable atmosphere. Eventually, the first elder gravely inquired, "Where's the cleansing incense ancient order?" The order was extremely important because it was an object left behind by their founding immortal emperor. Xueqi slowly opened his palm to reveal the ancient order. He was surprised when Old Devil took him to the town below the Sex Mountain, and then ran off to a brothel. Before leaving, he casually threw the order into Xueqi's hands. It was unbelievable that a person like this old man would have an ancient order. In the past, when Xueqi was trapped inside the Dark Crow and when Min Ren shouldered the Heaven's Will, he gave the 3 ancient orders to Xueqi. Later on, Xueqi then gave these orders to different people. After millions of years, Xueqi nostalgically stared at the order in his hand. In the past, he did not need them, but today, he had no choice but to rely on its authority. The 6 elders passed around the order and carefully examined it to confirm that it was indeed authentic. The truth was that the sect had wanted to reclaim the order for a long time, but they did not have a way to force it from Old Devil's hands. Old Devil knew that the order was equivalent to another life, thus he held on to it with his dear life. Who would have predicted that it would fall into the hands of a mortal without any reputation? The first elder coldly asked, "Where is Old Devil?" In reality, the first elder harbored no love for Old Devil, a person who could only spend money, lie, and play with women. To him, it did not matter if Old Devil was the son of the previous sect master or not. Li Qie calmly answered. He went to Chui Hong brothel. Shadows could be seen on the 6 elders' faces. Even though they didn't like Old Devil, the thought of someone from their honorable sect visiting the most famous and popular brothel within a 1,000-mile radius was a source of great shame. And it wasn't like it was his first time visiting this brothel either. The elders had pent-up anger and didn't know how to release it. They could only hope that such a notorious player wouldn't be part of their sect in the future. A different elder loudly asked, "What is your demand?" They didn't know the method Li Qie employed to obtain it, but the truth was that the order in front of them was definitely not fake. Li Qie slowly responded, "I heard that the prime disciple position of the sect is still unoccupied. Since Old Devil fervently recommended me due to my talents, I have no choice but to ask for this position." After hearing his answer, the 6 elders started to curse Old Devil. That goddamned bastard. What rights did he have to recommend someone to become the prime disciple of their sect? It was an extremely important position, so the sect had to carefully select the right individual. Otherwise, the spot would have already been occupied. An elder spoke with a cold voice. "Don't treat the prime disciple position as a joke." "I know." Li Qie calmly and slowly enunciated his words without fear. However, the person who carries the order has the right to demand any request. This was the rule established by Immortal Emperor Min Ren. The first elder interjected with a threatening question. "What if you used an underhanded method to obtain this order?" This position wasn't something that could be joked about or given out without any thought. Li Qie replied in a domineering manner. "I understand. Elders fear that I might have used dishonest means to force the order from the hands of Old Devil. Since you 6 do not trust me, you can send people to Chui Hong brothel for confirmation." Deep in their hearts, the elders cried out in pain every time they heard the name Chui Hong brothel. In the end, they had no choice but to send disciples to confirm what Li Qie said. A moment later, a disciple confirmed that Li Qie's words were indeed true. The disciple tried his best to leave out information regarding Old Devil's joyful and debaucherous situation with the girls right now. Otherwise, the elders might have gone crazy. Unwilling as they may be, the elders had to follow the rules given to them by the patriarch. Even if the cleansing incense ancient sect has fallen, their lineage was still that of an immortal emperor's. Thus, they could not dishonor the reputation left behind by their ancestor. Ultimately, the elders issued a command. Bring out the truth mirror. The truth mirror shone on Li Qie's body. Any mortal who wanted to join a sect for cultivation purposes had to be judged by this type of mirror. It tested for one's physique, life wheel, and fate palace. Within the mirror, Li Qie's reflection appeared. It was a hazy, unstable shadow that seemed as if it would disappear at a moment's notice. Behind this reflection's head, an elusive blood halo appeared, and above this halo was a dim light. Both were extremely feeble. A mortal physique, a mortal life wheel, and his destiny shows that he has a mortal fate palace. The disciple reported the truth mirror's findings on Li Qie's innate talents and physical condition. Every person had a physique, life wheel, and fate palace. The physique directly affected one's physical strength, the life wheel indicated one's longevity, and the fate palace showed one's innate talent for cultivation. Li Qie's mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace silenced the elders. He was the most average of men. The sect could go outside and grab any commoner from the streets and they would also have the same talents. If you want to become the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, then forget about king and saint physiques. At the very least, you would need to have a Xiantian physique. Your life will also has to be around the same level. Your abilities are not fit for this position. The first elder directly rejected Li Qie. I am aware of my talents. Li Qie didn't want to think too much of it and casually spoke. But I still want to be the prime disciple. You. The elders were extremely aggravated by these words. This person was not qualified to even become a normal disciple, let alone the prime disciple. This was one of the most unreasonable requests they had ever heard. I trust that the descendants of the immortal emperor would neither go back on their words nor violate the ancestral rule and bring shame to the sect and lineage. Li Qie played around with the order in his hand and slowly continued. If this order were to fall into another's hands, the result would be unimaginable. Hearing this, The expressions of the 6 elders froze. The first elder gazed at him and coldly retorted, "Even if such a thing happened, anyone who wants to become the prime disciple of our sect has to be tested in all aspects. This ranges from their origin to their background as well as their innate talents. After all, the sect will not allow an unqualified candidate to take the position." "That is your problem." Xueqi stared at the 6 elders and said, "If you think another sect sent me to steal your immortal emperor's heritage, then let me tell you that I would not need to become the prime disciple. Due to this virtuous order, I can just ask for them. There would be no need to bother becoming the prime disciple. You should know this better than myself. If I wanted to harm the sect, it would not be a difficult feat with the power of this order." Xueqi's words made the elders glance at each other. Even though they were a bit ambivalent, they didn't entirely trust Xueqi. "He is not exactly without reason." Elder Chao, one of the 6 elders, slowly responded, "If the order keeps on wandering around outside, wouldn't that be a hidden danger to us? We cannot refuse anyone with the order, so we might as well accept his request." The first elder coldly replied, "Humph. This matter cannot be taken lightly." Another elder mused, "From the past till now, the prime disciple has always been the disciple directly under the sect master. Whether we accept his request or not, either way, we must first ask for the sect master's opinion regarding this decision, then make the choice afterward. This makes sense. In the end, the prime disciple would be the direct disciple of the sect master." The remaining elders agreed. After the 6 elders finished debating, the first elder immediately commanded, "Send a letter to the sect master." The letter was quickly sent to sect master Su Yonghuang, and the 6 elders received a reply very quickly. To their surprise, the reply was that the sect master had actually allowed for Xueqi to become the prime disciple. The first elder read the letter 3 times and confirmed that he didn't misread, so he angrily yelled, "Truly unbelievable. The sect master is being too rash." Elder Chao persuaded with words, "Brother Gu, if the sect master has agreed, then why are we still debating? In the end, the prime disciple is still the direct disciple of the sect master, so the choice is in the sect master's hands." "The sect master is being too rash, ah." Another elder shook his head and sighed. Elder Chao forcefully smiled. "So be it, we have no other choice. Ultimately, if we can recover the order, then we will have done a great service to the sect." Chapter 3. The first elder, while very discontent, still managed to grunt out a response. 3 days later, after honoring the ancestors, you will formally become the prime disciple of our sect." Xueqi was still sitting there casually without a trace of surprise. He only chuckled out loud. "Me becoming the prime disciple should warrant a weapon or 2 for my personal safety, right?" All the elders were surprised to see how comfortable he was under this heavy atmosphere. In the end, the boy was only 13 years old, but his calm demeanor resembled that of a tyrant that dominated one sphere with everything under their control. How could a mortal like him have such a courageous spirit? The first elder took a glance at Xueqi and shook his head while telling him, "Although we accepted you as the prime disciple, we can only give you a normal weapon. If you desire a formidable treasure or an immortal emperor merit law, you will have to contribute to the sect." Xueqi only smirked. His goal was certainly not an immortal emperor merit law or a peerless technique. His true aim was the black wooden stick lying on the pedestal. While averting his gaze to the stick, Xueqi pressed on. "Fine, I want that wooden stick." "That wooden stick?" The 6 elders' bodies shook in surprise. The stick was only used for gathering the ashes after a ceremonial burning to honor the ancestors. It had always been there, and no one had any interest in it. The elders thought that Xueqi would ask for treasures using his new status, but he simply wanted a wooden stick. This request was outside of their expectations. Xueqi spoke in an unrestrained manner. "Since I am the prime disciple, my position is worthy of respect. The stick belongs to the Grand Chamber, and this is the ancestral Grand Chamber of the entire sect. It represents the power of the cleansing incense ancient sect, so it is worthy of my current position as the prime disciple." After hearing Xueqi's logic, the 6 elders looked at each other with their eyes wide open. They thought to themselves, "This idiotic brat and that goddamned playboy old devil definitely belong together. Just like how an ox seeks another ox while a horse would find another horse." Taking in a deep breath, he took out the wooden stick that was now placed by his waist. He carefully observed the stick that people use to move ashes. His memories slowly came back to him, causing him to show a bitter smile. The world believed that if an immortal emperor succeeded in shouldering the heaven's will, they would become immortal. However, if that was the case, then where were immortal Emperor Min Ran, immortal Emperor Tun Ri, and all the other peerless cultivators from each era? Where did they go? Li Qie slowly regained his composure and removed the dust and ash from the stick, eventually revealing its true form. This was a stick that measured 1 meter. Even after being doused in fire for thousands of years, it had retained its original form without faults. In the eyes of others, however, this was only an ordinary wooden stick without any magical properties. Li Qie whispered as he gently wiped the wooden stick. Serpent punishing stick. With this wooden stick in his hand, his memories caused him to feel unexplainable emotions. Back in those days when Min Ran was without the heaven's will, Li Qie, as the master of this future immortal emperor, had taught a group of children that would be the loyal generals of Min Ran. Since Li Qie wanted to groom them well, he specifically took the serpent-punishing stick from the demon forest. Those teenagers that would stomp the 9 worlds under their feet were all victims of this stick. After concluding their training, he left the stick here in the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, and here it has remained until now. Gripping the stick tightly, Li Qie immersed himself even deeper within his memories. Escaping the immortal demon grotto was a success, and he finally regained his body and soul from the control of the Dark Crow. However, time was not merciful. Everyone who used to be his friends and families, such as the alchemy god, immortal Emperor Xueqi, immortal Emperor Min Ran, and even the illustrious Black Dragon King that survived 3 eras, have all left this world. At the beginning of the Desolate Era, he was only a young shepherd. In order to find a lost sheep, he went into the grotto and became imprisoned by the immortal demon grotto. He was forced to follow the path his master envisioned in his crow body from era to era. At that moment, Li Qie was very scared. He flew without rest across the forbidden burials, traveling across the 9 lands, across the 9 worlds. And in the end, he still had no choice but to return to the immortal demon grotto. However, because of this, he had experienced the countless dangers and mysteries of the worlds. He trod through lands that even an unbeatable virtuous paragon would stay away from. His willpower, basked in hardships throughout the eras, became unshakable. From then on, he was unwilling to forever stay as a slave of the immortal demon grotto. He formulated a grand plan to cut off all the immortal spirit seals and formations within his soul. In order to escape the body of the Dark Crow, for his own freedom and to regain his body, he continuously led many geniuses on the road of cultivation. The greatest of these young ones were able to fight on the peerless road under the sky to obtain the heaven's will. But today, when Li Qie returned to his old body to become human once again, all his friends had left him. Taking his last deep breath to set aside his pain, he once again strengthened his resolve to destroy all obstacles and shatter the souls of those in the immortal demon grotto. Chapter 4. The news of a new prime disciple had spread across the sect. The upper echelons were unhappy, but they couldn't do anything with regards to this matter due to the ancient order. A useless person like Li Qie was only lucky, that was all. However, the 3rd generation was extremely riled up. The prime disciple would have originally been one of them, and would have to be the one with the greatest contributions as well as one who passed all the tests given by the elders. He would be blessed with the sect master's teachings and gain exposure to emperor-level techniques. Ultimately, he would most likely become the sect master in the future. In the current situation, no one within the 2nd generation of disciples was chosen, meaning that the prime disciple would definitely be chosen from the 3rd generation disciples. The ones that rebelled the most were the most gifted disciples with the highest aptitudes and origins. They felt cheated by Li Qie. Thus, the commotion in the sect was chaotic. A few geniuses angrily declared, "A mortal with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace has no right to be the prime disciple." Another talented youth added, "He is the biggest disgrace to our sect. Who can blame him for obtaining the Cleansing Incense Ancient Order? Even the elders have accepted it." A few of the older geniuses lamented, but they could only accept the situation. Humph, he is only the prime disciple for now. One without talent and strength cannot compete for the sect master's seat. Who is to say that the prime disciple will certainly become the next sect master? The most arrogant and confident disciples shared this sentiment. Someone who was a bit eager spoke, "If he doesn't know right from wrong, I wouldn't mind teaching him a little bit." Even when Li Qie really didn't have the qualifications to compete for the sect master's seat, all the disciples still felt cheated inside when they have to call a useless youth like Li Qie first brother. A disciple curiously asked, "Isn't the last remaining cleansing incense ancient order in the hands of Old Devil? How did it fall into the hands of that little brat?" The fact that Old Devil possessed the last order was not a big secret. The sect had always wanted to reclaim it, but Old Devil never agreed. This was why everyone was perplexed about it coming into Li Qiye's possession. Another disciple coldly replied, "Hee hee, I heard that this brat has some wit. I just don't know how he fooled the perverted old man. I heard that when the elders ordered people to confirm this matter, Old Devil was having fun in the brothel. It could very well be that the brat invited him to play as much as he wanted in order to trade for the ancient order." Here, this disciple scowled and felt nauseous. Hearing this story, the other disciples contemptuously exclaimed, "So he and that perverted old man are the same." Even though rumor has it that Old Devil was a child of a certain sect master, the entire sect did not welcome such a perverted old man that only knew how to spend money and fool around. This was especially true for the third-generation disciples. They did not have the slightest bit of respect for him. If it wasn't for the will of the last sect master, he would have been kicked out of the sect already. If Li Qiye and Old Devil were the same type of people, then they would find Li Qiye even more distasteful. 3 days has yet to pass and Li Qiye had not yet greeted the ancestor, but the sect received an invitation from the Nine-Saint Demon Gate. What? The Nine-Saint Demon Gate wants to test Li Qiye? After receiving the news, the 6 elders were shocked. One of the elders became increasingly paranoid and lamentably spoke. "They've heard the news so quickly. He only became the prime disciple recently, yet they already want to test him." Another elder chimed in. "It seems like they want to escape the promise of the past. A piece of trash like Li Qiye will never pass their test. That is why they want to force and expedite the issue. We no longer have a choice." The first elder reluctantly spoke. "Right now, the Nine-Saint Demon Gate rules an entire country. We cannot compare to them, so we are not in a position to negotiate." His words caused everyone to fall into silence. In the beginning of the Emperor's era, their sect was invincible, their reputation intoxicated the 9 worlds, and their strength allowed them to rule an ancient kingdom. All other sects submitted to their might. No existence in the entire world could have been a threat to the position of the old cleansing incense ancient sect. However, the glories of old disappeared with the passage of time. They no longer had the power to rule a regular country, let alone an ancient kingdom. They lost the privilege of granting titles such as named hero or royal noble to their followers. Another elder asked, "What do we do now?" All of the elders knew that a mortal like Li Qiye had no chance of passing the examination from the Nine-Saint Demon Gate. Cure a dead horse into a living one, there's no other choice. Another elder answered, "If he somehow succeeds, then we would become in-laws with the Nine-Saint Demon Gate. If this were to be the case, then the Heavenly God sect and the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom would not dare to look down upon us." Towards this impossible dream, the 6 elders could only forcefully laugh. No matter what, they still had to try. Li Qiye was waiting in his villa for the ancestor ceremony when Nan Huiran approached him. Nan Huiran quickly reported, "First brother, the elders are calling for you in the grand chamber." Li Qiye nonchalantly asked, "Did something major happen?" Nan Huiran was a bit surprised, but he didn't hide anything. He nodded and replied, "I will not lie to you, first brother. The Nine-Saint Demon Gate sent us an invitation." He paused for a second and glanced at Li Qiye before continuing. "I heard your fiancé wants to test your abilities." Nine-Saint Demon Gate. Li Qiye suddenly recalled an old memory when he heard this name. Nan Huiran thought Li Qiye didn't know of this sect, so he quickly explained, "The Nine-Saint Demon Gate is one of the biggest sects in the Grand Middle Territory. They rule over the Old Ox country and has the rights to grant titles. Our 2 sects used to have an amicable and close relationship. The original patriarch of Nine-Saint used to be called the Nine-Saint Virtuous Paragon. He was the #1 general under our immortal Emperor Min Ran, and followed him to sweep through the 9 worlds. When we ruled over an ancient kingdom, even the Nine-Saint Demon Gate had to pay tributes to us." "I have heard of the sect." Li Qiye gently smiled. How could he not know about the sect? Moreover, he had met the Nine-Saint Virtuous Paragon as well. During the early days of the Emperor's era, Li Qiye spent an absurd amount of time and energy to trap this demonic monster named Nine-Saint and forced him to be Min Ren's fate protector. Li Qiye asked, "Where did this fiancé come from?" Nan Huiran answered, "From the legends of when our patriarch accepted the heaven's will and became the immortal emperor, the the 9-saint virtuous paragon formed a pact with us. If their prime descendant was female while ours was male, we would become in-laws. After pausing for a moment, he dejectedly sighed. At that time they were climbing up the ranks. I think that in the past, the old chicken had a female disciple. After listening, Li Qie quietly mumbled once again while recalled the past. He had forgotten about it after falling into deep sleep as it wasn't a matter of great importance. What did you say, great brother? Nan Huiran inquired since he didn't hear it. Li Qie smoothly averted the inquiry. Nothing. So their prime descendant right now is a woman? It is known that between the two of our sex, there has not existed any in-law relationships for a long time. In this era, their prime descendant is indeed a woman. He paused for a second to look at Li Qie's expression. I also hear that their descendant Li Shuangyan has an innate king physique. Hearing Nan Huiran's story, Li Qie had a complete understanding of the situation. The 9-saint demon gate naturally didn't want to marry off a descendant with such an aptitude and potential to a disciple of a declining sect. Li Qie slightly chuckled. That makes things a little more interesting. Nan Huiran shockingly stared at the calm Li Qie. He felt strange that an ordinary boy at the age of 13 was able to face everything like a royal noble who had gone through numerous trials. If it was someone else having heard Nan Huiran's words, they would become anxious, frightened even. However, Li Qie completely betrayed common sense and carried on with his nonchalant attitude. The first elder coldly asked once Li Qie entered the ancestral chamber. Has Nan Huiran informed you of the current situation? Truth be told, the 6 elders did not welcome a wastrel like Li Qie. However, due to the current situation, they hoped that he wouldn't be completely useless and that he could pass the trial of the 9-saint demon gate through sheer luck. At this moment, the cleansing incense ancient sect truly needed a strong backing, such as becoming in-laws with a giant like the 9-saint demon gate. Even though the chance of success was extremely small, they still wanted to try. Li Qie lightly nodded his head. Honorable elder, I understand completely. Good. As long as you can pass the trial, we will handsomely reward you. The first elder's tone was as cold as ice as if to mock Li Qie's calm demeanor. Li Qie elegantly smiled and politely said, I am very willing to attend the trial, but I have 3 conditions. Impudent! One of the elders yelled. You dare to negotiate in front of the elders? Chapter 5. Any other disciple would be afraid of facing the elder's wrath, but Li Qie only lightly scoffed. Elders, don't be angry. If I were to actually pass the trials, it would be a great contribution to the sect. The hard-working should be rewarded, no? It should only be natural for me to provide some conditions considering the danger of the task. This elder was extremely unhappy with Li Qie's attitude, so he roared his response. Then wait until you have passed the trial, we can discuss them then. So be it. The first elder nodded his head then continued. Don't you worry. As long as you pass the trial, you are free to select any cultivation methods with the exception of Heaven's Will secret laws and Immortal Emperor merit laws. I don't think the other elders will have any objections to this. The 6 elders glanced at each other and contemplated the notion. If he indeed passes the trial, then the elder's suggestion was completely reasonable. The other conditions can wait until after the trial. Li Qie finally smiled. However, there is one condition that I must state beforehand so that there will be ample time for preparation. Once I reach the physique accumulation level, I require a medicinal paste of the saint grade. After hearing Li Qie's request, the faces of all 6 elders turned sour. They collectively yelled out at the same time, How greedy can you be? Li Qie pretended to not hear their loud yell and continued while slowly enunciating each word. Elders, the marriage between our 2 sects is a great matter. If things go well, it would be an enormous contribution to the sect. A saint-grade medicinal paste might be precious, but I believe that it is a fair trade. This elder was unhappy and coldly snorted. You think a medicinal paste of the saint grade is so easily obtainable? The first elder then glanced at Li Qie and said, If you are successful, then rewarding a saint grade paste isn't too outrageous. But right now, we cannot accommodate you because we lack certain integral efficacious medicines for the saint paste recipe. Looking at the elder's body language, Li Qie secretly sighed in disappointment. He was thinking too highly of the cleansing incense ancient sect. In the past, its treasure trove was practically boundless. It even contained immortal grade pastes, so saint pastes were trivial in comparison. Fine, I will take one step back. I want the highest grade of king paste. The elders glanced at each other. Eventually, the first elder conceded. This I can accept, but the condition is that you will still have to be successful. Li Qie smiled at the first elder and replied, outside of this, I have another small request before I leave for the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Without knowing how dangerous it will be, I will need to learn some techniques and have 1 or 2 defensive weapons. Elder Chao, one of the 6 elders, spoke with discontent. So it seems that you are still a bit wily and trying to taking advantage of this situation for personal gains. The first elder actually sympathized with this notion and nodded his head. How about this? In the inner sector techniques and weapons, you can pick one and only one. What do the other elders think? Even though the other elders didn't want to accommodate Li Qie, they still agreed with the first elder. They knew the chance of success for Li Qie was near 0. Even if they gave him weapons and techniques, it wouldn't raise the probability by much, but a bit is better than none. Elders are worrying too much. I'm not that greedy. Li Qie naturally knew the thoughts of the elders and calmly smiled. I heard that we have a technique named the invisible dual blades that can be learned in no time at all. I want this technique as well as a pair of blades to accompany it. Would this be acceptable? The elders rolled their eyes from surprise after hearing Li Qie. They originally thought that this greedy boy would ask for emperor-level techniques, but it turned out that he actually wanted a normal technique. Invisible dual blades, eh? The first elder stroked his beard. Another elder quickly responded. First elder, it is only a martial technique and insufficient for practical use. In the world of cultivation, even the simplest merit law would outperform any martial art. This elder was responsible for merit law assignments in the sect, so he was very knowledgeable with regards to their manuals. That is not a problem. Nan Huiran, bring the invisible dual blades to his peak and give him the best pair of dual blades. The first elder was happy with this simple request. His opinion of Li Qie decreased from Li Qie's unwise decision. One would think that the sect would want to give all the assistance they could afford to help Li Qie, but deep down inside, all the elders knew that no matter what techniques and weapons they give to him, completing the trial would still be impossible. They only aimed to minimize the losses for their sect. Seeing Li Qie not being greedy, an elder was satisfied and generously asked, "Do you have any other requests?" Li Qie humbly replied, "This little one does not need anything else at this moment." The first elder gravely said, "Good, go back and prepare, you shall depart in 3 days. After your return, you can complete the ancestral ceremony to ascend to your position." Of course, that's only if he could return alive. The elders had great doubts. Nan Huiran brought the technique and blades to Li Qie's peak right after he returned. He was satisfied with the crescent moon blades. The blades' curves occasionally shone with sharpness. However, these were merely of mortal grade and not fit for cultivators. No matter how sharp the edges were, it couldn't compare to magical armaments. After Nan Huiran left, Li Qie slowly read the invisible dual blades technique. Every word and phrase spoken by him would be replicated in his mind. Back then when he was still the Dark Crow, even though he had successfully escaped the immortal demon grotto, his situation has yet to stabilize. Sometimes would still be affected by the grotto. Whenever he felt like this, he would immediately seal himself and force his soul to fall into a deep slumber. He had spent many tortuous years in each era to go to the most dangerous locations. He had fallen to the hands of many masters and had to surpass many tribulations, but because of this, he was able to see many merit laws, even emperor merit laws and immortal methods. Because he was afraid that one day he wouldn't be able to control himself and be summoned back to the immortal demon grotto, he always removed his memories regarding the methods and techniques he had learned to avoid them falling into the hands of the grotto. However, the alchemy god and immortal emperor Xueqi came up with a mysterious method that allowed Li Qie to quickly understand the truths of these supreme techniques the moment he saw them again. Right now, everything that was pertinent to mastering the invisible dual blades had been recalled. Taking a deep breath and comparing the manual in his head against the version written in front of him, he found that the technique was lacking a certain something. This worried him greatly. In reality, it was normal for techniques such as the invisible dual blades to be missing parts. In the end, it was not enough to reach the apex. In the eyes of cultivators, this was only a minor art. After millions of years, no many people in the cleansing incense ancient sect actually learned this technique. Focusing his mind once again, Li Qie finally understood the hidden truths behind the technique and softly smiled. Even though his physique, life wheel, and fate palace were all of mortal grade, His knowledge and willpower were above what all geniuses had. What was even more important was that when he was the Dark Crow, he underwent numerous methods of torture. There was a time when he was imprisoned for 10,000 years without seeing the sun, so his willpower was extremely fortified. Nothing could ever shake it, and no difficulties could ever make him take a step back. He gently patted the manual. His attempt at mastering the technique had awakened his memory of the past, a secret that no disciple knew in the current era. That year, the young Min Ren used to practice the invisible dual blades technique. Later, when he became an immortal emperor that ruled over the 9 worlds, he reminisced about this technique. He once again cultivated it, slowly perfecting the normal martial technique. Of course, this normal technique was not comparable to the Emperor Merit laws that he had created as well, let alone the Heaven's Will secret laws. Min Ren himself did not want his descendants to practice this technique, either. Thus, the technique had lied dormant in the library of the sect for millenniums. No one had understood the illustrious truths behind the technique molded by an immortal emperor post-ascension. When Li Qie saw Min Ren perfecting the technique, he would always tease him. Even if this martial technique was cultivated to its apex and was capable of slaying royal nobles, no one would want to use it. Normal cultivators could only see the external qualities. Thus this martial technique resided in the darkness. Even after being teased by Li Qie, immortal Emperor Min Ren only smiled. It was unexpected that Li Qie actually guessed correctly about the fate of this martial art. Emptying his mind of unnecessary thoughts, he picked up the dual blades and started to practice. He was extremely strict with himself. He slowly swung each stroke within the manual. Each swing required perfection before moving on. Chapter 6. Although he understood the truths behind the technique, his body couldn't keep up with his mind. He demanded perfection, but it was difficult to reach. However, Li Qie was not deterred. He kept on practicing the martial art that became more refined after each swing. After one night, he had swung the blades more than 300 times and slowly grasped the profound truth. Slowly, each of his blades became more and more accurate. Even though he had innumerable memories and heaven-frightening secrets, he understood that if he wanted to completely decimate the immortal demon grotto, he must increase his efforts by 10-fold, no, 100-fold in order to achieve his goal. No one understood the immortal demon grotto better than him in the current era. In these 3 days, Li Qie had not left his villa. He imprisoned himself in the inner sanctum to perfect his blades. There were too many uncertainties in life, so he must be in peak shape to combat any disaster that may come. 3 days later, the journey to the 9-Saint Demon Gate was about to begin. Only Nan Huiran and a sect protector with the surname Mo were coming along. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect had a total of 6 elders, 12 protectors, and 36 sectional leaders. To visit a grand sect such as the 9-Saint Demon Gate with only 3 people, the highest-ranked member being a mere protector, there were no words to describe this. Before the departure, Li Qie looked at the shabby members and asked, "Only us 3? Protector Mo, the master of Nan Huiran, was very frugal with his words. After he heard the question, he only glanced at Li Qie without answering. Opposite of his master, Nan Huiran was a playful fellow. He coughed once in shame and opened his mouth. "First brother, all of the elders are in secluded cultivation. They could not make the trip." Li Qie perked his lips and coldly declared, "Secluded cultivation? They are only afraid of losing face. In the end, they believe I have no chance of passing the trial. Me not passing is a small matter to them, but them being there and losing face would be a big deal, right?" Nan Huiran couldn't say anything and only shamefully smiled. How could a mortal expect to pass the trial of an emperor-level sect? The elders had the same thoughts. This was why they refused to go, since the result was already clear as day. "Don't worry, honorable brother." Nan Huiran kept his positive attitude. "The 9-Saint Demon Gate has kept its distance from us in recent times. This is why the elders don't want to go and create unnecessary conflicts. It is only the 9-Saint Demon Gate. They can't reach the apex." In that era, even if the 9-Saint Virtuous Paragon was alive, they would still have to bow down to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Protector Mo could only ignore Li Qie's arrogance. He only coldly snort, not bothering to say anything. Nan Huiran was afraid that Li Qie would say even more outrageous things, so he interrupted. "First brother, this is my master, a protector of the sect. Please take care of me on this trip." Lichia bowed with just the right amount of courtesy and respect. Not too forced yet not too weak. Protector Mo gave him another glance and said, "Let us go." Finished with his words, he turned around and walked away. Protector Mo was one of the older protectors, so his cultivation was above average. However, he doesn't know how to socially interact with others. Thus, his position in the sect was quite low relative to the other protectors. Otherwise, he would not be a part of this great expedition that was doomed from the start. The upper echelons of the sect knew that this trip would become a comedic play with Lichia as the main character. If the audience was not happy, death might be inevitable, and that was another reason why the 6 elders evaded it. The other protectors were not willing to lead this group, so this assignment eventually fell on the shoulders of Protector Mo. Protector Mo also thought that no positive results would come out of this trip, which was why his mood had been even sourer than normal. The long trip was filled with silence until they reached the Grand Temple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. The Grand Temple was huge and could contain 10,000 people. Looking through all of the Grand Middle Territory, it would be difficult to find a comparable temple within the other heritages. The jade-colored temple was extremely ancient. It was built with heavenly stones and crystals. Up above was calligraphy personally carved by immortal Emperor Min Ren. The words exuded a courageous aura, deep beyond fathoming. Each word and phrase seemed as if it could erase existences. From this grand temple, one could appreciate the old power of the dying sect. This temple was the starting point for all of the conquests the great emperor took part in. Min Ren would conduct ceremonies here before embarking on his expeditions that would encompass the entire 9 worlds. Only an immortal emperor sect could possess such a temple. Bang! As the entrance was opened, a gateway could be seen inside. Colored and tempered by divine crystals, the hulk was covered by empty holes and immortal emperor carvings. The empty holes were there to be filled with refined jades. Refined jades were formed by the natural spiritual power of the heaven and earth, the very essence of what makes cultivation possible. Its main purpose was to operate gateways in order to traverse far distances. The distance of travel was determined by the quantity and quality of the refined jades. Unfortunately, the current gateway only had a few refined jades inside. Once again, Lichia was saddened by how far the sect had fallen. In the past, this gateway, with its abundance of jades, had brought many armies to faraway places in the 9 worlds. Any location was possible as long as the coordinates were known. They entered the gateway and, in the blink of an eye, warped to a different location. The Grand Middle Territory was huge and spanned billions of miles. There were countless sects spread across 15 countries. However, there were gigantic monsters like kingdoms and ancient kingdoms that span billions of miles by themselves. If one wanted to cross a country by flying, it would take many years unless they were an enlightened being or heavenly king. Any named hero or royal noble would be wise enough not to attempt this feat. Plus, the Grand Middle Territory was only one part of the Mortal Emperor world. The Mortal Emperor world was also known as the Emperor Boundary or Emperor Country, and consisted of 5 different regions. In the north lies the Northern Grand Sea, the south has the barren earth, the east forms the 100 cities, the west contains the desolate wasteland, and the middle was the Grand Middle Territory. Bang! Lichia and his companions arrived at the gateway of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. As they stepped out, they felt that the natural spirit essence was denser than any place they had been to. This was truly a heavenly sect as far as the eye could see. The location of the 9 Saint Demon Gate spanned for millions of miles. It was filled with mountains and rivers with majestic waterfalls and heavenly trees that could pierce the heavens. There were also marble palaces floating and hiding in the clouds as far as the eye could see. In the deepest recesses, one could find penetrating auras that radiantly shone across the land. One would believe that the origin of these auras stemmed from shocking heavenly treasures. This was the picture of a powerful sect. With this atmosphere and location, it was no wonder why it could rule over a country. In comparison, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was akin to a destitute old man at the end of his life. I see that it is older brother Mo, long time no see. When the 3 of them left the gateway, an old man could be seen leading his disciples for the welcoming party. The man was a sectional leader of their sect. His last name was Fu, the owner of a cold and stoic face. His eyes contained a powerful gaze and his body radiated a shining aura. His natural disposition was one that could instill fear in weaker souls. Even though he was only a sectional leader, he possessed the strength of a named hero made evident by the aura being exuded from his body. In the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, Only an elder would be eligible for the title of named hero. Is this your prime disciple? That is correct. Li Qi'er is the prime disciple of my sect. Protector Mo bitterly smiled. Li Qi'er's talents and constitution were nothing to be proud of. The trial, it is but a friendly competition. Brother Mo does not have to worry about it. Sectional leader Fu showed a gentle smile. Li Qi'er smiled back at sectional leader Fu and elegantly expressed his feelings. Only a trial, it can't reach the peak. Sectional leader Fu ignored Li Qi'er's sly remark and conversed with Protector Mo instead. Brother Mo, please follow me. In his mind, a named hero arguing with a junior like Li Qi'er would be unbecoming for a man of his status. Protector Mo, on the other hand, angrily glared at Li Qi'er. Chapter 7. Sectional leader Fu led the three into a medium-sized meeting chamber. Such a room was only used for entertaining guests without great importance. For an event as influential as the marriage between two sects, the Nine Saint Demon Gate was letting a mere sectional leader take care of negotiations. Not only that, the courtesy they showed was the same for normal guests, making it obvious that they did not place heavy emphasis on the event. After settling the guests into their resting area, sectional leader Fu spoke some flowery language without sincerity and quickly left. Protector Mo was mentally prepared for the lack of hospitality, so he was not angry, merely solemn. Sectional leader Fu headed straight into the inner sanctuary of his sect after helping settle Protector Mo's group. Approaching an ancient temple, he met an elder. The elder was floating in the air and a heavenly halo was above his head. While it rotated non-stop, each strand of the world's truths that took on a physical form was visibly covering his body. Nothing was comparable to his pressure. A god was seemingly among us. How is the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect? The thunderous voice of this elder struck the surroundings, but this voice that instilled fear into the hearts of others could only be heard within the temple. When outside, sectional leader Fu was extremely arrogant with his title of named hero. However, he could only quiver in fear right now. He went down on his knees and spoke. Dear elder, it was but an ant, a mere mortal, an ignorant and arrogant young brat that is not worthy of discussion. I see, take your leave. The thunderous voice rang again. It was capable of instilling fear into others, even when the elder's eyes were shut. Sectional leader Fu politely bowed one more time and carefully left the temple. His body was sweaty after leaving. He was only a sectional leader, so he did not have the qualifications or status to meet an elder. Even a royal noble would need to be summoned before they could have the honor. After sectional leader Fu left, the elder started to speak with someone else in the empty temple. Picking a mortal with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace to be the prime disciple. There is no saving the cleansing incense ancient sect. It is truly a shame for the emperor techniques of immortal Emperor Min Ren. There is a good chance that they still reside in that sect. A mysterious and noble voice rang in the air. The elder continued. Your Majesty, as long as immortal Emperor Min Ren's techniques remain there, it is only a matter of time for us to obtain them in one fell swoop. That mortal is not worthy of our prime descendant. The mysterious voice remained silent, as did the elder. If there were spectators, they would be shocked by the appearance of the Demon King. One has to know that the Demon King was an extremely dangerous character. Legend states that his origin and true form were extremely formidable. The sect, under his lead, became increasingly radiant. Nothing could shake his tyrannical rule. Within the old Ox country, no one dared to oppose his heavenly reign. Protector Mo remained seated in silence, but Nan Huiran had wittingly escaped the torturous room with the uncomfortable atmosphere. Meanwhile, Li Qi'er had left for his own room. He started to practice the invisible dual blades technique without wasting a second. He wanted to ingrain the technique into his body and mind. Over the years, Li Qi'er had learned that it was one thing to understand the illustrious truths behind a technique, but another to reach the apex. Actually utilizing them was yet another aspect. Even a peerless genius with comprehensive knowledge of immortal emperor merit laws could not perform them without excruciating levels of practice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two blades left Li Qi'er's hands and gracefully traveled through the air like a pair of butterfly wings. They intersected each other multiple times before ultimately returning to Li Qi'er's hands. He had practiced this particular move many times, but it still contained flaws. What impeccable swordplay! First brother is so diligent, I feel ashamed to compare myself to your great efforts. At this second, Nan Huiran came into the room. There was another teen next to his side. Nan Huiran couldn't help but sigh with regret. He truly respected Li Qia's earnest efforts. It was truly unfortunate that his innate talents were so underwhelming. To reach the apex, one must never stop self-improving. Li Qia sheathed his blades. Although he was sweaty and tired, his posture and expression remained at ease. Nan Huiran respectfully smiled. I will remember these words and strive to improve myself as well. He then introduced the young man standing next to him. This is Big Brother Zhang, a good friend of mine. Nan Huiran had good talents, but he could not be considered a genius. However, he was different from his master. His ability to socialize allowed for a huge network. He had friends everywhere. This disciple Zhang was very similar, but in his eyes, a mortal like Li Qia was not worthy of respect. He nodded his head toward Li Qia because of his relationship with Nan Huiran. To him, whatever martial techniques Li Qia practiced were meaningless. This is the first time First Brother is visiting the 9 Saint Demon Gate. So how about we walk around so that you can become accustomed to the scenery? Li Qia suddenly remembered an event, so he smiled and responded, Sure. Nan Huiran turned around to the disciple named Zhang. Brother Zhang, this time we will have to impose upon you. Brother Nan, you are too reserved. Disciple Zhang had no choice but to nod his head. Unwilling as he may be, he did not want to strain their friendship. After all, he had no desire of taking the scenic route with Li Qia. The 9 Saint Demon Gate was the host, so they should be taking Li Qia around in order to positively promote their relationship. However, since they did not consider Li Qia to be worthy, courtesy and rules were set aside. While disciple Zhang led them around the premise, he only conversed with Nan Huiran and treated Li Qia as if he wasn't there. Their presence created a lot of clamor amongst the disciples. Isn't that the prime disciple of that old sect? From a distance, a disciple frowned after seeing that Li Qia was only a mortal. Another disciple of the sect scornfully laughed. Heh, the cleansing incense ancient sect is only a second-rate establishment. If even a mortal can become their prime disciple, this position can be considered nothing but worthless. A mortal wanting to marry seniorly? Rotten chopsticks wanting a gold bowl. Why not look in a mirror to see how lowly you are? Li Shuangyan was the prime descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Not only was she gifted in her talents, she was also extremely beautiful. Countless young talents in the sect had her as their secret desire. The numerous geniuses from other heritages that seek to court her could form a line from one edge of the nation to the other. And the one thing they all had in common was the desire to spit onto Li Qia's face for being so shameless. Disciple Zhang was even more embarrassed. He could see the hostility from the eyes of his fellow disciples. He started to walk faster to maintain a distance with Li Qia, eventually leaving him behind. However, Li Qia seemed to pay no mind to his actions. He continued at his own pace in a calm and carefree manner as he absorbed the heavenly scenery of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Nan Huiran earnestly reminded Li Qia, First brother, you have to be careful. Many people are courting your fiancé, and they will not hesitate to cause trouble for you. Li Qia calmly answered, It is only a girl. There is no need for such a commotion. He had seen many country-destroying beauties, so he didn't keep his potential fiancé in mind. It was only a minor matter to him. Unknowingly, they reached the training ground of the sect. This was a place where all of the disciples could enter. Once one was inside, they would truly feel tiny in comparison to the gigantic battle stage. They were like ants on top of a massive hill. Chapter 8. The battle stage consisted of huge meteoric stones. Each stone was inscribed with the words of many virtuous paragons. Mysterious and powerful energies were being exuded from them continuously. It was this energy that protected the battle stage, rendering it impervious to any damage the contestants may inflict. A battle stage of the virtuous paragon level. Even though this was not his first time witnessing it, the battle stage still instilled Nan Huiran with awe. Disciple Zhang was very proud and started to brag. This battle stage was created by our great elder. It can even withstand the destructive power from multiple virtuous paragons. Nan Huiran couldn't help but mumble in a low volume. In the past, our cleansing incense ancient sect also had a battle stage. The truth was that the cleansing incense ancient sect also had a battle stage, but it was not of the virtuous paragon level. Some say that it was nearly at the immortal emperor level, so it could withstand a fight between heavenly kings and immortal emperors alike. It was found by immortal Emperor Min Ren in the depths of an unknown space. Unfortunately, No one knew why this battle stage was sealed. From then on, no one was able to enter the arena. Great 4 stone golems. Li Qie was there, but he missed the conversation completely. His eyes were focused on the 4 gigantic statues located at the 4 corners of the arena. Each of them towered over 100 meters tall. All of them had different expressions, yet they were all very realistic. It was apparent that they were carved by the hands of a renowned expert with a blade technique that was very natural and perfect. This was what he wanted to see. After the death of the 9-saint virtuous paragon, he had never visited this sect. It was surprising to see the 4 statues after all these years. When Nan Huairan and disciple Zhang were chatting, no one noticed Li Qie. A moment later, disciple Zhang finally saw what Li Qie was trying to do. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What is this idiot doing?" Nan Huairan noticed that Li Qie was trying to climb on top of the eastern statue. However, because of his weak cultivation, he couldn't make it to the top. Right now, many students were surrounding the battle stage. They all watched Li Qie struggle like a village boy that was visiting the capital for the first time. Laughter erupted and jeers filled the arena. Nan Huairan was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it forever. He could not see what was special about these 4 statues that prompted Li Qie to take action. Li Qie signaled for Nan Huairan to come over. Nan Huairan couldn't say no to the prime disciple, especially when the person was being singled out by an entire sect. He dejectedly walked over to Li Qie under the scrutinizing gazes of all the disciples. Li Qie calmly commanded, "This statue is too high, take me up there." Ha! Nan Huairan was dumbfounded. He was silently questioning whether Li Qie had become insane. Climbing up the statue in front of this many 9-saint demon gate disciples, this was a great slap to their faces. "Are you going to take me up, or do you want to continue watching my monkey show?" Li Qie nonchalantly commented as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Without any other options, Nan Huairan grabbed Li Qie and jumped. In one swoop, they arrived at the top of the statue. Li Qie sat on the shoulder of the statue and leisurely stared into the distance, embracing the scene in front of his eyes. Nan Huairan wasn't quite as thick as Li Qie. He immediately jumped down, then waited at the bottom of the statue. He stood there, waiting, in case something did happen. He simply couldn't just abandon his fellow disciple. Disciple Zhang, however, did not want to stand there for a second longer. He immediately left without a departing salutation. Does he think that he is a big shot, sitting on top of the statue? This country bumpkin is being way too rude. Ignoring the comments the disciples of the 9-saint demon gate were spewing, Li Qie remained seated on the statue's shoulder. He whispered to it as if he was having a conversation with it. The crazy and nonsensical actions of Li Qie caused the spectators to question their sanity. This was truly an idiot without fear. However, no one attempted to stop him. They felt that it was below them to interfere with a madman. Eventually, Li Qie seemed to have become bored of sitting. He once again waved his hand to signal for Nan Huairan. It was as if a boulder had been lifted off his shoulders. Nan Huairan was incredibly relieved that this madness had come to an end as he brought Li Qie down to the ground. "First brother, the sun has set. Shall we go back and rest?" Nan Huairan was praying with all of his heart that this prime disciple could spare him from further embarrassment. Who knows what other things he would do if they were to continue their tour. Noticing how Nan Huairan looked like a dead puppy, Li Qie chuckled and nodded his head in agreement. "Your mother." A disciple couldn't help but yell out after seeing Li Qie's devilish grin. The cleansing incense ancient sect is a third-rate sect. You're merely a toad that wants to eat swan meat. Pah! A dumb black turtle has the nerve to court our senior. Seeing that someone was challenging him directly, Li Qie slowly turned around and said, "Court your senior? Don't think too highly of yourselves. Even if a heavenly angel or godly fairy wanted to marry me, they would have to pray for my acceptance. As for your senior, it is a long line until it is her turn. Your mother, you are tired of living." All of the male disciples roared after hearing Li Qie's shameless words. Calm down, everyone should value peace and prosperity." The current situation sent chills down Nan Huairan's spine. He immediately took Li Qie and left. He couldn't leave this madman outside for a second longer. After safely arriving at their guest house, Nan Huairan cried, "First brother, please. This isn't a place where we can say and do whatever we wish. Take a step back and appreciate the high sky and deep sea. Please keep yourself under control." Hold back. Li Qie nonchalantly proclaimed. A general shall stop an incoming army. A dam will deter the incoming current. Taking care of someone like Li Qie was akin to finding trouble for oneself. He was truly regretting taking on this mission to go to the Nine Saint Demon Gate. After the events at the battle stage, many of the Nine Saint Demon Gate disciples were outraged. Du Yuanguang was one of those who truly wanted to kill Li Qie. He was an outer disciple, but his innate talents were above average, so many referred to him as the little genius. He had only joined the sect for 5 years, but he had already reached the pinnacle stage of provisional palace. As long as he could successfully pass this year's examination, he could become an inner disciple. Du Yuanguang had a strong crush for Li Shuangyan. During his entrance exam, she was one of the main organizers. It was love at first sight. He also thought that she recognized his skills and talents since she accepted him. He had great confidence in his abilities and wished for her to become his Dao partner. So Li Qie's very being naturally became a thorn in his eyes. Du Yuanguang's eyes revealed his killing intent as he murmured to himself. This mortal does not know his own limits. If I don't teach him a little lesson, he will continue to think that he is above the heaven and earth. Chapter 9. The next day, Li Qie woke up and immediately asked if Nan Huairan wanted to go on another sightseeing tour. He wanted to see if there was anything left from his era lying around. Nan Huairan did not want to go at all. It didn't matter whether Li Qie was crazy or stupid, his intuition told him that Li Qie would definitely cause trouble. Going with him was simply masochistic. Unfortunately, Li Qie already turned around and began his trip around the sect. Nan Huairan had no choice but to follow him. The most important event during this trip was the marriage trial. If something actually happened to Li Qie, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. However, not long after their departure, they were surrounded by Du Yuanguang and his outer disciple friends. These disciples didn't see eye to eye with Li Qie. With Du Yuanguang leading the way, it was a wondrous opportunity to teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. Ah, it is Brother Du. I have heard of your great reputation long ago. Nan Huairan knew that trouble was coming, but he still kept his calm and friendliness. Du Yuanguang only gave Nan Huairan a short glance and said, Nan Huairan, you don't have any business here. Move to the side or we'll deal with you as well. Nan Huairan's expression darkened, but he knew that the strong ate the weak. Thus he slightly bowed and asked, Brother Du, what is the meaning of this? Du Yuanguang completely ignored Nan Huairan this time around. He gave an icy cold look toward Li Qie that was full of killing intent. With his usual carefree attitude, Li Qie stepped forward towards Du Yuanguang and said, A smart dog does not block the road. If you don't want to be a dog, then get out of my way. After he heard this, Nan Huairan knew that everything was ruined. Especially when he saw the thirst for blood in Du Yuanguang's eyes, he knew that this would not end without conflict. An angry disciple yelled out, Do you not want to live? The cleansing incense ancient sect no longer has the qualifications to be considered an immortal emperor lineage. You dare to jump around like a clown in front of us? A mere ant dares to be disrespectful? Li Qie was ready to retort, but Nan Huairan quickly stopped him and whispered, Forget about it, first brother. Don't worry about them. Du Yuanguang is an outer disciple that is getting a lot of attention. He is also the latest disciple of Protector Hua. If he passes the yearly examination, he will immediately become an inner disciple. Nan Huairan's intention was to remind Li Qie that they could not afford to antagonize someone like Du Yuanguang. He had the support of a protector from the Nine Saint Demon Gate. A protector in this sect had a higher standing than an elder of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Du Yuanguang did not make a move. He only coldly said, We of the Nine Saint Demon Gate rule the Old Ox country. Even if you are from a small sect, you are still a guest. We would like to treat you with the minimum courtesy befitting our status. However, one of my brothers has recently lost a treasure. This is not a common occurrence in our honorable sect. Nan Huairan's complexion sank as he started to panic. Brother Du, what is the meaning of your words? Du Yuanguang glanced over at Li Qie and said, In the last 2 days, there were no other guests besides the people from your sect. Du Yuanguang clearly implied that the thief was from the cleansing incense ancient sect. This matter did not only affect one person because it also greatly influences the reputation of an entire sect. Even someone as wily as Nan Huairan couldn't help but show an ugly expression. Brother Du, please watch what you say. Nan Huairan wanted to treat this matter diplomatically, but it now concerned the reputation of his own sect. He would not stand for such insults. Watch what I say. Your sect is desolate and as poor as a beggar. Who could guarantee that a thief did not infiltrate your sect? Your prime disciple is just a piece of trash, so to say that your sect recruited thieves would not be unreasonable. Nan Huairan's face reddened with rage. As a person who truly cared for his sect, he could not stand for this mockery, so he replied, Brother Du, we want to meet with sectional leader Fu of your sect. No matter what happens, we demand an answer from your sect regarding this baseless accusation. Du Yuanguang exploded in laughter for a while before he confidently replied, Meet sectional leader Fu? Nan Huairan, it's not that I don't want to reserve some dignity for you, but you and this trash do not have the qualifications to request a meeting with sectional leader Fu. Our sectional leaders are capable of being bestowed the title of named hero, and it is unknown whether your elders are capable of the same feat. Maybe your elders are qualified to meet with sectional leader Fu, but you and this trash? Don't even think about it. After he finished his speech, Du Yuanguang coldly stared at Li Qia. The other disciples clapped in agreement and started to taunt Li Qia with nasty words again. Nan Huairan was shaking from anger, but Li Qia maintained his composure and carefully retorted, To me, it doesn't matter if this plan stems from you, the leader, or even your protector. To be frank, it is because you are smitten with your senior. I think her name was Li Shuangyan? Even though I have never seen her before. You are too petty. The engagement of your prime descendant, Li Shuangyan, is merely a one-sided affair. Because I respect your sect's current status, I would consider having her as a maid. And as for you? Li Qia continued. You are too naive. If your goddess had such talents, she wouldn't put you in her sight. I already don't care for her, so why would you try to compete with me for her like a fool? Get out of the way, you should find a place with shade and take a break to cool off your hot head. You bastard! If you want to die this badly, I'll gladly show you to your death. Du Yuanguang, enraged by those words, summoned his sword as well as his aura. Du Yuanguang, if you want to fight, I will not turn a blind eye. Having witnessed Li Qia's bravery, Nan Huairan, who was burning with rage, felt a lot better. However, he knew that Li Qia had never cultivated before, so he immediately stood guard in front of him. Fine, I will take care of you first, then I'll kill the little bastard. Fiery anger was being exuded from Du Yuanguang's eyes. To him, Li Shuangyan was an untouchable goddess, yet Li Qia dared to insult her. Li Qia slowly pushed Nan Huairan back and calmly said, Huairan, if someone wants to take my life, I'll be the one to put an end to him. You should stand back and watch. Good. Excellent. Du Yuanguang was no longer angry and instead burst out into laughter. This is the funniest thing I have ever heard. A piece of trash like you wants to kill someone who is at the provisional palace stage like me? So be it, I will give you a chance to fight. Knowing that he was immortal, everyone knew that Li Qia could not use any merit laws. The other disciples pitted Li Qia. Martial techniques versus merit laws? You don't even know the basics, yet your arrogance is through the roof. It is such a pity. Li Qia could not be bothered by such comments. He calmly stated, That is fine, everyone can witness this battle. With that said, he walked towards the battle stage. You can't. Nan Huairan was filled with fear. He grabbed Li Qia and said, First brother. This is impossible. Du Yuanguang has reached the pinnacle of the provisional palace stage. You cannot be his match. It's fine, he's only at provisional palace and not royal noble. And even if a royal noble of the 9 Saint Demon Gate dares to mess with me, I would mince him into tiny pieces all the same depending on my mood. Li Qia lightly smirked then pushed Nan Huairan away. Nan Huairan's head started to hurt. His first thought was that his first brother had gone senile. Li Qia had only joined the sect for a few days and had yet to begin practicing even the most basic of cultivation techniques. He only had access to the invisible dual blades martial technique. A person who only practiced martial arts could not fight against a cultivator. Comparing martial techniques to merit laws was the same as comparing the heaven and earth. Not to mention, Du Yuanguang was also an expert at the provisional palace stage. Nan Huairan regained his wits and immediately went to find his master, Protector Mo. He knew that if this fight takes place, only death would be the result. Chapter 10. The news of Li Qie and Du Yuanguang's fight was intentionally spread by the disciples of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Word of this quickly traveled throughout the entire sect. Du Yuanguang possessed considerable influence and was fairly popular within the sect for reaching Provisional Palace in just 5 years after he was admitted. Here, he was considered a genius. At the current Cleansing Incense Ancient sect, he would be a genius among geniuses. Even the seniors who heard about this challenge were surprised. Challenging Du Yuanguang? Some of the disciples who had never heard of Li Qie were quite intrigued. He is the latest disciple of Protector Hua. Even though his golden wolf physique has only reached Hotian, it is still a formidable type of physique. What is the current cultivation of the prime disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect? A disciple mockingly answered. Senior Sheng worries too much. That sect is average at best and without any experts. Their prime disciple is a piece of trash with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. He had only joined the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect for 2 days, so he only had the time to practice martial techniques. Even the most elementary merit laws elude him. After hearing this news, the seniors who didn't know Li Qie before became even more perplexed. A martial artist challenging a cultivator? He must be tired of living. This is the same as a calf not being afraid of a tiger. How sad. Li Qie traded his left shoulder to execute this move. Right now, the whole battle stage was completely silent. The laughter and jeers disappeared. It seemed that time itself froze. Nan Huairan's jaws dropped to the floor. He hurried here in order to save Li Qie. Not even in his wildest dreams would he expect for Li Qie to only need 1 slash to dismember his opponent. Li Qie was slowly removing the magical sword from his shoulder. The noise of the sword scraping against his bones softly shrieked, but Li Qie showed no signs of pain. After all, he had experienced much worse in the past. He threw the sword away, then stepped outside of the ring. He then took a quick look at the crowd and, with a dejected and regretful expression, murmured, "It seems that my blade technique is still missing something. I had to trade a blow and injured myself." Recalling what had just occurred, Nan Huairan's jaws were still hugging the floor. It wouldn't be surprising for it to be dislocated after staying agape for so long. 1 blade to kill a cultivator and he was pretending to be sad? This fellow was shameless. As for the 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples, their souls had yet to return to their bodies. Du Yuanguang was a genius among his peers, but he was instantly mutilated by his opponent. Protector Mo was the first to regain his composure. He immediately covered Li Qie's wound to stop the blood flow and gravely said, "Go now." He carried Li Qie and left the arena with Nan Huairan right behind them. After settling Li Qie down, Protector Mo just sat there aimlessly. Right now, he didn't have the time to think about how Li Qie killed Du Yuanguang. He was devastated since he knew the consequences of killing a disciple from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. This was a huge disaster. Nan Huairan, on the other hand, was treating Li Qie's wound with a special silver paste. Next, he applied bandages around the shoulder. The entire time, he wondered about what happened. How is it possible for a martial technique to kill a Provisional Palace expert? He had seen Li Qie practice the move before. Although it was admirable, he didn't truly care for it since it was only a martial technique. That is only because you do not understand the truth. Comfortably relaxing in his chair, Li Qie was pleased with Nan Huairan's confused expression. Chapter 11. Although Nan Huairan was not a genius, he was not without skill. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a hallmaster among all the other disciples. He had read the Invisible Dual Blades manual before. In his eyes, it was only a normal martial technique, but in Li Qie's hands, it had a fearful offensive power. He carefully looked at Li Qie. As a wily person, he was capable of discerning characteristics and emotions from a person at a glance. However, he could not see through the 13-year-old Li Qie in front of him. 13 years of age was when youths joined a sect. It was still an age where they would be emotionally provocable. However, Li Qie possessed a calm aura that was as deep as an ocean. It was difficult to describe with words. His mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace made the elders and Nan Huairan doubt him. In reality, Nan Huairan thought that Li Qie had a mental illness during their first contact. A mental illness that made one act arrogant and carefree under all circumstances. However, after these last few days, he was starting to understand that arrogance and calmness were naturally a part of who Li Qie was. This is a big disaster. Protector Mo panicked since he was without a solution. The trial is over. We have to return to our sect. Staying here right now was the same as lingering in a lion's den or a dragon's cave. The only thought in his mind right now was to flee. It is only a small matter. Why do we have to run? As the culprit, Xueqi was lazily sitting in his chair. He slowly spoke. To me, there is no place safer than the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Protector Mo angrily glared at Xueqi. He really wanted to slap him a few times. However, he then remembered that a disaster was approaching and lost all of his desire to teach this brat a lesson. What do you know? Someone who was normally reserved and quiet like Protector Mo couldn't help but reprimand Xueqi. Do you think you are peerless under the heavens after you got lucky in killing Du Yuanguang? You don't know the strength of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Not to mention the Demon King. Even an elder is enough to deal with our 6 elders. The Nine Saint Demon Gate destroying us is akin to killing an ant. The words were humble but realistic. In reality, if the 6 elders were to be given titles, they would only be named heroes, equivalent to the Nine Saint Demon Gate's protectors. The elders in the Nine Saint Demon Gate were all royal nobles at the very least, and the Demon King was one that had created countless miracles and legends in the last 30,000 years. His strength was deep without a ceiling. My dear Protector Mo, do not worry yourself. Xueqi spoke in an aloof manner. If this was anywhere else, I would be a bit troubled, but we're here at the Nine Saint Demon Gate. We will see who will kill who. Named heroes? Royal nobles? Those fools can't reach the apex. You. Protector Mo was at a loss for words. This little kid just said that named heroes and royal nobles couldn't reach the apex when their elders were only named heroes. At this very moment, something sounded outside. Nan Huiran's expression instantly soured. He went out to check and quickly ran back inside while screaming with horror. Not good. There is a blockade outside of the building. A crowd entered the building, led by sectional leader Fu. His expression right now was very ugly. Seeing Fu's expression, Protector Mo knew that one couldn't hide from the sun forever. He took a deep breath and went to greet him. Brother Fu, this is only a little misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Then you can explain it to our junior, Xueqi. Sectional leader Fu stood to the side and a young man came next to him. This young man wore golden robes. His body was surrounded by a bloody aura and a translucent golden light was situated above his head. He was only 20, but his aura was already formidable. When he saw the young man, Protector Mo couldn't help but shiver. The man in front of him had most likely reached the stage of Heaven's Mandate. It was quite unbelievable. It took Protector Mo 50 years to reach Heaven's Mandate. Sectional leader Fu coldly said, This is Xueqi, the first disciple of Protector Hua. Du Yuanguang was Protector Hua's latest disciple, but he is now dead. Junior Xueqi wants reparations. Xueqi stepped forward. His eyes exuded a golden light, making him seem like a sword that had been unsheathed. He possessed a tyrannical aura, an aura that felt as if it wanted to devour others. Xueqi was, of course, a lot stronger than Du Yuanguang. Even if he was not the ultimate genius, he was considered to be well established within the sect, so many responsibilities were given to him. Murder must be punished by death. A blood feud has to be paid with blood. There is nothing else to say. Xueqi stared at Xueqi like an animal that wanted to rip his prey apart into many pieces. Protector Mo quickly mediated. Junior Su, this is a misunderstanding. My sect's disciple didn't want to kill him. It was only an accident. Xueqi gravely responded. There is no room for discussion. Hand over the criminal right now. Do not commit another mistake. Otherwise, you all will be seeking death. If you're not careful, this might bring about the end for your sect. No wonder. Xueqi slowly rose from his chair and gracefully walked forward while glaring at Xueqi. It is no wonder why the atmosphere of the Nine Saint Demon Gate was so grim. It is because of idiots like you. Both Nan Huiran and Protector Mo gulped in amazement. Nan Huiran screamed inside. Oh my God, my great ancestor, speaking 1 or 2 less sentences wouldn't kill you now, would it? You calling him an idiot to his face is akin to pouring oil into a fire. Those words alone makes you worthy of being killed 1,000 times over. Xueqi's killing intent erupted as he was filled with rage. He made a move towards Xueqi. Protector Mo interfered. He grabbed Xueqi's hand to stop him from rampaging. Protector Mo, Don't make another mistake. Sectional leader Fu channeled his energy. His body started to exude a golden light. When he took a step forward, his aura alone made it difficult for Protector Mo to breathe. Sectional leader Fu, is this how you treat your guests at the Nine Saint Demon Gate? Protector Mo was surprised by the difference in strength between him and Fu. Fu was a named hero. Unless an elder was here to combat him, there was no one here who could stop him. Sectional leader Fu showed no emotions as he proclaimed, "If you hand over the criminal, you will still be considered an esteemed guest of our sect. However, if you think your sect has the strength to become our enemy and continue to harbor the criminal, then not only will your life be forfeited, your entire sect will meet its demise." Demise. Li Qie, who was being protected by Protector Mo, lightly chuckled and said, "The Nine Saint Demon Gate has become too arrogant. If there was the danger of a sect's demise, it would be yours." Chapter 12. Li Qie no longer wanted to look at sectional leader Fu and Xueqi, so he went a step outside. It was as if he was taking a stroll on an empty street. From outside the room, he calmly proclaimed, "I don't care who the current master of the Nine Saint Demon Gate is. Demon King or virtuous paragon, whatever. If you want to follow general courtesy, fine. If not, then don't. I will gladly reciprocate the treatment. Today, I will massacre all of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. I will send all of you down to meet the old chicken head." Good, good. How courageous. I will pull out your ligaments then flay your skin. Then we will see just how you are going to destroy our sect. Xueqi was at a loss for words. This was the most comedic event he had ever witnessed. This was the first time he had seen such an arrogant and ignorant individual. Right now, Protector Mo and Nan Huiran wanted to dig a hole to hide in. A mortal proclaiming to destroy the Nine Saint Demon Gate? This was a sect that was extremely strong even when considering the Grand Middle Territory in its entirety. As a sect that ruled over a whole nation, who could actually massacre them? Li Qie ignored Xueqi and kept on walking outside in a graceless manner. Bastard! Deh! Xueqi soared into the air and sent his sword's energy towards Li Qie. Stand down! A voice akin to thunder rang across the whole sect. No one could resist the authority that it contained. This was a might that went straight to the soul. Due to this voice, even Xueqi and sectional leader Fu couldn't help but shiver as their limbs went limp. First Elder. Sectional leader Fu recognized this voice and was trembling in fear. He found himself unable to believe that such a small matter caught the attention of the First Elder. The voice continued to roar across the sky. It was a fair competition. When killed, one can only blame oneself for not being as skilled. Legend states that the First Elder was an enlightened being. This was a character whose strength was only below the Demon King himself. His presence today made everyone think that there was more to the mortal than meets the eye. Our marriage alliance between the Nine Saint Demon Gate and the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect is our sect's tradition. The First Elder, ignoring the death of Du Yuanguang, let his thunderous voice strike again. However, marriage is not a small matter. If the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect wants to marry our prime descendant, he has to prove that he is worthy. After hearing the words of the First Elder, Li Qie regained his tranquility and said, "Finally, the Nine Saint Demon Gate still has someone who will take responsibility. If you want to follow the tradition, then I shall do the same. You want to test me? So be it, I accept. Picking a day is not as good as meeting the day. We shall conduct the test right now. To marry your descendant is my choice. If anyone dares to disrespect me, I will teach them a lesson." Chapter 13. The disciples also didn't like his attitude during the 2 days that he had been here. Of course, this was understandable since he did threaten to destroy the Nine Saint Demon Gate. The fire and hatred in their eyes could kill Li Qie 100 times over. They started to converse amongst themselves. Let us kill him as well as the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. No, we have to cut off his arms and feet, then use his head as a candle holder. A candle holder? That is too humane. This ant wants to marry our princess? We have to imprison him on top of Hawk Cliff. Let the hawks peck at him for 100 years while we keep him alive with medicinal techniques. The conversations quickly turned rowdy. The crowd fueled itself with their anger and hatred for Li Qie. Both Protector Mo and Nan Huiran were shaking in fear. Their teeth couldn't stop clattering. Li Qie removed himself from the surroundings. He calmly walked around the pavilion with an arrogant flair. Anyone would have fainted from being surrounded by so many people that want to eat them alive. At this moment, Grand Protector Xueqi coughed. This seemingly quiet cough overpowered the crowd. No matter how loud the surroundings were, everyone heard it and immediately stopped talking. The aura of a royal noble once again dominated the air. At this time, Protector Hua began to talk. If you can successfully complete the trial, then our two sects will become in-laws in accordance to the ancient tradition. If you can't pass or if you die during the test, then it is a shame that you are not skillful enough. Li Qie sat down on a chair and turned towards Protector Hua. He slowly shook his head and smiled. One can only say the Nine-Saint Demon Gate is not as eminent as it once was. In that era, why did the Nine-Saint Virtuous Paragon make that promise? Why did the two sects become in-laws and allies? Back then, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was worshipped by the heavens and ruled the 9 worlds. Simply put, the Nine-Saint Demon Gate only wanted the protection of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect to have a backing in order to grow. Li Qie did not know all of the stories of the past because his condition was not fully stable at that time. The marriage between the two was not proposed by immortal Emperor Ming Ran and the Nine-Saint Virtuous Paragon, it was proposed by their descendants. Li Qie continued. Now the era has changed and you want to relinquish the promise after having benefited from it. Your current generation is incomparable to your ancestors. Protector Hua interjected. It is as you have said, eras change. If you want to say that the current generation is worse than the past, then this statement applies to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, not us. We currently rule the country. The emperor lineages who want to become our in-laws number more than just 1 or 2. Yet you think someone like you is worthy of our princess? Grand Protector Xueqi started to speak. Just let the past go, you can't change anything by quarreling. We are giving you a chance to honor the promise of past. If you are afraid, then you can leave now. We will not stop or bother you, and the promise of that year will end. Since I am already here, I might as well accept the challenge. What is the trial? Li Qie preferred Xueqi's attitude a lot more. Since your cultivation is not ideal, Our Highness has decided to give you a better chance. The first test will not be combat-oriented, but the second will be. Xueqi continued after a short pause. The first test is very simple. You will have to go into the chaotic heart forest with one of our disciples. The one that travels the furthest wins. The second test is even simpler. It will be a solo fight to determine the victor. There is also a third test, but you only need to pass 2 tests to pass the trial. The third test consists of, Li Qie cut off the protector. There's no need to continue, 2 tests will suffice. How arrogant! Protector Hua yelled at him for being too arrogant. He started to exert his pressure towards Li Qie. The test hasn't even started yet, you want to fight already? Li Qie narrowed his eyes. He found great joy in aggravating people he did not like. Grand Protector Xueqi coughed once again. This cough severed the pressure that Protector Hua was exerting, angering Protector Hua. He could kill Li Qie by simply lifting his finger. There has never been an insect that dared to talk to him like this before. All right, let us begin the tests. Li Qie rose from his seat. Both tests are fine, I want to see the abilities of your princess. Su Hui contemptuously laughed. You don't have the qualifications for Senior Li to participate in person. I will be the one that you will go up against. Xueqi nodded in agreement. I heard that you have only recently joined the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. We will not cheat you. If the princess personally delivers the test, you would have no chance at all. Here, when it comes to inner talents and potential, the princess is number 1. When it comes to battle capabilities, Junior Lung is the best. If one of them comes to test you, you would claim that it was unfair after failing. Junior Su Hui has average talents among our inner disciples, so using him to test the prime disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect should not be too demeaning to your status. By not sending out their best disciples, the Nine-Saint Demon Gate was giving Li Qie a sliver of hope. If the strongest disciple or Li Shuangyan participated, then even the 6 elders would have problems. Li Qie didn't bother to look at Su Hui. He stared at Xueqi and formally said, if this is the case, then at least your Nine-Saint Demon Gate still has some hope. Although you went back on the original promise, you still managed to save a little bit of face and dignity. Fine, since you are allowing me to walk an extra step, I will spare you a yard just so that in the future, you can't say that I have bullied the sect. A character like you, he had spent many years experiencing everything life had to offer, But when he looked at Li Qie, it still puzzled him how there could be someone who was this arrogant and confusing. Does he not know of our strength? Does he have zero concept of cultivation levels? Yuhi broke his stoic demeanor with a small chuckle. Go to the chaotic heart forest. The one that can walk the farthest will win. Seeing that the test had finally begun, people started going towards the chaotic heart forest. In a split second, the forest was instantly surrounded. Chapter 18. It was natural that Yuhi could not see through an object like the serpent punishing stick. Since ancient times, the number of people that had seen it with their own eyes was few. Without his knowledge from traversing the ominous grounds, he too would not have known the secret and magical properties of the serpent punishing stick. If one could not discern its characteristics, then it would only be a wooden stick in their eyes. I'll kill you. Although his body was tattered with wounds, his silver eagle physique activated automatically. Below Xueqi's ribs, two sharp claws came out and went for Li Qie's heart. Xueqi had the silver eagle physique because his father was a silver eagle that transformed into a human from having an accomplished cultivation. The pair of claws were always hiding inside his body in case he ever needed to suddenly surprise his enemies. Fan! The wooden stick easily stopped the silver eagle claws, forcing them back into Xueqi's body. Li Qie coldly proclaimed, "You seek your own death." Whoosh whoosh. Two blades immediately pierced through Xueqi's shoulders and pinched him into the ground, immobilizing his body. Do you think it is that easy to kill me? Today, I'm going to hit you without mercy. Li Qie continued to hit Xueqi with the wooden stick. He felt cheated by the event that had just transpired. At this moment, Protector Hua could no longer keep watching. He jumped into the battle stage and yelled, "That is enough." Li Qie glanced at him and said, "What now? If the child can't win, the old man wants to join in as well? Young one, don't be so delusional." His eyes contained anger and hatred as he gravely said, "Let him go, or I will personally kill you today." I was going to spare him, but, after finishing, Li Qie sliced the two blades across Xueqi's body, severing him into multiple pieces. The blades that struck through to the floor created a rain of blood and sparks. "Here! You little bastard, accept your death." Protector Hua lost all restraint and his blood force punctured the sky. A magical sword, towering 20,000 meters, flew towards Li Qie. Protector Mo couldn't react in time. His mind was full of panic. Bang! As the sky-piercing sword appeared, a gigantic foot from the heavens suddenly stomped down with an unstoppable force. No one could stop this blow. Not a named hero, not a royal noble, not even an enlightened being or a heavenly king would have been able to. All living beings were just ants in the face of the might of this foot. No! Protector Hua only managed to let out a pitiful scream. His body, under the giant foot, became meat paste. He couldn't be any more dead. Everyone was shocked because the foot did not belong to Li Qie. It was from one of the 4 gigantic statues situated at the 4 corners of this battle stage. It was unbelievable that a royal noble like Protector Hua was killed in one stomp. You can't. Everything happened too fast. Grand Protector Yu, he had ignited his blood force and flung it towards the foot in order to save Protector Hua. However, the foot that stomped down did not take any damage and performed another stomp instead. Bang! Yuhi was smashed straight into the main mountain. His blood wouldn't stop flowing. "Don't you dare!" A thunderous cry roared up in the sky. It was as if it was encompassing all of the mysterious truths of the heaven and earth. Heavenly auras illuminated the sky. A person suddenly appeared in the distance, floating in the air. Behind his head was a heavenly blinding aura that could burn the world. All of the 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples yelled out in bewilderment, "First Elder!" The First Elder raised his palm and immediately flipped it towards the statue. This palm technique that carried incomparable might flew towards the statue. Bang! Another deafening sound blasted into the air. This time, the statue used its hand to meet the palm strike. It annihilated the technique. The First Elder's blood painted the sky's color. Even someone as formidable as he could not handle a single strike from the statue. Everyone was at a loss for words. The statues at the battle stage suddenly made a move, killing Protector Hua, kicking Yuhi away, and used one punch to defeat the First Elder. Afterward, the statue remained still like nothing had happened. Li Qie in the middle of the arena, casually opened his mouth. Like I said, if the 9 Saint Demon Gate does not follow the rules, I have no qualms in flipping your sect upside down. Hm. The first elder, although wounded, had his blood force that was still going strong. He immediately flew to the sky, wanting to use all of his might against the statues. He was afraid inside because he did not know why their own statues would rebel against the sect. Elder, don't make any more moves. These 4 statues are the heavenly guardians of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. A commanding voice filled with nobility rang from the deepest part of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Sect Master. Hearing this voice, everyone outside carefully watched without blinking. Without any complications, Xueqi successfully passed the first level. Second level, third level, Xueqi was definitely not average. His cultivation and willpower were both excellent. His speed at breaking through the first 3 levels was, indeed, very swift. At the 4th level, however, his speed began to slow down. Fierce silver skeleton kings began to attack him. In the beginning, he chose to evade and parry them, but after his hands were crushed, prompting him to cry out in pain, he used his body to destroy them instead. He possessed a silver body that warded off invaders on its own. However, this took a lot of energy. Once he reached the 5th level, he was completely surrounded by the skeletons. He loudly roared and summoned his defensive artifact. His magical sword flew straight into the sky. Its blade spewed out true energy. This form of energy consisted of the Tao of Truths, and it conquered the 4 directions. His crimson-red life wheel appeared behind his head and exuded a blood energy that encompasses the sky. It used unparalleled laws of power that destroyed everything in the surrounding area. Cultivation techniques that allowed for one to use their life wheel as an offensive tool were often stronger than certain physique techniques. This life wheel technique specialized in destruction and was left behind by the virtuous Paragon. It was not of the Paragon level, but it was still quite formidable. Chapter 15. Protector Hua gently consoled his disciple. You did well, there is no need to force what isn't meant to be. He approvingly nodded his head. To be able to enter the 7th level at this age is a very commendable feat within the younger generation. Xueqi gathered his wits, took a deep breath, and coldly stared at Li Qie. Your turn. It's not too late to give up. Then Xueqi spread out his legs and showed a shady smile. If you do it now, I won't make things hard for you later on. If you wait until after you have failed the test, then it would be difficult to predict what your fate will be. Li Qie ignored the taunts and entered the chaotic heart forest step by step. In front of him was a sea of fire. It was a world filled with lava and fiery crackles. Inside this illusion, his feet were burnt to a crisp. No one could imagine how much pain he was feeling, but Li Qie just strutted on without muttering a single groan. Li Qie did not mind the chaotic heart forest. During the desolate era, he spent his time being tortured while his soul was severed from his body. He had suffered at the hands of heavenly demons and trapped by the ancient Ming. He spent what felt like an eternity without sunlight and underwent many torturous ordeals. Although the body of the Dark Crow was immortal, pain could still be felt. 1,000,000 years passed. He traveled through all of the forbidden burials, spent time in the land of immortals, and fell into the realm of ghosts and devils. These were the most dangerous places in this world. Compared to those places, the chaotic heart forest was nothing more than a short stroll. It couldn't break his willpower. In the blink of an eye, he had passed the 1st level. In the illusion, the sea of fire disappeared. Li Qie was now in a frozen world, surrounded by the icy cold gales of a tundra. Outside of the forest, countless disciples were waiting for Li Qie to be kicked out. Protector Mo and Nan Huiran still had their gazes turned away as they were unwilling to see Li Qie being humiliated. However, as moments passed, a silence encroached the surroundings. One could hear the drop of a needle from a mile away. Surprised by the lack of jeers and cheers from Li Qie's failure, the two turned their heads around. What entered their sight was an unimaginable scene. A disciple softly whimpered in shock. Level 8, level 9, 10, 11. Li Qie paraded through the levels as if he was walking in an empty street. His speed remained as swift as it was during the 1st level. Level 14. In the end, Li Qie went straight through the chaotic heart forest with full confidence, and he leisurely stepped out of the last level. Everyone was now frozen. Passing through the 14 levels of the chaotic heart forest. This was an impossible feat from the ancient past until now. None from the younger generation of the 9 Saint Demon Gate had ever accomplished it. Even Li Shuangyan, who had the highest aptitude and most fortified willpower, couldn't accomplish such a feat. This is impossible. Simply impossible. This cannot be. Xueqi fell deep into confusion, but this was the reality that laid before his eyes. Protector Hua had his mouth wide open as well. He couldn't close it due to his bewilderment. Even the sect master could not pass the 14th level of the chaotic heart forest. What kind of willpower was this? Li Qie came back and casually spoke. This is only the appetizer. It was as if he had just taken a walk in the comfort of his own garden. Li Qie glanced at Xueqi and casually declared, "Okay, kneel and start crawling." Xueqi loudly howled. No, this cannot be happening. It wasn't only him, everyone else here also found themselves in disbelief. Protector Hua wondered. Was there something wrong with the chaotic heart forest? Surely that is the case. Maybe the prohibiting spells of the forest have lost their power. It was as if Xueqi was trying to find a tree branch while drowning. He quickly added, "It doesn't count, the chaotic heart forest has lost its effect. There is no chance it has lost its power." A while later, Grand Protector Yuhi gathered his thoughts, shook his head, and continued. "From the creation of the sect, the forest has never been ineffective. I will go and check." Finished with his words, he personally entered the chaotic heart forest. Yuhi was indeed formidable and befitting his Grand Protector status. His willpower was substantial. He easily made it through the first 9 levels. After reaching the 10th level, his speed decreased. A loud noise roared through the air. Yuhi could not pass all the levels of the forest. He was kicked out before reaching the 11th level. The chaotic heart forest did not lose its power. Yuhi stated this with complete confidence. He stared at Li Qie with curious eyes, not understanding the event that had transpired. Li Qie, who was only 13 years old, was capable of finishing the chaotic heart forest? Unless there was a mysterious force at work here. His cultivation willpower was immutable. However, a mere 13-year-old boy could not possibly have this level of willpower. It required centuries and millenniums to have such a mind. Although he had a mortal body and inferior innate talents, it would only be a matter of time before he became a virtuous paragon through sheer willpower. Protector Hua inquired. Are you carrying a sacred treasure? Xueqi raises his voice. That has to be the case. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect is an immortal emperor-level sect. Maybe he is hiding an immortal emperor sacred treasure. This was indeed the most logical explanation. Right now, everyone was thinking that this was the case. Ultimately, even though the sect was now weak, it was not unreasonable to think that 1 or 2 immortal emperor sacred treasures were left behind. If he used just one of them, then he could indeed pass the chaotic heart forest unharmed. Protector Hua boldly proclaimed, "Using a sacred treasure to cheat, this bet does not count." He was sure that Li Qie had committed foul play. Protector Hua, that is unfair. Protector Mo had no time to think about how Li Qie passed the trial. He gravely said, "This is a test designed by your sect. You cannot lose and then relinquish the test." Protector Hua replied, "If you use a treasure to cheat, then of course it won't count." Taking Li Qie's side, Protector Mo continued, "It does not matter whether he used external tools or not. Your sect did not declare that he could not use treasures to pass the test. Our disciple has gone through the forest. This round is ours." Protector Mo did not want to waste time, so he turned to Yuhi and asked, "Protector Yu, did the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect win this round or not?" About this matter, Yuhi could not decide. He did not believe that Li Qie had actually passed the forest without external help. However, the 9 Saint Demon Gate also did not state the rule that one couldn't use sacred treasures. "I walk my route straight and sit tall. My heart has no shameful secrets to the heavens." Unlike the people of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, betting and losing and then being unable to accept the loss. If you think I am hiding a treasure, then try and find it. If you can find it, then I will give it to you. Yuhi contemplated for a moment, lifted his head, and then spoke to Li Qie. "If you want to prove your innocence, we have a solution. The great ancestor left behind a treasure named the Immortal Bone Mirror. It can see through all hidden objects. If you are willing to let us use it, then we can tell whether you bear a treasure or not." "I agree to the usage of the Immortal Bone Mirror." Protector Hua was the first to speak. If the mirror cannot find anything, then it will mean that he did not carry a hidden treasure. The disciples banded together and roared. Yes. If you don't want to, then it means that you cheated. I pity you lot. Li Qie stared at them and agreed. I will allow the mirror test. Bring it out. Yuhi sent people to grab the mirror. This mirror had a deep history. It was said that its heritage dated back to the Desolate Era and that it had been honed by an immortal emperor. The immortal bone mirror was much stronger than the mirror that was used by the cleansing incense ancient sect to test new disciples. Chapter 16. The immortal bone mirror revealed itself. The shiny glass had flowing immortal patterns that exuded an aura of a living creature. Even Yuhi was fearful of its power. The immortal bone mirror flashed on the body of Li Qie, forcing his life wheel and fate palace to appear. His life wheel slowly turned with a lack of pressure, and his fate palace had not yet been opened. Yuhi concluded, he has a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and a mortal fate palace that has not been opened. He has not started cultivating. Also, there are no hidden treasures on his body. The lowest level of cultivation was the palace foundation level. Once one started to cultivate, even the lowest of talents could open their fate palace in 1 day if fast, 10 days if slow. Under the gaze of the immortal bone mirror, Li Qie couldn't hide anything. All that he is was revealed to the eyes of the spectators. Protector Mo solemnly questioned. Protector Hua, Protector Yu, are you satisfied now? Being subjected to the immortal bone mirror was a shameful matter to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Our apologies. Yuhi was a man of character. He nodded his head and politely said, Li Qie did not cheat. After hearing the confirmation from Yuhi, the crowd had no more comments to make. They couldn't believe that a mortal with these characteristics was able to pass the forest. Xueqi was the most devastated of them all. But how can this be true? Li Qie leered at him and spoke. It seems that you are not convinced, but that is quite all right. I will make it so that you will crawl without hesitation. It is a mere chaotic heart forest. Only an idiot like you would barely reach level 7. Open your eyes to see your grandpa go once again. After his taunt, Li Qie entered the forest once more. All eyes were intensely focused on the forest. No one wanted to miss a single detail. They wanted to reach a logical conclusion that their minds could accept. If Li Qie succeeds again, then they would have no choice but to change their view of the world. But if he failed, then all was good with the world. Level 14. Nan Huiran was keeping count as Li Qie went through the levels. Even though this was the second time, he was just as shocked as the first. Yuhi truly understood now. Although Li Qie's cultivation aptitude and physique could not reach the apex, he possessed unfaltering willpower. A 13-year-old had a stronger mind than he did after 1,000 years of cultivation. Start crawling. Li Qie came back and mischievously spread his legs in front of Xueqi. You! Xueqi trampled the ground in shame and his expression turned pure white. If he had to crawl beneath Li Qie in front of all these spectators, then he would lose all face in the future. Our 9 Saint Demon Gate has our honor. If you lose a bet, you have to bear the consequences. Yuhi nodded. Xueqi, you were the one who wanted this bet in the first place. Now carry out your end of the bargain. Xueqi almost fainted on the spot. If Protector Yu had spoken, then even his master could not save him. He ground his teeth and unwillingly knelt before Li Qie. His body froze for a minute. This was the most shameful event of his life. Eventually, he started to crawl through Li Qie's legs. Li Qie looked down and spoke. When people show me an ounce of respect, I will treat them well, but if anyone dares to cross me, then I will repay them tenfold. A genius disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate is nothing in my eyes. Finished speaking, Li Qie turned around and walked away. Xueqi fell down to the ground. He puked out blood from anger and went unconscious. Protector Hua quickly grabbed Xueqi and massaged his meridians. After returning to the pavilion, Protector Hua and Yuhi found their seats. Li Qie was already sitting there arrogantly like a king. This made the other disciples feel the urge to beat him up. Protector Hua leered at Li Qie with great hatred in his eyes. When the master's disciple was shamed, of course they would share the enemy. Shaming his disciple was the same as slapping him in the face. Li Qie playfully knocked on the table and said, "The first test has been completed, let us get started with the second." Before, Yuhi thought that Li Qie was ignorantly arrogant. However, after having thought about it again, maybe he had some secret tricks. A mortal without the basics of cultivation. What was his backing that allowed for him to challenge the 9 Saint Demon Gate? Could it be that the cleansing incense ancient sect still had hidden secrets not yet revealed? Xueqi quickly dismissed his last thought. As the Grand Protector, he was fully aware of the current position of the cleansing incense ancient sect. If it had any secrets left, then it wouldn't be submitting to the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. The second piece of information was that Xueqi had only joined the sect for a few days, and he forcefully used the cleansing incense ancient order to become the prime disciple. Even the 6 elders there did not welcome him. Xueqi had no idea what hidden mysteries this person was hiding, especially when he didn't have any support. Returning to the matter at hand, Xueqi clearly spoke. Right now, Xueqi is not in his best condition. If you want to take the test, then we will have to change your opponent. Honorable Protector, I am fine. Xueqi, all of a sudden, stood up straight. Despite his pale complexion, he violently leered at Xueqi. A killing intent could be found in his eyes. He swore to himself that he would be the one to kill Xueqi and use his blood to wash away his shame. He used his proud posture to maintain and announce his confidence. He lifted his head high and proclaimed, Protector, I can still fight. Xueqi slightly frowned. He knew exactly what Xueqi was thinking, so he gently spoke. Junior Su, your current condition is not fit for combat. This matter was very important for the 9 Saint Demon Gate, and Xueqi had already won the first match. Senior Yu, this kid has a strong will. A minor setback will not deter him. Please give him another chance. Protector Hua tried to support his disciple's wish. Xueqi ground his teeth and said with extreme determination, Protector, if I make a single mistake, I will pay for it with my life. Xueqi contemplated for a moment. Within the younger disciples, Xueqi had reached Heaven's Mandate and was close to the Warrior Canopy stage. It would be difficult to find another who was as strong as him. Plus, his cultivation included the Life Wheel technique, Fierce Slaughter Sword. Xueqi understood the strength of this technique. It was created by a virtuous paragon of their sect. If Xueqi used his Life Wheel without hesitation, then none of his peers would be able to defeat him in a life or death contest, barring the strongest ones. If Xueqi didn't fight, then the safe choices would be Li Shuangyan or Lang Chengfeng. However, those two weren't options they could choose. Xueqi was no longer underestimating Xueqi, but he couldn't think of a way for a mortal to defeat a Heaven's Mandate cultivator with a virtuous paragon technique. Good, you will fight then. After careful consideration, he agreed with the choice of Xueqi. Chapter 17. On the battle stage surrounded by spectators, Xueqi was hell-bent on destroying Xueqi. He wanted to pull out his muscles, flay his skin, and smash his body into 1,000 pieces. Nan Huiran and Protector Mo wanted to believe in Xueqi. Although the chance of him winning was slim, he had continuously performed miracles. Hey, can he really beat Senior Su? Ever since Xueqi went through the chaotic heart forest in one go, the disciples of the 9 Saint Demon Gate considered him a real opponent. An older senior shook his head. The difference between them is too great. It is a mortal versus a Heaven's Mandate cultivator. Xueqi won't be able to win unless he was somehow given an immortal emperor true treasure, but even that isn't realistic. Even with it, he wouldn't have enough blood energy to activate its power. That's right, a mortal cannot activate an immortal emperor true treasure. The Fierce Slaughter Sword technique of Junior Su is overly powerful due to its mysterious truths. A life or death battle with that technique would not bode well for his opponent. A disciple that had previously sparred with Xueqi offered his opinion. And don't forget about his Golden Hawk physique. Although it is only a Hotian physique, it has considerable speed. If you combine both his speed and power, you can say that his offensive power is nearly unmatched in our generation. Cultivators valued physiques very highly. There were 6 stages of physiques: Mortal Physique, Hotian Physique, Xiantian Physique, King Physique, Saint Physique, and lastly, the Immortal Physique. The majority of the world had a mortal physique, including Xueqi. It was the weakest both in terms of physical strength and blood energy. Xueqi roared. Sword energies began to rotate around his body in an upward manner. They became a giant impenetrable fortress of visible radiant swords, all pointing towards Xueqi. The technique served as a defensive measure as he was channeling his energy. Open! A heavenly sword came out from Xueqi's mouth and split into 8 different heavenly swords. These swords were gigantic, towering at 200 meters each. A single strike could split the earth itself. A disciple couldn't help but voice their jealousy. Fierce slaughter sword, heavenly sword Yan Jin. Xueqi's true energy is formed by Yan Jin's heavenly sword due to its completely magical pattern. Yan Jin's heavenly sword for offense and fierce slaughter sword for defense. Within our generation, he is nearly unbeatable. Witnessing the scene, Protector Mo was humbled. Xueqi proved to be more powerful than expected, especially when he had the possession of the Yan Jin sword. Protector Mo himself wouldn't be able to penetrate Xueqi's defenses. After his failed attack, the Yan Jing sword formation would immediately counterattack when he was the most vulnerable. Xueqi maneuvered his swords at Li Qie and maniacally yelled, "Come here, you bastard. Today, I will slice you into 1,000 pieces." Foo foo. Li Qie spat into his palms and then rubbed them together. This rather crude gesture was completely different from his normally elegant bearing. Li Qie repeated, 1,000 pieces? Then he slowly took out the serpent punishing stick. You alone are not enough. Let me beat you into a pig's head. Even your parents will not recognize who you are after I am done. Nan Huiran almost went unconscious. Wasn't that the stick from the cleansing incense ancient sect's grand chamber's fireplace? He was expecting Li Qie to use the invisible dual blades technique. Maybe its miraculous power would help him tie the fight. However, Li Qie wasn't using the blades but a wooden stick instead. The Yan Jin sword would split that thing in half in a mere second. Protector Mo's only thought at this moment was to save Li Qie's life the moment it was in danger, no matter the cost. Using a wooden stick to fight against the Yan Jin sword? Could it be an immortal emperor weapon? Yuhi squinted his eyes and opened his heavenly eye in order to see through the wooden stick. He was indeed worried that the stick was a treasure made by an immortal emperor. However, despite his numerous techniques, the wooden stick was determined to be just a wooden stick. There were no magical enchantments nor cultivation techniques to utilize. A wooden stick versus a Heaven's Mandate level sword. Yuhi was at a loss for words. Protector Hua was not as skeptical as Yuhi. He only wanted to witness Li Qie's death. Li Qie pointed his serpent-punishing stick at Xueqi like a ruffian and said, "Little boy, come here. Let this grandpa shatter your butt." "I'll kill you!" Xueqi screamed as the 8 heavenly swords became one. Straight from the sky, the Yan Jin sword, surrounded by a gigantic amount of energy, swung down towards Li Qie. Its path was filled with fire. The battle stage was now bathed in a sea of flames. This is the end. Nan Huiran turned around, not wanting to see the result of this monstrous strike. It seemed like Xueqi wanted to finish this in one move. He used his most powerful technique. Good. Li Qie paid it no mind. He shouted in a strange manner and jumped forward with a random motion while swinging his stick. The scene that everyone was expecting did not happen. The serpent-punishing stick met the weakest part of the Yan Jin sword in the middle of its trajectory. The sword's energy dissipated and the physical sword plunged to the ground. It was as if the sword was bitten by a poisonous snake and became unable to obey Xueqi's commands. "Little boy, I will beat you into a pig's head." Xueqi hadn't regained his composure when Li Qie was already in front of him. The stick passed through his sword fortress and rained blows directly onto his body. Die! Xueqi didn't retreat. He gathered his sword energy once more and surrounded Li Qie with it. Gather! However, his virtuous paragon sword technique had no effect. The serpent-punishing stick continuously struck at the formation's weakest points, successfully negating the blows. Finally, it struck Xueqi's face. This one blow made Xueqi's face redden with blood. He became disoriented with stars in his eyes and thunder in his ears. Bam bam bam. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie had pummeled Xueqi 10 times, all of them hitting his meridians and weakest spots. Xueqi was like a snake without its skeletal body. He was no longer able to stand. His blood energy was in disarray and his cultivation techniques were unusable. He fell to the ground with a busted face. Hitting a snake required one to aim for its head. This was true for the blows Li Qie struck. They had to hit the weak points and holes in the opponent's defense. Unless the opponent had reached the Heaven's Primal stage, they wouldn't be able to escape the blows. This was because they wouldn't have perfected their own understanding of the defensive mysterious truths. One of the requirements for Heaven's Primal is a rebirth of one's body, and the understanding of techniques as well as a body protection aura that would render the serpent-punishing stick useless. However, since Xueqi was far from heaven's primal, the wooden stick was his nemesis. Keep in mind that even immortal Emperor Min Ren was beaten by the stick repeatedly, and the same applied to all of his strongest generals, including the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon. The serpent-punishing stick was not a treasure or divine artifact. It was only a regular branch grown from a small tree in the ghost forest and basked by a demonic aura for ages. However, this made it anything but ordinary. The ghost forest was one of the few burial grounds. A stick of this level was exceedingly rare. At the beginning of the Emperor's era, the Dark Crow entered the ghost forest and spent countless efforts to obtain this stick. The stick also had another property that made it appealing to Li Qie. No matter how many times a person is struck by it, they would not die from its blows. It was a stick specifically meant for punishment and teaching. This made it very appropriate for Li Qie when dealing with the powerful geniuses under his tutelage like immortal Emperor Min Ren. Bang bang bang. After Xueqi fell to the ground unconscious, Li Qie did not show any mercy. He kept on striking Xueqi's body. His body was now covered in wounds, and no one could tell if he was dead or alive. This scene jolted the spectators. Yuhi activated his heavenly eye again to look at the serpent-punishing stick, but he still couldn't find anything special about it. Chapter 18. It was natural that Yuhi could not see through an object like the serpent-punishing stick. Since ancient times, the number of people that had seen it with their own eyes was few. Without his knowledge from traversing the ominous grounds, he too would not have known the secret and magical properties of the serpent-punishing stick. If one could not discern its characteristics, then it would only be a wooden stick in their eyes. "I'll kill you." Although his body was tattered with wounds, his silver eagle physique activated automatically. Below Xueqi's ribs, 2 sharp claws came out and went for Li Qie's heart. Xueqi had the silver eagle physique because his father was a silver eagle that transformed into a human from having an accomplished cultivation. The pair of claws were always hiding inside his body in case he ever needed to suddenly surprise his enemies. Fan. The wooden stick easily stopped the silver eagle claws, forcing them back into Xueqi's body. Li Qie coldly proclaimed, "You seek your own death." Whoosh whoosh. 2 blades immediately pierced through Xueqi's shoulders and pinched him into the ground, immobilizing his body. "Do you think it is that easy to kill me? Today, I'm going to hit you without mercy." Li Qie continued to hit Xueqi with the wooden stick. He felt cheated by the event that had just transpired. At this moment, Protector Hua could no longer keep watching. He jumped into the battle stage and yelled, "That is enough." Li Qie glanced at him and said, "What now? If the child can't win, the old man wants to join in as well? Young one, don't be so delusional." His eyes contained anger and hatred as he gravely said, "Let him go, or I will personally kill you today." I was going to spare him, but, after finishing, Li Qie sliced the 2 blades across Xueqi's body, severing him into multiple pieces. The blades that struck through to the floor created a rain of blood and sparks. "Here! You little bastard, accept your death." Protector Hua lost all restraint and his blood force punctured the sky. A magical sword, towering 20,000 meters, flew towards Li Qie. Protector Mo couldn't react in time. His mind was full of panic. Bang! As the sky-piercing sword appeared, a gigantic foot from the heavens suddenly stomped down with an unstoppable force. No one could stop this blow. Not a named hero, not a royal noble, not even an enlightened being or a heavenly king would have been able to. All living beings were just ants in the face of the might of this foot. No! Protector Hua only managed to let out a pitiful scream. His body, under the giant foot, became meat paste. He couldn't be any more dead. Everyone was shocked because the foot did not belong to Li Qie. It was from one of the 4 gigantic statues situated at the 4 corners of this battle stage. It was unbelievable that a royal noble like Protector Hua was killed in one stomp. You can't. Everything happened too fast. Grand Protector Yu, he had ignited his blood force and flung it towards the foot in order to save Protector Hua. However, the foot that stomped down did not take any damage and performed another stomp instead. Bang! Yuhi was smashed straight into the main mountain. His blood wouldn't stop flowing. "Don't you dare!" A thunderous cry roared up in the sky. It was as if it was encompassing all of the mysterious truths of the heaven and earth. Heavenly auras illuminated the sky. A person suddenly appeared in the distance, floating in the air. Behind his head was a heavenly blinding aura that could burn the world. All of the 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples yelled out in bewilderment, "First Elder!" The First Elder raised his palm and immediately flipped it towards the statue. This palm technique that carried incomparable might flew towards the statue. Bang! Another deafening sound blasted into the air. This time, the statue used its hand to meet the palm strike. It annihilated the technique. The First Elder's blood painted the sky's color. Even someone as formidable as he could not handle a single strike from the statue. Everyone was at a loss for words. The statues at the battle stage suddenly made a move, killing Protector Hua, kicking Yuhi away, and used one punch to defeat the First Elder. Afterward, the statue remained still like nothing had happened. Li Qie in the middle of the arena, casually opened his mouth. Like I said, if the 9 Saint Demon Gate does not follow the rules, I have no qualms in flipping your sect upside down. Hm. The First Elder, although wounded, had his blood force that was still going strong. He immediately flew to the sky, wanting to use all of his might against the statues. He was afraid inside because he did not know why their own statues would rebel against the sect. Elder, don't make any more moves. These 4 statues are the heavenly guardians of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. A commanding voice filled with nobility rang from the deepest part of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Sect Master. Hearing this voice, everyone from the 9 Saint Demon Gate knew who it belonged to. This was the Sect Master, Demon King Luanri, the leader of a whole generation of geniuses in the Grand Middle Territory. The First Elder stopped immediately. He kept staring at the 4 statues while pondering many questions. All of the disciples were surprised as well. They have never heard anyone talk about the sect having heavenly guardians, let alone heavenly guardians that could harm their own sect. Elder, Protector Yuhi, please invite young Master Li into the Sky Chamber to talk. After hearing the invitation, Li Qie smirked and answered, "Finally, someone who can see with their eyes. A little talk won't hurt." Grand Protector Yuhi quickly came to Li Qie and respectfully gestured him towards the Sky Chamber. The more he stared at Li Qie, the more afraid he became. This 13-year-old was too frightening. The Sky Chamber was an important location in the 9 Saint Demon Gate. All major decisions were discussed and made there, and only elders had the qualifications to enter. Of course, Protector Mo and Nan Huiran could not enter. Since the Sky Chamber was situated in the deepest part of the sect and Li Qie could not fly, a grand royal noble like you, he had to bend down to fly him over on his back. Right now, all of the elders were present in the chamber. Heavenly auras came from all of their bodies and their life wheels bounced up and down. Mysterious patterns of laws that resembled the creation of a new world crossed their bodies. They had all reached the stage of enlightened being, and were definitely not royal nobles. One royal noble could destroy the entire cleansing incense ancient sect, so one can imagine just how strong an enlightened being was. The hidden strength of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was truly staggering when seen. It was no wonder they were the rulers of Old Ox country. Despite all of this, Li Qie was not surprised one bit and sat down gracefully in the Sky Chamber. Since the ancient times, no one had ever connected with our heavenly guardians. The Demon King's voice appeared, but no one could see him. Li Qie shook his head and said, "I don't like talking to people who hide their face behind a veil." The elders were not pleased with his words. Demon King Luanri was a monstrous man, and all of the elders here deeply respected and feared him. However, this Li Qie wasn't minding his words towards the king at all. Demon King Luanri patiently explained, "It is not that I don't want to see young Master Li. Unfortunately, I am still in the middle of closed cultivation, so I can't personally meet you." Li Qie nodded his head and smiled. "Fine, I won't make it hard for you. At the very least, I am a very reasonable man." Luanri politely inquired, "I want to hear how you were able to connect with our heavenly guardians." All the elders were surprised as well. They never knew that their sect had heavenly guardians. At this moment, Luanri started to explain. The 9 Saint Demon Gate has 4 heavenly guardians, which are the 4 statues at the battle stage. They were invited by the Patriarch to protect our sect. Not only that, they also guard the heaven vein and earth vein between the battle stage, the bloodline of our sect. However, they have never made a move until today. His voice grew serious as he went on during his explanation. Once finished, all the elders' eyes were on Li Qie. They didn't understand why the forever immobile heavenly guardians helped Li Qie today. Chapter 19. The more the 9 Saint Demon Gate elders stared at Li Qie, the more annoyed they became. Why was it that a person with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace like Li Qie was capable of communicating with their heavenly guardians? The gods were so unfair. If he was a disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, then it would be borderline acceptable. However, he was from a different sect. Why would their heavenly guardians protect an outsider and harm their own sect? Demon King Luanri started to speak once again after the lengthy pause. This being said, can you please tell us about the technique you used to control the heavenly guardians? Li Qie hesitantly smiled. Communication technique? I don't have any techniques. These are your heavenly guardians. You should know more about them than me. Li Qie naturally couldn't tell them the secrets behind the event. As the Dark Crow during the Desolate Era, he paid in blood to formulate a successful plan to escape the immortal demon grotto. After millions of years, he finally understood this particular logic. If you want to control your own destiny, you must personally possess formidable power. Although he possessed considerable power as the Dark Crow, it was not his own power. Luckily, after entering places that no one else dared to venture, he had found out many mysterious and magical secrets. From then on, he formulated a plan for his own personal cultivation if he were to ever return to his body. The 4 heavenly guardians of the 9 Saint Demon Gate were one of his secret preparations in the past for self-preservation. That year, he found them at the ancestral earth after countless efforts. They protected him for countless years in the past. The 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon had always wanted the 4 statues. He followed and begged Li Qie for them non-stop. Since 9 Saint made many considerable contributions as Min Ren's fate protector, often at the risk of his own life, Li Qie let him borrow them for his descendants. After successfully guilting Li Qie out of them, 9 Saint immediately stationed them to protect the heaven and earth veins of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. At the same time, he allowed them to use the natural energy here to further strengthen themselves. However, the two had an agreement. Unless the 9 Saint Demon Gate was on the verge of sect destruction, the statues would never take action. They were neither slaves nor servants of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, and they would not be the fate protectors of any descendant of the sect. Since the 9 Saint Demon Gate also had a monster like the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect as its backing, it grew in power without much hindrance. Later on, during the decline of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, the 9 Saint Demon Gate became an independent existence, so it didn't suffer together. Due to this, the 9 Saint Demon Gate had never faced a disaster where the statues had to mobilize. The statues were personally taken by Li Qie from the land of the Old Bloods, so of course he knew how to communicate with them. This was why when he took the time to get on the shoulder of one of them, he conversed with them. If young Master Li is willing to part with the technique, the 9 Saint Demon Gate will definitely not mistreat you. Anything young Master Li wants, just say the word and we will assist you to the utmost of our abilities. Demon King Luanri had not given up. He knew the real value of the heavenly guardians. The sect would become extremely powerful if the guardians could be controlled. All of the elders eagerly waited for Li Qie's answer. If one statue was able to defeat the first elder, then what would be the combined power of all 4 be? You know, there really isn't a technique. I was simply gossiping with the statues. Just talking about things like home and life, that's all. Li Qie answered in a playful manner with a coyish expression, acting like an innocent child. Of course, the Demon King and the elders did not believe Li Qie's answer, but they couldn't do anything about it. They definitely couldn't force Li Qie into giving them the technique as they would bring upon themselves an unprecedented disaster. Seeing the king's quiet contemplation, Li Qie changed his demeanor and coldly added, "However, I do need to say one thing. I need to perform a blood rite with the 4 statues." Both the Demon King and elders were shocked. This had a completely different meaning. To perform a blood rite with their heavenly guardians was comparable to a linking technique. Demon King Luanri frankly responded, "The 4 statues are our heavenly guardians." Li Qie aloofly played with his sleeves while he answered, "They can still be your heavenly guardians. The only thing is, I might need to borrow them for certain things in the future, just for a little bit." An elder couldn't help but exclaim, "The 4 statues belong to our sect. Unless it is someone of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, no one has the rights to use them. There was no such thing as letting someone borrow your heavenly guardians. It was simply too unreasonable." Li Qie glared at the elder and said, "This is not up to you. If you have a problem with it, then go cry to your guardians." Due to the promise that year, Li Qie had to be patient when dealing with the 9-Saint Demon Gate. Otherwise, he would have just taken the statues and left. Demon King Luan Ri suddenly interjected to calm down the elder and Li Qie. Since young Master Li can communicate with the guardians, having them wake up and put into action isn't a bad thing. In reality, everyone here knew that the 9-Saint Demon Gate did not have a choice in this matter. Although the 9-Saint Demon Gate was powerful, it was still a bit lacking when compared to the 4 statues. Remember, when 4 individuals work together in a formation, the power increase wouldn't be additive, it would be multiplicative. If it was only 1 statue, then they would be able to handle it. However, with the 4 of them combined, especially when they were situated on top of the heaven and earth veins of the 9-Saint Demon Gate, the risk was too high. This is something a smart person would say. Li Qie smiled and continued. Don't think that I will immediately cause trouble for the 9-Saint Demon Gate after I perform the rite with your heavenly guardians. If I wanted to, all of you wouldn't even have the opportunity to sit here. If I wanted to trample the 9-Saint Demon Gate, no one can stop my advance, not even if your patriarch rises from his grave. The elders weren't happy with Li Qie's attitude, but they couldn't say anything. The juxtaposition between the elders' raging faces and Li Qie's nonchalantly attitude was quite amusing. Since this is the case, young Master Li, go ahead with the blood rite. Luan Ri agreed to Li Qie's demand. Although he didn't know why a mortal like Li Qie could control the 4 statues, this was his only option. Li Qie responded, if your sect follows the rules, so will I. The 4 statues will remain as your heavenly guardians. After a moment of contemplation, Luan Ri started speaking again. Young Master Li, our 9-Saint Demon Gate also has a sacred ground that no one has been able to open. Would you be interested in giving it a look? Your Highness, this can't happen. An elder immediately tried to stop the king. It is fine for young Master Li to have a look. Luan Ri quickly prevented the elder from saying more. His commanding voice did not allow for negotiation. Li Qie's eyes turned bright as he asked, are you talking about the Saint Cavern that your patriarch left behind? He suddenly remembered an event from the past. That year, the old chicken head had once mentioned this cave to Li Qie, but this was after immortal Emperor Min Ren had received the heaven's will. Li Qie's disposition was unstable at the time as well, so he wanted to enter deep slumber. Although he listened to the wily old chicken head story, he didn't pay attention to it. That's correct. Li Qie's knowledge of this fact rattled Luan Ri's spirit. He quickly suggested, if young Master Li can open the Saint Cavern, we will give you considerable thanks. Li Qie attempted to remember what the old chicken head once told him in the past and asserted, I can try to open the Saint Cavern once. If I am successful, then I want to take 1 item from it, the rest can stay with your sect. This, after hearing Li Qie's words, Luan Ri required some time to think. An elder spoke up. Your Highness, this requires a careful discussion. Chapter 20. There's no need for discussion. Demon King Luan Ri commandingly asserted. Young Master Li can take anything from the Saint Cavern, provided that you can open it. Luan Ri, you are a smart person. Find me when you are ready, I will be taking my leave. Li Qie turned around and left the sky chamber. Yuhi had to, once again, unwillingly carry him on his back. After Li Qie's departure, an elder couldn't help express. Your Highness, this decision regarding the Saint Cavern feels a bit rushed. Not necessarily. The voice of Luan Ri came again. Since our inception, the Saint Cavern has always been isolated. No one has successfully opened the cave as of yet. This is a good opportunity for us, and it was in line with the Patriarch's will. An elder curiously inquired, Your Highness, what about the heavenly guardians? How come we have never heard of them before? What are they, heavenly beasts or longevity spirits? I'm not quite sure myself. Demon King Luan Ri stated, Our knowledge and writings regarding the heavenly guardians are quite lacking. Only the ancient scroll of the Patriarch mentions something about them. Unless we are at the brink of destruction, they will not activate by themselves. Only the sect masters are allowed to see this scroll. Another elder conveyed, but they showed their might today. Luan Ri replied, I do not understand it either, but if they have chosen him, they must have their own reasons for doing so. This kid, he is too scary. The first elder opened his mouth. According to Yu he went through the chaotic heart forest twice, easily. This is truly unthinkable. Now the heavenly guardians have chosen him as well. This world really isn't fair. Another elder lamented. This is indeed an alarming fact. Ever since we came to be, we have always focused on cultivating the younger talents. Junior Long is our strongest in terms of strength, and the princess is number 1 in terms of raw aptitude. However, the heavenly guardians didn't choose them. They chose a mortal boy with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace instead. Of the numerous things in this world, we cannot understand all of them. In the end, although Luan Ri felt cheated as well, he could only acquiesce. An elder inquired, Your Highness, if he can actually open the Saint Cavern, are we really giving him anything he wants? An unwilling elder exclaimed. That's right. It's rumored that in the Saint Cavern, there is a big chance of an immortal emperor life treasure hiding in there. If he can actually open it, then it is the heaven's will. Luan Ri responded, According to Elder Jian, none of us in this generation will be able to open the Saint Cavern. Li Qie has done many unthinkable deeds during his short stay here, so maybe he can open the cavern. After hearing the name Elder Jian, no one dared to open their mouths. This was because no one within the sect had more power and influence than Elder Jian, including even the sect master. In the end, the king declared, Send the order, if any disciple were to reveal what happened today, they will be heavily punished. This is an iron law. They didn't want outsiders to know too much regarding their heavenly guardians. After Li Qie returned, his group had been moved to a different guest location. This was a place meant for the visiting rulers of kingdoms and emperors of ancient kingdoms, the highest level of hospitality and respect. This treatment made Nan Huiran and Protector Mo feel afraid of receiving too much love. They understood it was because of Li Qie that they were able to receive such a warm reception. They had many questions to ask Li Qie, but they didn't know where to start. They were afraid of his mysterious abilities and kept staring at him like he was an ancient monster, one that had never been seen before. One thing Nan Huiran did figure out was that the day when Li Qie went up the statue's shoulder, it was in preparation for today. Say whatever you want to say. Seeing the master and disciple combo being so uncomfortable and confused, Li Qie was very much amused while sitting in his chair. Protector Mo opened his mouth like he had something to say, but he didn't know where to start. He was a quiet person in the first place, so he gave up and just sat back down. In contrast to Protector Mo, Nan Huiran was just waiting for the opportunity to speak up. He gathered up his courage and stuttered. That thing, was it successful? What thing? It was Li Qie's turn to be confused. He had no idea what Nan Huiran was implying. You know. The thing about the marriage. Marrying Princess Li. Oh, you are talking about Li Shuangyan. Li Qie chuckled, shook his head, and said, I did not inquire about this since I do not care about it. I can't reach the apex if I were to worry about matters regarding women. Li Qie opened his big mouth once more, leaving Nan Huiran at a loss for words. Remember that Li Shuangyan was the prime descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Not only was she beautiful, she also had a king physique, king life wheel, and most importantly, a fate palace of the saint level. In the Grand Middle Territory, there were countless young geniuses that wanted to propose to Li Shuangyan, but in the end, Nan Huiran realized that he should not question Li Qie's words. His eyes turned to the serpent punishing stick instead. This regular wooden stick had beaten a Heaven's Mandate expert to the ground, leaving a deep impression in Nan Huiran's mind. Here. If you want to look at it, go ahead. Li Qie noticed the peculiar gaze and generously threw the stick to him. Nan Huiran caught it, held it carefully in his hands, and thoroughly examined it. Even Protector Mo couldn't contain himself anymore and joined in on the fun. The two analyzed it together. However, no matter what they did, the only conclusion they could arrive at was that it was only a regular stick. Nan Huiran inquired, This really is the wooden stick from the Grand Chamber, right? Correct. Li Qie nodded his head. Nan Huiran swallowed and daringly asked Li Qie, Senior, can I play around with it? Look at your silly self. Do whatever you want to do. Li Qie burst out laughing. Nan Huiran immediately lifted the stick to the sky and started swinging it around. However, it didn't carry the same force and grace like it did in the hands of Li Qie. Senior, why is there such a difference between our sword play? Nan Huiran didn't understand how this regular stick was so magical when used by Li Qie. Li Qie glanced at him and sincerely answered, Truly believe and it will happen. He stopped there, He couldn't easily explain the mystical truths behind the serpent punishing techniques to other people. Not the actual heavens will require to become an immortal emperor, but more of a comment regarding fate. Chapter 21. The next day after the preparations were completed, the elders invited Li Qiye to the Saint Cavern. Xueqi personally became Li Qiye's chaperone to take him to the deepest location of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. With Xueqi's strength and cultivation, even in the entirety of Old Ox country, he would be an influential powerhouse. However, he was now the chaperone of Li Qiye. No one would believe this even if rumors were to be spread. At the end of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was a lone mountain, and under the mountain was a sealed cave. It was unknown how long the cave had been sealed for. This cave was covered with wild grass and mushrooms, and the front of the cave showed signs of being tested by time. This was the forbidden zone of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Only elders and above could come here. Legend states that although the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon left behind his cultivation manuals for the sect, there were still certain treasures he stored in the cave. It goes on to say that because he feared that his descendants would be weak and vain, he created the Saint Cavern so that there would always be a chance for revival should the sect be destroyed. One thing all the sect masters and elders were sure of, though, was that there existed at least one immortal emperor life treasure in there. When immortal Emperor Min Ren received the Heaven's Will, it was told that he gave the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon an immortal emperor life treasure for his accomplishments as Min Ren's fate protector. However, the descendants of the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon did not have it in their possession. This was why everyone believed that the treasure was located in the Saint Cavern. The immortal emperor life treasure was a weapon that Min Ren personally created during his conquest of the 9 worlds. This life treasure was many times stronger than even a Virtuous Paragon true treasure. Although this was not an immortal emperor true treasure, a life treasure was enough to inspire greed from everyone and anyone. There were writings engraved on the side of the cave. The characters were radiant and alive in contrast to its surroundings. Only demon under the heavens. These words exerted a powerful and majestic atmosphere. Each vivid and vibrant word had its own spirit, highlighted by the impeccable penmanship. It was as if these heavenly words were ready to pierce the heavens at any moment like a flying dragon or dancing phoenix. Tested by the vicissitudes of time, the aura of the Virtuous Paragon remained even after many moons. These words were left behind by the 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon himself. The descendants of the 9 Saint Demon Gate all believed that this was the key to opening the Saint Cavern. To the left side was only demon under the heavens, but the right side was left empty. That was why the descendants believed that if they could correctly match the wordplay on the left side, the cavern could be opened. However, there were others who thought that the words, only demon under the heavens, was the real key. It hid untraceable mysterious truths. Each stroke involved supreme merit laws. As long as one could understand its meanings, they could open the cave by themselves. Both of these predictions were tested by disciples throughout the ages. There was one disciple with very high innate aptitudes in the 9 Saint Demon Gate, who cultivated next to these words in order to understand the true meanings. Another time, the sect master personally went to the mortal world. He found a peerless expert of literature, hoping that this person could write a matching prose to the right. However, the cavern remained closed despite trying all of these methods throughout the years. As for Li Qiye, after seeing the cavern and the words written to the left, he immediately knew how to open the cavern. However, because there were elders watching him, he couldn't immediately open it. He stepped up to the wall, moving side to side. He randomly knocked on the walls, bent down to the ground, then dejectedly shook his head as if the answer was not where he thought it was. After a while, he focused on the words, only demon under the heavens. Seeing Li Qiye's actions not bearing fruit made the elders restless. However, they didn't dare to say anything. They were all just holding their breaths while anxiously watching Li Qiye's every movement. Eventually, Li Qiye sat in a meditative pose in front of the cave. Time slowly passed. From morning to noon and from noon to the fall of the sun in the west. The sun reddened the sky, but Li Qiye remained motionless. Li Qiye meditating for a whole day made the elders lose their patience. An elder spoke to himself. Will he be successful? Is this little devil just pretending? Seeing that there was no connection between Li Qiye and the cave, their trust in him started to waver. Maybe his miracles with the chaotic heart forest and the 4 heavenly guardians were just that. Miracles. Maybe he got lucky. This elder didn't actually trust what he was saying. He knew Li Qiye had secrets, He was only voicing his dissatisfaction of having an outsider in their sacred ground. When the elders were rambling among themselves, Xueqi immediately stood up and said, "Pen and ink." After having sat here for a whole day, his butt was in agonizing pain. An elder brought him a calligraphy pen and a bottle of ink. Xueqi then began to act mysteriously. He shook his head and lamented, "So that's how it is, that's how it is. The nine-saint virtuous paragon is indeed unfathomable." He then carefully dipped the pen into the ink while holding his sleeve gracefully and started writing on the right wall of the cave. "Mere chicken above the earth." He was not an expert calligrapher, so he hastily wrote these words. They contained no aura at all, in stark contrast to the words of the virtuous paragon. "Only demon under the heavens, mere chicken above the earth." The two lines had such conflicting meanings that they didn't mesh well together. After Xueqi was finished, the elders' faces went black because these words were simply dishonoring their patriarch. Xueqi's words were not worthy to be paired with the phrase, "Only demon under the heavens." An elder gave a deafening roar. "How bold to shame our nine-saint demon gate." Xueqi glared at him and retorted, "You are only an ordinary cultivator. What do you know about the enigmatic meanings behind literature? You don't even know the thoughtfulness of your ancestor, yet you dare to stand there and scream?" "You." After hearing Xueqi's response, the red-faced elder was ready to explode. Creak, creak, rumble. Rumbles could be heard as the saint cavern started to open. The elders rolled their eyes. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. How could the words, "mere chicken above the earth," open the cave? How is this possible? Xueqi perched his lips and explained, "Because your patriarch was a chicken that reached the apex to become a demon, that is why I wrote those words." He naturally didn't tell them the real secret. The nine-saint virtuous paragon didn't have this name in the beginning. He used to be known as the nine-saint heavenly demon, a name of great arrogance. When the dark crow asked him to become a fate protector for Min Ren, he immediately refused. He praised himself as the only demon under the heavens, which was why he chose not to be under anyone. Xueqi was angered since he dared to rudely refuse his invitation. Xueqi beat up the virtuous paragon, forced him back to his original form, and plucked all of his feathers out of anger as he laughed. "Haha, mere chicken above the earth." This wasn't made explicitly clear before, but there are two types of treasures, true and life. True is a much stronger version than life because it is imbued with true energy from its master. This is a historical Chinese poetry play. Each word has to either match or have an opposite meaning for their corresponding counterpart in the same order, and the two lines also need to have the same or opposite meaning as well. Chapter 22. The nine-saint virtuous paragon was not only a forest chicken that successfully cultivated the Tao, he was also one of the strongest virtuous paragons in his era. At one point, he had gloriously swept through the 9 worlds. His illustrious and arrogant name spread to the 4 corners of the world. However, he still lost to Xueqi in the end and had no choice but to become the fate protector of immortal Emperor Min Ren. "Only demon under the heavens" was the slogan of the virtuous paragon, while "mere chicken above the earth" was Xueqi's line to tease him. Many generations of sect masters and geniuses of the 9-saint demon gate tried to complete the second phrase, but they had always failed. No one would have guessed that it was such a silly line. Xueqi calling their patriarch an old chicken was very rude. However, if one really thought about it, it was simply the truth. "Let's see if your ancestor left behind anything good." Xueqi happily smiled and went into the cave, not caring about the elders. The elders regained their wits and quickly followed him in. Only one compartment was within the holy cave. Inside, dazzling lights brilliantly shone from all the treasures. There were life treasures, immortal metals, and heavenly jewels in the central area. To the right were priceless cultivation manuals and ancient scrolls. The whole room, ornamented with powerful treasures, blinded the elders. Xueqi's eyes swept across the cave as he murmured, "The old chicken head's treasures are quite plentiful." The 9-saint virtuous paragon's reputation was well-deserved. His lifelong treasures were terrifying. An elder nearby heard him whispering and asked, "What did you say?" Xueqi shook his head and replied, "Nothing, I was just talking to myself." This answer made all the elders suspiciously stare at Xueqi. Even the grand elder thought the little boy was too mysterious. Violet Dragon Dual Sword. An elder looked at the many life treasures floating in the air and couldn't help but exclaim, "Demon Extinguishing Pagoda, 9 Galaxy Spoon, heavenly wooden vessel. These are all treasures that have been recorded in an ancient scroll of the sect. This is the Qing Mu ancient tablet. Another elder was looking at the cultivation manuals and found a startling ancient technique. At this moment, the elders of the Nine Saint Demon Gate were dazzled. It seemed that their patriarch only left half of his treasures with the actual sect when he passed away. Immortal. Immortal Emperor Life Treasure. At this time, the first elder's eyes moved towards a jade table in the middle of the room. There lied an ancient sealed box, but its immortal emperor aura was still leaking outside. Even though it only revealed a strand of its power, it could be compared to the might of the high heavens. This power made them feel as if they were being pressured by all nine skies. The aura of the heavens could be found all around it. All worldly creatures must bow down to this remnant of an immortal emperor's breath. Immortal Emperor Life Treasure. The rest of the elders that finally saw the item were shaken with anticipation. This was an immortal emperor life treasure left behind by an authentic immortal emperor created by Min Ran himself. As the elders were drowning in their excitement, Li Qie opened his mouth. "Don't forget, I have the right to pick the first item." These words were like throwing a bucket of cold water over all their heads. Burning red eyes were staring straight at Li Qie. If he was to take this treasure, wouldn't their dreams be instantly shattered? Despite the numerous death stares, Li Qie remained standing there casually. He wasn't afraid of them changing their minds. Even if all the elders were present, he would still act the same. In the end, the first elder took a deep breath and stated, "Our Nine Saint Demon Gate will do what we say. If the king has made an agreement with you, we will definitely not eat our words." After he was done, his mouth felt bitter with regret. This was an immortal emperor life treasure, but he couldn't go back on his sect master's decision. "It seems that you lot are still quite honorable." Li Qie was as calm as a tranquil well as he slowly spoke. "I actually do appreciate your king, Luan Ri." These arrogant words made the elders speechless. Their king was a peerless hero. His whole life was filled with numerous achievements not only in the Grand Middle Territory, but the whole mortal emperor world. However, here was a 13-year-old boy running his mouth. He even dared to say that he appreciated Demon King Luan Ri. If outsiders were to hear this, they would laugh until their teeth fell off. However, this wasn't the first time the elders heard Li Qie say something outrageous. So what could they do outside of staying silent? Clap, clap, clap. Li Qie clapped his hands 3 times and a mysterious ancient box from a cabinet immediately flew into his hands. Li Qie glared at the elders and stored the box in his shirt before saying, "It is only an immortal emperor life treasure, there's no need to be so alarmed." Finished speaking, he turned around and left. The elders of the Nine Saint Demon Gate were shocked due to 2 reasons. The first was because Li Qie only clapped his hands 3 times for the ancient box to fly into his hands. This event was very strange. It also happened far too quickly. They couldn't do anything but watch and be curious about what was inside the box. Second, in the mouth of Li Qie, an immortal emperor life treasure was something unimportant. This was an immortal emperor life treasure, everyone knew what this represented, but in the mouth of Li Qie, this type of treasure was akin to clouds in the sky. As the elders were still adjusting to the event that just transpired, Li Qie had already left the cave. The elders quickly counted all the treasures and began preparing them to be stored in the Nine Saint Demon Gate. It took 3 days for them to accomplish the task. Yu He, once again, had to carry Li Qie on his back. However, he was no longer ashamed or angry this time. He knew how important Li Qie was to the sect. In the sky chamber, all the elders were present. Only Demon King Luan Ri wasn't there in person. When Li Qie sat in his chair, Luan Ri's voice appeared in the chamber. "I am still in the midst of my isolated meditation. It is truly unfortunate that I cannot meet you." Although powerful and influential, Demon King Luan Ri was very courteous towards this 13-year-old boy. Li Qie calmly answered, "We still have a lot of time, there's no need to rush." Demon King Luan Ri was silent for a moment, then he requested, "Young Master Li, would you be willing to stay at the Nine Saint Demon Gate? Whatever the cleansing incense ancient sect can offer you, we can do the same." The elders were not surprised by their king's words. It was as if they had already discussed this situation. This proposition made Li Qie contemplate for some time. The Nine Saint Demon Gate definitely had a huge advantage over the cleansing incense ancient sect. Many times over, even. Any cultivator, especially the younger ones, would pick the Nine Saint Demon Gate without a doubt. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I have a fateful connection with the cleansing incense ancient sect. Since I am currently the prime disciple, I will forever be a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Li Qie had too many emotional attachments to the cleansing incense ancient sect, even if he didn't like all the sect masters, especially Min Ren's first disciple. This was why after immortal Emperor Min Ren passed away, he never returned to the sect. The key factor for his decision was that he wanted to rebuild the cleansing incense ancient sect. If he didn't choose the Heaven Protector Palace, then it was even more unlikely that he would choose the Nine Saint Demon Gate. An elder was unhappy with the response and coldly exclaimed, It's only the cleansing incense ancient sect, how can it compare to out Nine Saint Demon Gate? Many people wanted to join the Nine Saint Demon Gate since it was the most powerful sect in the Old Ox country. However, Li Qie had rejected the Demon King's personal invitation. This was not giving them any face. Li Qie smirked before responding, a true peerless master will not care whether a sect is strong or weak. The apex does not care whether one comes from peasantry or royalty. This answer made the elder bite his tongue because it was an incredibly natural response, yet it contained confidence and strength. Everyone stared at this 13-year-old boy, who just spoke a line that contained the wisdom and willpower required for one to reach the apex. The vessel here means a boat/ship. It is the same type of treasure as the boat in Spirit Vessel. The word appreciate here has the connotation of an older/more powerful person praising a junior in Chinese. Heaven Protector Palace was in Chapter 1. It is the sect of the Black Dragon King. Chapter 23. Seeing that the elders were still contemplating about his words, Li Qie softly spoke. If the business here is concluded, then let your prime descendant come out and meet me. No matter how heaven-defying a genius is, they have nothing to brag about in front of me. This 13-year-old boy kept saying outrageous things. However, it seemed natural when it was he who was the one speaking. Like it was a matter of fact. Demon King Luanri gave his heavenly order. Xueqi, come out and meet young Master Li. When prime descendant Li Xuangyan appeared in the sky chamber, her beauty brightened the place. A peerless beauty in this generation that people could not stop offering praises to. This was a girl around the age of 18. Her features resembled a masterpiece painting. Her thinly plucked eyebrows were arched perfectly around her shining crescent eyes. Her charming little crimson lips accentuated her alluring face. However, her expression was as cold as ice and arrogance could be contrived from the aura between her eyebrows and her pure white robe. Li Xuangyan was the prime descendant of the Nine Saint Demon Gate as well as the #1 beauty in Old Ox country. Not only that, her aptitude and cultivation level match her peerless looks as well. Such a child blessed by the heavens, it would be natural for her not wanting to be wed to a person that only had a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. Plus, the cleansing incense ancient sect had already gone downhill. His position as the prime disciple was meaningless. Li Qie wasn't overly surprised by the peerless beauty and pride-worthy talents of Li Xuangyan. As he floated through the endless currents of time, he had seen many beauties. When it came to talents and beauty, how many women could compare to immortal Emperor Xiao Shu and immortal Emperor Bing Yu? After taking a close look at Li Xuangyan, Li Qie nodded his head. Not too bad. Li Xuangyan had a favorable opinion of Li Qie after his first sentence, but the second enraged her. Li Qie continued his thought. She is still a bit lacking to be my wife. Saint Fate Palace is also moderately acceptable. I am currently lacking a sword maid. You can be my sword maid then. You! Not only Li Xuangyan, but the elders were enraged as well. Li Xuangyan was not only the prime descendant, but she was also their pride. The whole Nine Saint Demon Gate put their hopes onto her. However today, Li Qie dared to arrogantly announce that he wanted her to be his sword slave. This was a complete slap to the face for them. Not waiting for their retorts, Li Qie slowly continued. I don't like to force anyone. Think over it carefully. If you agree, then you can find me at the cleansing incense ancient sect. He stopped and stared at Li Xuangyan. After hearing his words, she was shakingly maddened. Everywhere she went, she was the moon surrounded by the stars. Young geniuses that wanted to marry her could form a waiting line from the east to the west of Old Ox country. However, right now, a boy that had not grown hair dared to presumptuously ask her to be his sword maid? The boy looks very cute on the outside, but in Li Xuangyan's eyes, he was extremely unlikable. The elders exclaimed, You are being too arrogant. A descendant of the Nine Saint Demon Gate was only worthy of being a sword maid? The boy was clearly trying to humiliate the Nine Saint Demon Gate. It is up to you to take a chance. I have given you the opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your fate. Li Qie ignored the elders, took one last glance at Li Shuangyan, and then left. Li Shuangyan's icy expression was overtaken by red anger, and her milky breasts bounced from heavy breathing. She had met many arrogant people, but someone like Li Qie was the first. The worst thing was that he was only 13. She was 5 years older than him, yet he dared to act that way in front of her. People say children are cute, but Li Qie was anything but cute in Li Shuangyan's eyes. Your Highness, he dared to disrespect us like this. We can't easily forgive him. An elder raged indignantly. Demon King Luan Ri quietly answered, a true dragon will fly to the 9 heavens. A godly phoenix will sweep the 9 worlds. A dragon or a phoenix, my eyes are eager to see. After coming back to his guest house, Nan Huiran quickly ran over and asked, Senior, how was your marriage with Princess Li? Protector Mo was also curious. He also knew that the 9 Saint Demon Gate highly valued Li Qie. There was a high chance that this arranged marriage would be successful. Today, when the 9 Saint Demon Gate formally invited Li Qie, he thought chances were that they wanted to talk about the marriage. What marriage? Li Qie stared at Nan Huiran and said, I never said I was going to marry her. If she was willing, I would take her in as a maid. Maid. Nan Huiran started stuttering. Li Qie's words had shocked him. You were truly confused. If this was before, he would be reprimanding Li Qie. However, now, when he was standing in front of him, he felt that his position was naturally lower. Protector Mo didn't dare to scold him from the perspective of a senior. She is only a girl, no need to be so terrified. Li Qie essentially didn't mind. Li Shuangyan was indeed worthy of his tutelage. However, when compared to immortal Emperor Bing Yu, she was quite lacking. Afterward, Li Qie had finally completed his blood rite with the 4 statues. With this done, this trip had been a complete success, so he wanted to return to the cleansing incense ancient sect. During this time, the elders did not show their face. Same for Li Shuangyan. Li Qie did not really care for what they were planning. If we return, what do we report on this? Before the departure, Protector Mo hesitantly asked Li Qie. Li Qie glanced back and smiled. This depends on your choice. Do you want to be on my side or the elders? These were simple words, but they scared Protector Mo. He was not a dumb person. To become a protector, he had to surpass many difficulties and encounters. Nan Huiran couldn't help but stare at his master. He was even more wily than Protector Mo, and he knew how to pick the opportunity and read people's intentions. Their positions in the cleansing incense ancient sect couldn't be considered low. One was a whole master, and the other was one of the 12 protectors. Protector Mo was only below the elders and the sect master. If he was to join a new disciple, anyone would say that was an unwise decision. Protector Mo hadn't responded yet, but Nan Huiran saw the light in this moment. He saw a new door opening right in front of him. Master. Nan Huiran took a deep breath and reminded Protector Mo's heart was swaying. As his master, how could he not know what his disciples' thoughts were? However, this was such an unbelievable story. He, as a protector, having to be under the command of a new disciple? This was crazy. Whatever you say, I will immediately do just that. In the end, Protector Mo, heavily so, made the most important decision of his life at that moment, one that would carry special significance. Protector Mo thought he was becoming senile. He couldn't believe he had just become an underling to a new disciple. Not only that, he had to hide the many events that had happened recently. Chapter 24. If this was brought to light, it would be an act of traitorous treason against the sect. Only a crazy person or a fool would do such a thing. Protector Mo felt like he belonged to one of those 2 groups. However, his intuition told him that in the future, they would have unlimited potential if they were to follow this 13-year-old boy. However, in the end, this was only based on intuition. Nan Huiran's heart was startled as well. This was a very significant life choice, and his master had already chosen his destiny. Nan Huiran knew what his answer would be. With just one word from Senior, and I will jump through any fire and water without hesitation. Nan Huiran said in an utmost and serious manner after heavy inhaling. Before, when he called Li Qieb Senior, it had a different meaning. It was because it was part of the sect's custom. Now, the word senior had a different connotation. A 13-year-old almost turned the 9 Saint Demon Gate upside down. He dared to underestimate the elders that were crowned royal nobles, and he was able to speak calmly in front of the Demon King. Other people would think Li Qieb was too arrogant, or he did not know his own strength. However, that was because they did not see him traversing the chaotic heart forest and killing Protector Hua and his disciple. Nan Huiran understood that other people's perception of Li Qieb was completely inaccurate. Li Qieb, as the prime disciple of Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, dared to kill a protector and asked for the 9 Saint Demon Gates princess to be a maid. He had already planned everything before stepping into the 9 Saint Demon Gate, knowing that he could walk out unscathed. Nan Huiran was very smart, and he thought about it carefully. Even if he tried his hardest his whole life, his peak would be becoming an elder for the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Maybe Li Qieb's appearance would change his destiny. Seeing these two join his ranks, Li Qieb nodded his head and boldly announced, "One day, you two will understand how wise of a decision you have made today. What should we report when we return to the sect?" Protector Mo prudently asked. The events linked to the trial and marriage have too much significance. He did not know what was okay to say. Li Qieb smiled at Protector Mo and answered, "If Elder Yun wants to speak with you, then in my opinion, you should do the following." What Li Qieb told him to do made Protector Mo feel uneasy. Before their departure, the first elder of the 9 Saint Demon Gate had met him and asked that the story regarding the Heavenly Guardians be kept a secret. At that moment, Protector Mo had not agreed to the request. "I understand." Protector Mo knew what he should and shouldn't say as long as the chosen rhetoric benefited him and Li Qieb. Finally, the three of them left the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Grand Protector He personally went to see them off. In recent times, no one from the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect had ever received such an honor. The gateway was opened, and the portal between the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and 9 Saint Demon Gate activated. Finally, the group of three had returned home. After leaving the temple, they took a deep breath and basked in the heavenly spirits of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. They thought about the events that transpired and felt like they had just woken up from a dream. Returning to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, as the one who was leading the trip for the trial between the two sects, Protector Mo immediately went to meet the 6 elders to give his report. Li Qieb went back to his mountain peak. Li Qieb stood quietly on top of his peak, overlooking the entirety of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. He remembered when immortal Emperor Min Ren was still alive. The area of the sect spanned 1,000,000 miles, and its refined energy was as expansive as the ocean. Now, not only had the area governed by the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect decreased, but its refined energy from the surroundings was slowly drying. Anyone standing in this land would feel that the world essence of the sect had become very thin. Today, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was like a flickering candle in the wind or an elderly man that could meet his end at any moment. Li Qieb sighed in his heart. He did not pick the Heaven Protector City or the War God Temple. Not even the 9 Saint Demon Gate. He ultimately chose the ever-declining Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. As aforementioned, he did not like the previous sect masters of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. That year, he hoped that Min Ren would pick a different disciple to become the next sect master, even when this disciple's talents were not as strong as the first disciple. Li Qieb valued him greatly for his character instead. Unfortunately, after he woke up from his deep slumber, he found that the first disciple had become the new sect master and proclaimed his sect to be the traditional orthodox sect. Li Qieb had never liked the type of people who considered themselves as the only ones who were orthodox, which was why he had never returned to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect or cared about its ups and downs. However, in this era, where he had regained his true body, it was fateful that the first person he met was Old Devil from the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Li Qieb had single-handedly taught Min Ren. In a sense, he was the true creator of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. He was confident that he could reignite its old glory. One day, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, under his command, would sweep through the heavens and earth, reigning over the 9 worlds. Li Qieb was so lost in his thoughts that he did not notice Nan Huiran's arrival. "Senior, the elders wish to see you." Nan Huiran waited until Li Qieb was finished contemplating before he spoke. Li Qieb slightly nodded his head and followed Nan Huiran into the grand chamber. The 6 elders had gathered there beforehand, and all of them had their eyes set on Li Qieb. The atmosphere in the grand chamber suddenly became strangely dignified and calm. Everyone had their own thoughts. The 6 elders previously had heard Protector Mo's report on the events regarding the trials, but Protector Mo did not reveal everything. He concentrated on Li Qiye's passing through the chaotic heart forest. He purposely left the fight with Xueqi intentionally vague. He did not mention the serpent-punishing stick, or Li Qiye's control of the 4 heavenly guardians. In the end, he even concluded that Li Qiye's victory over Xueqi was pure luck. You have successfully passed the trial? The first elder formally asked Li Qiye. The truth was, the 6 elders did not have any confidence regarding this arranged marriage, but the impossible had happened. Li Qiye passed the trial, but the more surprising detail was that he could go through the chaotic heart forest. Li Qiye ignored the serious atmosphere in the chamber and exclaimed, "Honorable elder, that is right. It seems like I should be getting the rewards promised to me, yes? Of course there will be rewards, but I need you to explain one thing." First elder inquired, "From what I've heard, Xueqi was a renowned young disciple from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. His cultivation was the same as a sectional leader in our sect. You just joined our sect and had never cultivated before. How did you manage to defeat him?" "Honorable elder, merit laws are complex. Martial arts are simple. I practiced the invisible dual blade technique in a strange manner. As long as the opponent revealed a weakness in their defense, he will immediately receive a death blow. When it comes to a life-and-death battle, the brave person will win." Li Qiye calmly answered. "Nonsense." An elder named Xiong suddenly yelled and coldly continued. "A mortal proclaiming that he had killed a Heaven's Mandate cultivator through sheer techniques is ridiculous." This elder Xiong before had supported Li Qiye. However today, he spoke coldly, and he was even unhappy. The before and after was like the sky against the depths. Li Qiye looked at Elder Xiong and spoke slowly. "Dear elder, I had only spoken the truth. What other people can't do does not mean that I can't as well." He then looked at the remaining elders in the room. "Dear elders, today, I am a hero from the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. If the elders truly think that I had cheated in some way, then you guys can question the people who saw it with their own eyes. People like Protector Mo or the people of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. All of the elders know in your hearts that this trip to the 9 Saint Demon Gate was dangerously ominous. By going to the 9 Saint Demon Gate, we were essentially going to our own demise. However, because of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect's reputation, even if I were to lose my life, I would have done the same again. Today I come back as a hero. What is the reasoning behind your suspicions of me? This is how you treat a hero? If this is the reality, then the people's hearts will become cold. Who will want to sacrifice themselves for the sect anymore?" Li Qiye paused a moment and then he went on. "Before our departure, we had an agreement. Do you honorable elders wish to retract your words? If that is the case, then I can only say my joining of this sect was a mistake. Our Cleansing Incense Ancient Act is of immortal emperor lineage from many era. If the elders are not true to their words, then how can we remain trustworthy as a sect? Whether our sect is trustworthy or not, it is not up to you to comment." An elder loudly yelled. Li Qiye ignored the reaction of this elder and kept going on. "I risked my life going into the 9 Saint Demon Gate and came out with a complete success. If the elders carried out the promise from that day without accusing me of lying, I would not be criticizing. Otherwise, I will cry unfair, because the success of this trip was potentially traded with my life." Finished speaking, Li Qiye coldly glared at the 6 elders. "You have said too much." At this moment, an elder coughed. His expression contained a little bit of shame. The first elder started speaking. "Li Qiye, it is not that we wanted to berate you. The thing is, this whole thing is just a little strange. Let's set aside the Xueqi thing. I want to hear how you successfully passed the chaotic heart forest." The first elder's eyes brightened up and stared at Li Qiye as if he wanted to see through the little boy. This is another proverb, comparing the 2 great extremes. Chapter 25. Right now, not only just the first elder, but the rest were also trying to read Li Qiye's mind. If killing Xueqi could be attributed to luck, then it was also due to his arrogance that Li Qiye was able to sneak an attack on him. Fate was unpredictable, and a person could be lucky sometimes. However, the chaotic heart forest was not like that at all. The 6 elders were aware that during the last 100,000 years, no one from the young generation had successfully passed through all of the levels, unless that person was of the virtuous paragon level. Being pressured by the 6 elders' gazes, Protector Mo and Nan Huiran were sweating in place of Li Chia. Honorable elders, the chaotic heart forest was meant as a way to test the minds of those who have entered. It can't be considered a cultivation strength test. As long as one's spiritual willpower is enough, then he can cross through the whole forest. It has nothing to do with one's cultivation. Li Chia responded to the first elder's question. Your mortal spiritual willpower is stronger than a royal noble's? Elder Xiong unhappily exclaimed. Li Chia furrowed his brows and said, Elder, spiritual power has nothing to do with cultivation strength. A high cultivation achievement does not equate to strong willpower. Throughout the ages, plenty of enlightened beings and heavenly kings, due to their unstable willpower, have suffered a pitiful death from qi deviation. This thing. Who doesn't know how high the sky is or the vastness of the earth? A person like you dares to criticize enlightened beings and heavenly kings? Elder Xiong quietly spoke. Li Chia impatiently said, I've only spoken the truth. If the elders want to keep on thinking that I am lying, then you can go to the 9 Saint Demon Gate and verify the truth. Seeing Li Chia losing his patience, Elder Xiong rolled his eyes and a storm was about to brew, but the first elder coughed and interjected, We'll let this go as well. How about your marriage with Princess Li? Even though they weren't content with his explanations regarding Xueqi and the chaotic heart forest, the most important thing was the marriage. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate needed to be in laws. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect needed a strong backing like 9 Saint Demon Gate. This matter you will have to ask the 9 Saint Demon Gate. It is not my decision. Li Chia no longer wanted to continue this conversation, and he abruptly answered, The discussion concludes here. The first elder had no choice but to give up. They couldn't force Li Shuangyan to marry Li Chia. They lacked the strength to negotiate with the 9 Saint Demon Gate. The first elder continued, You have done a great deed for the sect. According to our prior agreement, anything that was promised will be given to you, Brother Gu. Elder Xiong wanted to interject, but the first elder softly gestured with his sleeves, telling Elder Xiong to be quiet. The first elder stared at Li Chia and continued, First, once you have reached the stage of physique accumulation, we will grant you a king-grade medicinal paste. Second, for physique, life wheel, and fate palace techniques, you will get to pick one cultivation method for each of the 3. Of course, you can also pick different techniques, but you may pick no more than 3 manuals. Are you satisfied with this? That is fine. However, I still have one more request. Li Chia nodded his head. The first elder responded, You may tell us. I still need a weapon, so I want to pick a life treasure or a true treasure. Li Chia replied. The first elder agreed, Fine. From the life treasures, true treasures, and life wheel treasures below the 3rd floor, you can pick any of them. My gratitude, elder. Li Chia respectfully gestured his hands, and then turned around to leave. Huiran, you go with Qi Yi. The first elder commanded Nan Huiran after Li Chia had left. After Li Chia's departure, Elder Xiong proclaimed, Brother Gu, I'm afraid this boy is problematic. He might be a spy sent from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. How can you say that, Brother Chao Xiong? A different elder slowly shook his head and disagreed. Personally, I don't think that is the case. The 9 Saint Demon Gate currently is many times stronger than we are. They are reigning over the Old Ox country and are already a gigantic monster. Why would they need to have a spy in our sect? Brother Sun speaks with reason. An elder agreed. The 9 Saint Demon Gate has no need to be devious against us. That is not for certain. Maybe the 9 Saint Demon Gate covets our Emperor Merit laws or even our Heavens will Merit laws. Elder Xiong spoke with a grave manner. After hearing these words, the rest of the 5 elders stared at each other. I don't think that would be necessary. 4th elder Sun shook his head and said, Li Chia had the Cleansing Incense Ancient Order. If he wanted our Emperor Merit laws, he only needed to open his mouth and we couldn't say no. Take a step back. If the 9 Saint Demon Gate truly wanted our Emperor Merit laws, who here could stop Demon King Luan Ri in our sect? This resonated with the rest of the elders, and they contemplated silently. If the 9 Saint Demon Gate truly wanted the Emperor Merit laws, then they could annihilate all of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. If Demon King Luan Ri personally took action, no one in the sect could stop him. In reality, even the elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate would have been enough. In the end, Elder Xiong quietly stated, Brother Gu, I feel like we cannot be careless. precautions are necessary. This has to be reported to the sect master. The first elder formally announced. He didn't show his feelings regarding the topic. So be it. Elder Xiong slightly scowled. His voice contained unfavorable opinions regarding the sect master. The elders think you are a spy from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. After leaving the chamber, Nan Huiran whispered to Li Qia. He was a sharp person. His best discipline was predicting the thoughts of other people. Of course, he knew what the 6 elders were thinking. They can think whatever they want. Li Qia only smiled. The cleansing incense ancient sect's weakening was not without reasons. Although the 6 are elders, their cultivation couldn't be higher than royal nobles. More importantly, they couldn't work independently and make decisive decisions. Regarding this topic, Li Qia asked, "What about Elder Xiong?" That day, when he wanted to be the prime disciple, Elder Xiong was supporting him. However, his behavior today was contrasting the past. Be careful of Elder Xiong. Nan Huiran looked left and right, then he whispered. Second Elder Chao Xiong was competing for the sect master position with the current sect master, but he failed. Later on, he wanted his disciple, Lang Xueqi, to become the prime disciple, but he was rejected by the sect master. Regarding the sect master position, he had always wanted it. Even if he couldn't climb to the position, he would wish for his disciple to become the sect master. Plus, Chao Xiong's backing included the guest masters. I understand. If I was a piece of trash, then I couldn't become the sect master. Even if I were the prime disciple. If I have relations with Li Shuangyan, then it is another matter. Li Qia understood Elder Xiong's contrasting intentions. Nan Huiran nodded his head and added, Elder Xiong has always paid attention to the sect master. He feared that the sect master would take in a genius prime disciple. Due to the prime disciple seat having always been empty, he had discussed with the elders numerous times about promoting Lang Xueqi. However, the sect master has always declined. Well, where is the sect master? Li Qia felt it was strange that after him joining the sect, he had never met the sect master, Su Yonghuang. Nan Huiran didn't know the answer. Sect master had never stayed within the sect. She had always cultivated outside. In reality, I've only met her a couple of times. Nan Huiran started whispering because he saw people nearby. There is a rumor within the sect. It is that sect master was forced to leave by the elders. No one knew the specifics. In short, when the sect master left the sect, she also brought along some protectors and leaders as well. Li Qia stroked his chin and conjectured. From this, it seems like there are a lot of internal fighting within the cleansing incense ancient sect. It appears that the current situation of the sect is a lot more complicated than I first thought. Some say there are 4 factions. Nan Huiran answered. There are a number of protectors and leaders with the sect master. Some leaders are with Elder Xiong, and they hope that Elder Xiong will become the sect master. Another group belongs to the first elder while the remaining 4 elders have always been neutral. The first elder also wants to be the sect master? Li Qia inquired. Nan Huiran shook his head. No one knows what the first elder is thinking. He had not supported the sect master completely, but he also had never competed for the role. However, his influence is great in the sect. He controls the disciplinary squad in the sect and is very strict. Thus, the majority of the disciples are scared of him. From Nan Huiran's words, Li Qia had a grasp of the current situation of the sect. Thinking about it, Li Qia lightly chuckled and did not speak on it anymore. Heavenly Crow Peak was an important location of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Some even said that it was a forbidden ground. Without permission from the sect master or the elders, no disciple could enter the peak. Also, the Heavenly Crow Peak was the highest mountain in all of the sect. On top of it was a triangular old building. In here lies all the manuals, techniques, life treasures, jewels, metals, and everything valuable of the sect. The mountain was heavily fortified. There were patrols every 3 steps as well as a defense post every 5. Even a mosquito wouldn't be able to get through. The entirety of the peak was also protected by the elite disciples and 2 rotating elders of the sect. To the cleansing incense ancient sect, the Heavenly Crow Peak was too important. The most valuable things of the sect were all located on this mountain. In addition, there was also a legend regarding the Heavenly Crow Peak. It was said that before immortal Emperor Min Ren's ascension, he was blessed by the will of the heavens. The heavens sent him a godly crow from the sky. It arrived at the top of this peak, and Min Ren was taught by this crow. This was why the cleansing incense ancient sect was situated on this mountain. I will use Qi deviation here. The literal translation is, bursting into fire and joining the demons. Chapter 26. Li Qie brightly smiled after hearing Nan Huairan's tale regarding the origin of the Heavenly Crow Peak. The name, simply put, was coined by Min Ren's generals to commemorate him. The ancient triangular school on top of the peak was not too great in size, but the whole building was pure black. It was as if it was crafted with black steel and had a heavy feeling to it. In reality, no one in the cleansing incense ancient sect knew what the building was made out of. Once Li Qie and Nan Huairan had arrived in front of the black building, Li Qie's heart was shaken. Many years had passed, but this building still stood strong. Its secret origin exceeded the imaginations of contemporaries. During his moments of reminiscing, his eyes were attracted to a big shrine in front of the black building. From his memories, this shrine had not existed here during the time when the black building was established. In front of the shrine, a man with great stature could be found sitting down in a cultivating position. One couldn't guess his age because of his long messy hair and untrimmed beard that covered his entire face. There were weeds and grass that had grown around his body. Who knows how long the man had been sitting there? The eyes of the man remained shut. If it wasn't for his regular and consistent breathing, people would have thought that this was a dried-up corpse. However, the most surprising thing was that his arms and legs were constrained by huge, metal chains. Other people may not know, but Li Qie recognized that these chains were made from black spider consolidated steel, an extremely rare metal of immortal grade. What kind of person would be worthy of having chains made from black spider steel? Not only that, it seemed that the man in front of him was willing to be imprisoned instead of being forced. Seeing Li Qie's interest towards the man in front of the shrine, Nan Huairan softly whispered, "This is the protector of the triangular building. No one knows his background or origin. Why is he chained there?" Li Qie questioned while staring at the man. Nan Huairan shook his head and responded, "No one knows. I'm afraid no one in the entire sect knows the answer to that question. It is said that he had been chained there for a long time. My master doesn't even know why. Some say that he was a disciple of the sect. However, he had committed a grave offense, and that is why he is chained there." Li Qie tilted his head and stopped the conversation. He instead went into the triangular building with Nan Huairan. Once they were in the building, the chained man opened his eyes. The ensuing gaze possessed an extremely fearful atmosphere. It was as if he could see through the infinity and tear open the primordial cosmos. This gaze would make royal nobles and enlightened beings tremble with fear. However, he then closed his eyes. It was like nothing had happened. From an outside view, the triangular building appeared to be small. However, once inside, there was a big, open area ranging many hundreds of acres. 3 majestic pagodas were built together closely to form this triangular formation. Without a trace of doubt, this building was built and crafted with an unrivaled technique for it to have its own magical space. Over here is the scripture library, that one is the weapon armory, and over there is the treasure house. These 3 pagodas of the triangular building are divided into 3 sections, each for techniques, weapons, and treasures. After entering the building, Nan Huairan explained, "Each pagoda will have an assigned protector. Any student who wants an item would have to pass through the protector's inspection." Here, he asked Li Qie, "Where does Senior want to go first?" "Let us start at the scripture library." Li Qie quickly glanced over the 3 pagodas and made his decision. There were 8 inner disciples protecting the scripture library alongside a protector. Once Nan Huairan and Li Qie showed them the elder's order, they were immediately allowed to enter. Then came the indescribable feeling that arose from entering the majestic library. Inside, one couldn't see the end of the sections. The incomparable vastness of this library was tantamount to the old glory days of the cleansing incense ancient sect. There were quite a few disciples present that were searching for suitable techniques. Nan Huairan was a social person. Thus he went to make conversations with each of the disciples. Li Qie was different. He was new, and the disciples here didn't like him in the first place. Even though the sect had fallen, it was still of a mortal emperor lineage. It was not normal for a mortal to be accepted into the sect, let alone becoming the prime disciple. The more outrageous thing was that he was considered to be a piece of trash with a mortal physique, a mortal life wheel, and a mortal fate palace. The prime disciple should be the strongest of all and respected by his peers. This position was coveted by many, who had spent their time and talents contributing to the sect. However, they were not chosen by the sect master. This rightfully infuriated the disciples, to see someone so undeserving to occupy the position. Even though they didn't dare to question the elder's decision, they were definitely not going to be courteous to Li Qie. That person is Li Qie. A disciple looked at Li Qie from top to bottom. It was as if he was looking at a monster. In reality, many people wanted to steal the cleansing incense ancient order, even within the sect, but no one had ever been successful. However, all of a sudden, that old man decided to give such a treasure to Li Qie. No one could make heads or tails out of this. That's him. I heard he invited Old Devil to the brothel for 10 days and 10 nights. A disciple presumptuously added. A disciple acted as if he knew more about this situation and shook his head. You are incorrect. It wasn't just 10 days and 10 nights. He bought the old man a pair of twins who were still virgins that had only recently joined the brothel. He bought them for the next 3 years to service the old man. This was why that perverted geezer agreed to give him the order. Some stories slowly became more and more embellished. One person even said that Li Qie paid the brothel to service Old Devil for the next 10 years, which allowed him to do whatever deeds he wanted to do. Although there were minor differences, the main points of the topics all revolved around Li Qie using an underhanded method to fool Old Devil for the sake of obtaining the order. Chapter 27. I can't believe the elders would let such a shameless piece of trash become the prime disciple. This kid is truly a disgrace of our cleansing incense ancient sect. A student yelled out. Another student thought something was strange and inquired. Isn't he currently going through the trial at the 9 Saint Demon Gate? Why is he back so early? Of course the trial was a failure. How could such a person become the partner of the 9 Saint Demon Gate princess? It is like dreaming during the day. Clearly, he is a frog wanting to eat swan's meat. Another student pompously commented. The 6 elders haven't announced Li Qie's success in the trial because they haven't yet understood the 9 Saint Demon Gate's intentions behind the order. Without their agreement, the elders didn't dare to announce the marriage between Li Qie and Li Shuangyan. If Li Shuangyan actually didn't agree to the wedding, and they had announced it, it would be a blur on her purity, and such an action could enrage the 9 Saint Demon Gate. After hearing the comments from the other disciples in the sect, Nan Huiran was both embarrassed and indignant, but he couldn't reveal the secrets regarding what had actually occurred at the 9 Saint Demon Gate. As for the victim of these negative remarks, Li Qie himself was strolling, unaffected, through the library. He acted as if he didn't hear a single word. He continued on to calmly look through the many manuals on the shelves, one by one. Tiger's Power Law, Heavenly Cocoon Life Technique, Revolving Moon Law, Iron Ox King Physique. Each of these manuals were placed on the shelves. Some were the original versions while some were copied by hand. Others were restored from ruined manuals, and some were inscribed on stone tablets. There were manuals for all purposes, from physique building techniques to longevity laws to increase blood energy as well as cultivational methods to build the Fate Palace. There are many different manuals here, collected by many generations of paragons. Some were even created by them. The others were taken from other sects or different inheritances. Nan Huiran spoke to Li Qie. If Senior wants an Emperor-level manual, Senior would have to go up to the 3rd level. The manuals in the 1st level are the elementary techniques. Anyone can learn these. The 2nd level has manuals meant for disciples with contributions to the sect or the different sectional leaders. Li Qie was not in a rush. He continued on skimping the different manuals, but he already had some in mind. He started from the 1st level all the way to level 3. During the way, he saw 1 or 2 Emperor-level manuals, but they were not formidable ones. During this process he found out one thing. The higher up he went, the shelves started to contain less manuals. Some of the shelves were classified, but they did not have any manuals. This meant that there used to be scrolls here, but they were now gone. There is no way that these manuals were given or lent away. Li Qie looked around on the 3rd level and inquired. Nan Huiran shook his head. I heard that we have lost a numerous amount of manuals. Here, he looked around for a moment, then whispered. My master told me, the truth is, our cleansing incense ancient sect does not have that many emperor manuals left. The most crucial ones are at the end of this building, but there are only around 3 to 5 left. If we lose these manuals, Then we would be an immortal emperor sect only in title. After Min Ren's ascension, he spent most of his life creating numerous emperor-level techniques and merit laws. Some of his manuals had the abilities to connect with the heavens. There were rumors that he even left behind heaven's will secret laws. Did other people ransack us? Li Qiye naturally knew how many emperor-level manuals the cleansing incense ancient sect had. It didn't only contain the ones that Min Ren had created, but also those that Li Qiye himself personally stole from other people. Some dated back to the Desolate Era, and some were from the hands of heavenly devils, blood tribes, stone golems, charming spirits, and ancient Ming. To sum it up, in short, Li Qiye had pillaged many secrets from the inhabitants of the 9 worlds. I don't know the exact details of the ordeal. I heard that 50,000 years ago, our genius ancestor lost a fight, and we suffered a great disaster. Another sky-shattering accident happened 30,000 years ago, and we lost many manuals from that as well. Another rumor has it that some of our emperor manuals were sealed in the last 3 levels by Grand Elder Mu. However, some said that the Heavenly God sect took all of our manuals when they defeated us in the last 30,000 years war. You are talking about Mu Shaodi? The words of Nan Huairan reminded Li Qiye of 50,000 years ago. There was a great genius in the cleansing incense ancient sect. Yes, it was Grand Elder Mu. When it came to Mu Shaodi, Nan Huairan's blood boiled in pride. He passionately continued, from the legends, 50,000 years ago, Grand Elder Mu had the greatest potential to become an immortal emperor in our sect after immortal emperor Min Ren. He was the strongest rival of immortal emperor Ta Kong. I heard that when Grand Elder Mu was competing with immortal emperor Ta Kong to win the heaven's will, he won 3 times and lost 3 times. Even with his heavenly aptitude, immortal emperor Ta Kong still lost 3 times to Grand Elder Mu. That year, we were at our strongest after the era of immortal emperor Min Ren. We were able to dominate all of the mortal emperor world, not just the Grand Middle Territory. Nan Huairan couldn't stop speaking regarding Mu Shaodi because he was the biggest pride of the cleansing incense ancient sect after immortal emperor Min Ren. Opposite of Nan Huairan's excitement, Li Qiye simply said. But in the end, the one that had received the heaven's will was still immortal emperor Ta Kong. Li Qiye's words were like a cold water bucket hitting the face of Nan Huairan. He suddenly lost his will to speak and dejectedly said, "It was rumored that they had one last fight, and then Grand Elder Mu never appeared again. Some say that he died during the battle. Others said that he met his origin inside the sect. What about the 3 middle levels? Do they contain anything?" Li Qiye looked up and asked. He was only given the rights to the first 3 levels. Master said that he had been through there twice, but the number of manuals there can be counted on one's fingers. Li Qiye was silent. It seemed like the cleansing incense ancient sect was only a name. What kind of immortal emperor lineage only had a few emperor-level manuals? This was also part of why it started its decline. Finally, Li Qiye at the 3rd level chose an offensive technique manual, a life wheel technique in the 2nd, and a bunch of different scrolls from the 1st. Nan Huairan saw a total of 120 different manuals, and he silently said, "Senior, these manuals are just martial arts, and they are not worth mentioning. Anyone in the sect can look at them. Do you want to change to something else?" "I have my own calculations." Li Qiye shook his head. Nan Huairan quickly gathered these techniques to check them out. Nan Huairan knew that Li Qiye was very methodical, and everything he did had a clear logic behind it. When Li Qiye and Nan Huairan carried the numerous manuals to the front, the other disciples looked at him as if they saw the village fool. Even the disciples responsible for checking out looked at him weirdly. Elder said you could only pick 3 different manuals. One of the disciples checked the order from Li Qiye again and said. Li Qiye slowly answered. "I know. I only picked 1 cultivation technique and 1 life wheel method, and the 3rd I did not pick. As for these martial arts manuals, Huairan said that anyone could look at them. This includes me, right?" The disciples looked around and ended their gaze at the protector in command, waiting for his decision. They counted the different books. Total there are 44 specialized martial arts manuals, 36 hybrid martial arts manuals, and 40 body training manuals. These martial arts here had no value even when compared to other martial art manuals. The disciples were surprised at Li Qiye's choices. From the dust collected on these manuals, it was clear that no one had ever read them before. The spectating disciples couldn't help but start laughing at Li Qiye and his choosing more than 100 martial arts manuals. The idiot can't tell what's good and bad. Even if you study all of the martial arts in the world, you will still only become an average person at best. a student said in a condescending manner. Another one joined the fray. Senior Wang, this is called knowing your own limits. Cultivational merit laws aren't meant for those with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. He knew that he wouldn't be able to cultivate to the foundation level in even 10 years, so he took a step back to learn martial arts instead. Chapter 28. The scripture library had contained these martial arts manuals for a long time. However, it's just that, in the past, not many disciples chose to read these mortal manuals, let alone 120 of them. Li Jie coldly glared at the laughing spectators. Nan Huairan, next to his side, was extremely worried for them. Other people did not know, but it was clear to him that Li Jie was an executioner that killed people without blinking his eyes. Even Du Yuanguang and Su Hui were severed on the spot. These disciples are nothing. A second-generation disciple with good intentions politely told him, "These martial art manuals, only look at them for fun. You shouldn't focus too heavily on them." Li Jie respectfully replied to this disciple, "My first practice technique was the invisible dual blade. It was just a regular martial art, but its power was considerable. Maybe if I practice all of these manuals here, then I would become peerless in this world." The good-intentioned disciple shook his head and said in a serious tone, "Martial arts is only a side road. If you want to learn, only pick one or two. Picking 100 is a waste of your energy, and it will slow down your cultivation. Young Uncle Senior, he doesn't want to listen to your good advice. You should just ignore him. Don't waste your breath." In other people's eyes, Li Jie looked very foolish right now for wanting to practice martial art techniques. Of course, if Li Jie purposely wanted to read these manuals, then the good-intentioned disciple wouldn't stop him. He continued the procedure for Li Jie. When Li Jie gave him the second manual, this disciple nodded his head and said, "Now this is right. You chose a decent cultivation manual, Kuan Peng's Minor Sixth Form." Kuan Peng's Minor Sixth Form is an incomplete law originating from the Emperor Law, Kung Peng's 6 variants. If you successfully cultivate this technique, then maybe in the future, you would have the opportunity to learn the Kung Peng's 6 variants. It will mold a great basic foundation. After hearing these words, the other disciples were envious and jealous. This was an emperor law. Even if it is only an incomplete version, its effect was still greater than a regular merit law. Even a virtuous paragon law couldn't compare to it. Why does he get to cultivate an immortal law? He is only a useless person. Such an immortal law. You shouldn't even dream of successfully completing it during this lifetime. All of these students clamored, but they quickly shut their mouths seeing the glare of the protector nearby. Li Jie had the order of the 6 elders. Unless they wanted to question the 6 elders' decision, otherwise, the only thing they can do was be envious of Li Jie. Li Jie took out the last manual. This manual was extremely ancient. It had survived through many generations, and no one knew what it was made out of to have such good long-lasting quality. It had been read many times without any signs of deterioration. Revolving Crescent Sun Merit Law. The disciple performing the checkout saw this manual. He looked at Li Jie and then the protector. Even the protector who saw this technique furrowed his brows. Revolving Crescent Sun Merit Law. The other disciples could only whisper among themselves now. It is another fool who wants to rush things. Cultivation, on this earth, who can rush it? He wants to be a genius after one night though. Even if he was to cultivate the Revolving Crescent Sun Merit Law, he wouldn't be unbeatable after just one night. Geniuses and trash are determined by the heavens. No matter what kind of methods a piece of trash used, he wouldn't be able to become a genius. A student bitterly said, "It is better to not cultivate this merit law, it will harm you in the end." The protector shook his head. Even though the first stage of this merit law can help your cultivation speed, but, based on your mortal life wheel, the best you can do is reach the inner longevity stage. After that, you cannot use this technique to reach the following level. We had a genius in the past that had a saint life wheel. However, because he chose this technique, he couldn't cultivate past the heaven's primal stage. He ruined his dream of becoming an emperor. Revolving Crescent Sun was notorious in the cleansing incense ancient sect because cultivators could quickly improve in its first stage. It used one's blood energy to increase one's cultivation speed. However, once that person had reached a particular stage, he couldn't continue. This is because he sacrificed his blood energy to increase his cultivation strength, so they became imbalanced. It rendered going to the next stage next to impossible. This was why it was considered the fastest cultivation merit law, but its other name was the disabled merit law. Many geniuses had tried it but all had failed. Thank you for your guidance, Honorable Protector. I know when to stop. Li Qie smiled. Seeing that Li Qie didn't want to listen, the Protector closed his eyes. He didn't want to waste more energy on Li Qie. If Li Qie was a genius, one with great innate talents, then he would have stopped Li Qie from choosing it for certain. In the end, Li Qie and Nan Huairan left the scripture library under the jeers of the other disciples back to his peak. Once they've returned, the sun was already down. Li Qie said, "Tomorrow we'll choose a treasure." Nan Huairan agreed. He didn't know why Li Qie chose so many techniques, but he didn't want to question Li Qie's actions. He said, "With so many manuals tomorrow, I will ask the outer sector to give you a dimensional pouch. It will be more convenient for you." Li Qie nodded. Seeing that Nan Huairan was about to leave, he asked, "What is the name of the second-generation disciple at the library?" Nan Huairan answered, "Chu Daily. He used to be a third-generation disciple just like us. His innate talents are very good, and he was willing to stay at the scripture library. Thus, he was promoted to a second-generation disciple." Li Qie smiled without saying anything else, so Nan Huairan took his leave. Li Qie closed the door. He went to get some pen and ink, and he arranged the 120 manuals in an order that no one else would understand. With a serious expression on his face, he opened the first page of each manual and wrote one word from each of them, then he opened the second page. Li Qie was meticulous in each step, because other than him, no one knew the sky-shattering secret hidden in these manuals. When asked what is the strongest cultivation manual in the world, anyone would without a doubt say Heaven's Will Secret Law. Every era, when an immortal emperor received the Heaven's Will, they would be able to create their own Heaven's Will Secret Law. It was a technique that communicated with the Heaven's Will. It connected one to the azure heaven, and its power was endless. In this world, no one would be able to think of a technique that was more powerful than the Heaven's Will Secret Law, unless it was something from an extremely ancient era. If there was indeed one, then it would be a heavenly scripture from the 9 grand heavenly scriptures. During the desolate era, there was a legend. Before there were heavens and earth, in its infancy stage, the universe's primordial chaos arrived. From the primordial chaos, the grand beginning spawned. The grand beginning gave birth to the 9 words. The 9 words created the 9 treasures, and from the 9 treasures came the 9 scriptures. The heavenly scriptures were the 9 scriptures in the legend, but no one had ever seen the 9 grand heavenly scriptures in the past. However, Li Qie had indeed seen the 9 grand heavenly scriptures. In his crow form, he saw one of the 9 scriptures, the physique scripture, during the desolate era. After rigorous planning, spilling blood, and 100,000 years later, he was able to obtain it. Because of how powerful the physique scripture was, he was threatened and pressured by many powerful beings. Many people chased and tried to kill him. Even cultivators of the immortal emperor level. After owning the physique scripture, Li Qie learned the mysterious secrets of the heavens from it. Because of the understanding of these mysterious truths, he was exceedingly powerful even without having to cultivate the scripture in his crow form. Through this scripture, many immortal emperors, such as Tun Ri and Ba Mie, were all related to him. Of course, Min Ran was a given since he was personally groomed by Li Qie. Using Min Ran as an example, everyone in later generations thought that his solar immortal physique was innate. His descendants thought so as well. Kuan Peng is a giant bird/fish from Chinese Taoist mythology. It is known for its power, size, and speed. Chinese's origin myths and terminologies. Min means sun and Ren means human. It matches his immortal physique. Chapter 29. Solar immortal physique was one of the 12 immortal physiques. No one in this world could be born with an immortal physique. Immortal Emperor Min Ren's solar immortal physique was from the physique scripture currently within the hands of Li Qie. Li Qie knew that the physique scripture was craved by all, so he had it hidden. He was also afraid that he would lose it one day. He had to find a way to preserve it since his memories regarding it would be erased so that the demon heaven grotto wouldn't get it. In preparation for that day, he hid the mysterious truths of the physique scripture in the martial arts manuals that all cultivators look down upon. He separated it into 3 parts, hid them in 3 different types of martial arts manuals, spanning 120 manuals containing 10,000 different techniques. Li Qiye used a particular order that only he knew about to hide them in the manuals, so, even if someone knew where it was, they wouldn't be able to piece it together. At that time, he separated the 3 types of martial arts into 3 different eras, so they had no relation with each other. Within these 3 eras, he mass-produced and separated them everywhere in all of the 9 worlds, not just the Mortal Emperor world. There were at least 100,000 copies in each world. With the help of the other immortal emperors and the alchemy god, although he erased his memories of the techniques, the order of these martial arts manuals remained. From the past until now, no cultivator had read all 120 manuals. Li Qiye purposely left all 120 manuals in the cleansing incense ancient sect so, if a disciple was able to discern this secret, he would be able to cultivate an immortal physique. Maybe then, the sect would have another immortal emperor or at least, a virtuous paragon with an immortal physique. Unfortunately, no one would even look at these manuals, let alone taking the time to research them. This was why after Min Ren, there was no second person with an immortal physique. Li Qiye spent the whole night copying the physique scripture from the manuals. After reading what he wrote, Li Qiye couldn't help but satisfyingly smile. As he read each word, his lost memories of the scripture slowly appeared in his mind. Eventually, the entirety of the scripture had been completed. After remembering the whole thing, he burned his written copy. He knew the value of the physique scripture. If someone knew that he was in possession of it, there would be a calamity to endure. He could only hide it in his head. The truth was that the original physique scripture had been hidden by Li Qiye, and no one else in the world knew where it was. However, Li Qiye was not in a hurry to get it because the scriptures were also related to another secret. They weren't just cultivational techniques. Afterward, Li Qiye rested for a little bit before the morning. Nan Huiran came early to the peak to meet Li Qiye. "Senior, I'm afraid I can't go with you to the weapon armory today. The elders told me to go report the events regarding the marriage to the sect master. I have to leave the sect," Nan Huiran said. Nan Huiran was valued by the elders for his intelligence, so he was given an important mission. "Go. I'm not in a rush for a weapon." Li Qiye nodded slightly. He wanted to use this time to reorganize the techniques and methods inside his mind. After Nan Huiran left, Li Qiye didn't continue sleeping. He took out the Kuan Peng's Minor Sixth Form Manual. It was highly regarded by the third-generation disciples because it was still part of an emperor merit law. Each immortal emperor had always created formidable merit laws. Some were longevity cultivation methods that could increase one lifespan and blood energy. Others were Fate Palace techniques meant for offensive and defensive potentials. Last were the different ways to strengthen one's physique. These 3 were the general types of merit laws that were crafted by immortal emperors. They also included Heaven's Will secret laws. In his life, Min Ren had founded many different emperor manuals, and Li Qiye was familiar with them. After all, he participated in the formation of these manuals. During his last hibernation, his memories were erased by the Black Dragon King of Heaven Protector City, but he could still regain them. Kuan Peng's Minor Sixth Form was a subsidiary of the Emperor Merit Law, Kuan Peng's 6 variants. It was the strongest Fate Palace merit law created by Min Ren. Right now, Li Qiye didn't have access to the high-level Emperor merit laws in the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, so he didn't know if the 6 variants was still available. However, he could use the Minor Sixth Form to regain his old memories regarding the actual 6 variants. Slowly reading the Minor Sixth Form, Li Qiye found that the manual only had 6 simple movements, not enough to be considered a legitimate Emperor merit law. But the 6 variants were derived from these 6 simple actions. Li Qiye in the past had brought Min Ren to watch a Kuan Peng from far away. Min Ren's observation eventually turned into 6 basic movements, and they were used to create the infamous Emperor Fate Law, Kuan Peng's 6 variants. The 6 actions slowly appeared in Li Qiye's head. Sometimes it was an eagle flying in the 9 firmaments where a single flap of its wings would take it 3,000 miles away. Another was a fast descent into the ground with enough force to pierce through the layers of hell. The third was in the depths of the sea. It transformed into a giant kuan, and its heavy tail caused endless tsunamis. Sometimes it was an eagle. Sometimes a kuan. The transformation became faster and faster to the point that one couldn't differentiate whether it was an eagle or a kuan. The kuan became an eagle and ascended to the heavens, stumbling on the grand truth. Kuan and Peng were ever-changing like the sun and the moon's rotations. It was as if they were one with the primordial orders of the heavens and earth. Bang! A loud noise rang in the room, and Li Qi'er initiated Kuan Peng's power. In the blink of an eye, Li Qi'er's whole body heavily jolted, and the gigantic Kuan Peng that was thousands of miles tall suddenly disappeared. The heavy tornadoes and tsunamis that were accompanying the beast also subsided. These images slowly become strands of consciousness, slowly gathering into one grand truth. What emerged from this grand truth were the symbols from the erased memories that were now returning to Li Qi'er's mind. In the end, when the eagle was no longer an eagle, and the Kuan was no longer a Kuan, only one grand mysterious truth remained. A complete Kuan Peng was formed, and the Kuan Peng's 6 variants, without flaws, had appeared in Li Qi'er's mind. Li Qi'er was extremely ecstatic. The heavens didn't let him down. He had finally regained his Kuan Peng's 6 variants. An unknown amount of time had passed, and Li Qi'er recovered his thoughts from his deep cultivation. Although he had regained a completed merit law, and it was an extremely powerful one even among those at the same level, Li Qi'er did not become complacent or arrogant. He knew his original body more than anyone else. When compared to the other geniuses, his physique, life wheel, and fate palace were all lacking. He had to cultivate 100 times harder to catch up to others. He had to be patient. Only then could he obtain the heaven's will of this era to sweep the 9 heavens and earth. With the qualification of someone who had taught immortal emperors and powerful beings, he knew the principles behind the mysterious truths more than anyone else. His greatest strength and advantage was having a perfect cultivation procedure. He started to research the revolving crescent sun method. It was classified as a life wheel cultivation method used to train the life wheel and to increase lifespan and blood energy. Every cultivator, and even mortals, all have an innate longevity gauge. Any living beings that have formed intelligence will have 3 things. The first was a physique, the second was a life wheel, and the third was a fate palace. Physique didn't need much explanation. This was the thing that contained one's life force. Without this physical base there was no life. Even a mortal would have a mortal body. The general shape of the human race with its bones, bloods, and muscles was considered one of the best physical bases to contain life. There was a saying regarding the life wheel. A tree had its growth rings, and a human has the life wheel. The life wheel was located inside the body, but it was not a physical form. It was a light that was continuously spinning. At first, without any special external tools, only the cultivator himself could see his life wheel. However, after successful cultivation, the life wheel would appear behind one's head. Its shape and light would determine the strength of one's blood energy and longevity. If a mortal lived his life without any accident, then the life wheel would determine his lifespan. Li Qi'er's mortal life wheel, for example, would allow him to live to the age of 60 without any cultivation. Physiques, life wheels, and fate palaces all have the following ranking from lowest to highest: mortal, Hotian, Xiantian, king, saint, and immortal. All 3 share the same ranking system. However, under normal circumstances, cultivators couldn't change or increase their life wheel and fate palace level. These 2 were innately gifted to you by the heavens. As for the body, one's physique could be cultivated. For example, a person with a Xiantian's physique, through cultivation and effort, could raise it to the next rank. Author's note from the Taoists' classic Xueqi. In the northern darkness there is a fish and his name is Kuan. The Kuan is so huge I don't know how many thousand li he measures. He changes and becomes a bird whose name is Peng. The back of the Peng measures I don't know how many thousand li across, and, when he rises up and flies off, his wings are like clouds all over the sky. When the sea begins to move, this bird sets off for the southern darkness, which is the Kuan resembles a whale. Peng is the eagle form. I suggest googling Kuan Peng if you want an image. Chapter 30. It was the opposite case for the life wheel and fate palace. One could not naturally increase their innate ranking of the life wheel and fate palace. Even if one became an immortal emperor, the life wheel and fate palace would be the same as they were at the time of their birth. All 3 of them were extremely important for the purpose of cultivation. The physique determined one's bone and muscular structures, the life wheel dealt with one's blood energy, and the fate palace indicated one's innate aptitude and natural enlightenment. For example, if a person had a saint life wheel, then his blood energy would be as abundant as the desert sands. When trained using a life wheel method, his speed would be extremely swift. The effect would be greater as well. Li Qie slowly read the revolving crescent sun merit law in order to find the mysterious truths of this method. The cleansing incense ancient sect had a completed version of this merit law, but what Li Qie was aiming for was more complex than the manual. To talk about the revolving crescent sun merit law was to talk about its exceptional origin of how Li Qie struggled to obtain this merit law. At the beginning of the emperor's era, he contemplated about letting Min Ren cultivate this method, but he changed his mind. In the old desolate era, both humans and demons were extremely weak species. Many immortal sages spent their lives creating suitable merit laws and cultivation methods for these unfortunate beings. Eventually, they were able to form a new flourishing era. There was a formidable immortal sage that created a life wheel merit law that allowed for one to cultivate quickly. It was named Revolving Crescent Sunday. In the beginning stages of this merit law, cultivators were able to use their blood energy to build their fate palace, and their cultivation levels quickly rose. However, the Revolving Crescent Sun merit law had a fatal weakness. The beginning stage allowed for the blood energy to carry one's cultivation level, but, as his cultivation level increased, his weak blood energy was no longer sufficient. The result was that the person would be left in a stage where his blood energy was weak, and his cultivation was unable to grow. If he was to force the technique, his longevity would decrease from overexerting his lifeblood. When Li Qie had obtained this method, he passed it down to many people. However, none of them were able to perfectly utilize it. For the sake of perfecting this technique, Li Qie gathered many immortal emperors, including Immortal Emperor Xueqi, Immortal Emperor Min Ran, and Immortal Emperor Tun Ri. It wasn't until the era of the Black Dragon King that Li Qie had perfected this technique. Today, as he was researching the technique, his old memories containing the mysterious truths within the merit law came back to him. After recovering the completed and revised Revolving Crescent Sun merit law, Li Qie took a deep breath. In this world, not many people knew the effort he had spent on this technique across the eras. Who would know how many immortal sages of humanity spent their lives to develop the method? The truth was, after Li Qie left this method behind in the cleansing incense ancient sect, many geniuses had tried it. However, none of them could reach grand completion. Li Qie spent 3 days and 3 nights to research the Kuan Peng 6 variants and the Revolving Crescent Sun merit law. Nan Huiran still had not returned. Since Li Qie was not in a rush, he chose to stay on the peak to further cultivate. Once his 2 methods were ready, Li Qie was ready to formally start his cultivation. One could say that Li Qie's experience and knowledge regarding cultivation were rich even if his innate aptitude was subpar. Even though the 2 methods were heaven-defying, he did not rush toward completion. He wanted quality in his cultivation. He knew that rushing would only leave behind hidden dangers and flaws for one's long path of cultivation. Li Qie was cultivating both at the same time, but the 2 methods were not related or in sync with each other. The Kuan Peng 6 variants was about using the Fate Palace while the Revolving Crescent Sun was a life wheel technique. One could cultivate both in the beginning without complications. There was a 4th type of method outside of the 3 already mentioned ones. Some people called it the Foundation method. This method did not focus on the physique, life wheel, or Fate Palace individually, but rather, it focused on all 3 of them at the same time. Although this 4th type had many uses, and its theoretical effects seemed great, it was hard to cultivate such a method to a higher rank. There were also different rankings for merit laws and methods. For example, if 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon was to create a method, his method would be of the Virtuous Paragon ranking. As for an Immortal Emperor's creation, it would be named an Immortal Emperor method. Of course, merit laws and cultivation methods weren't everything. Without a strong willpower, in the end, everything would be gone like the clouds in the wind. Many geniuses, in the past, started their cultivation with heaven-shattering methods. This entitled them a smooth road until they suffered from Qigong deviation. Other geniuses were spoiled in their beginnings, and they were given Immortal Emperor methods at the start. However, when it was time for them to compete for the Heaven's Will, they weren't able to cultivate their own Heaven Will's secret law. They lacked the experience and toughness from their past easy roads. After thinking about all of the nuisances regarding cultivation, Li Qie channeled his life wheel using the Revolving Crescent Sun merit law. The effect was clear. Behind Li Qie's head was a wheel of light rotating without breaks, and his blood energy began to move within the light. The blood energy was flowing through the life wheel as if it was a stream controlled by its current, never stopping. Li Qie was born with a mortal life wheel. He had no advantage regarding this area. Because his blood energy was weak, his blood current was not strong in his life wheel's rotation. If another with a Tianxian life wheel or emperor life wheel were to cultivate the same merit law, their current would be a large river. A saint life wheel's current would be as great as the ocean itself. Li Qie initiated the incantations of the Kuan Peng's 6 variants, and he began to activate his fate palace in a particular order. The fate palace was the home of one's fate. It carried the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The fate palace was hidden inside the Shangdan Tian, so Li Qie started to use the 6 variants to knock on the palace door. The fate palace slowly appeared in his Shangdan Tian. The fate palace had an ancient design, and it was crystal clear. However, because his fate palace was only of mortal rank, the light radiating from it was dim. Normally, the fate palace was closed, and the soul and spirits were at rest. One had to knock on the fate palace to wake the souls and spirits up in order to channel their power, then one could start to cultivate. This was why the first level of cultivation was known as Palace Foundation. This level itself was divided into 3 separate stages. First entrance, second awareness, and third blood surge. First entrance was the process of knocking on the fate palace, allowing the incantations of the cultivating methods to enter the fate palace. During this process, it was akin to a monk knocking on his wooden plate to connect to Buddha. One had to do it non-stop and faithfully, and only then would the fate palace answer by opening its doors. Bang, bang, bang. Li Qie used the 6 variants incantations to knock on his fate palace non-stop. He had forgotten how many times he had done it, but the fate palace would not answer him. This, however, did not deter Li Qie. For a genius, especially someone with a saint fate palace, the process of opening the fate palace was extremely easy because their souls and spirits were formidable. Legends have it that there was a person with a saint fate palace that only had to knock once before opening his palace. This person would be a genius among geniuses. However, Li Qie was not part of this group. He had to be patient and put in countless amounts of effort. That was his only road to success. Even though Li Qie knew a few different methods to open the fate palace with just one knock, such as using the revolving crescent sun merit law to gather all of his blood energy to improve the incantations of his Kuan Peng's 6 variants in order to strike a hard blow to the palace door, he didn't want to do it. His life wheel was only of mortal grade, and his blood energy was thin. If he overexerted his blood energy, then his life wheel would be damaged. Not only that, but such a powerful blow would frighten his souls and spirit, and that would leave behind complications in the future. Knowing his weakness, Li Qie was determined to create a solid foundation without any imperfections. He kept on knocking on his palace door. Even if it was 10,000 times or 100,000 times, he would continue until the palace door opened. Chapter 31. Bang, bang, bang. Li Qie had knocked on the door for tens of thousands of times now, but there was still no answer. For the majority of cultivators, this was not a good sign. It showed how your low inner talents were. However, Li Qie had an unwavering willpower. Even if he had to knock for 1,000,000 times, he would keep on going. Bang! After 5 days and 5 nights, a small sound resounded. Under the patient knocking of Li Qie, his fate palace was finally opened. Entering the door, one could see the power of the souls and spirits. However, his mortal fate palace was extremely limiting. At this time, the Kuan Peng's 6 variants incantations flew into the fate palace along with Li Qie's consciousness. The space inside the fate palace was very vast, approaching infinity. In the middle of Li Qie's fate palace were mysterious incantations in the form of calligraphy. They flew around in a natural order around a radiant light as if wanting to wake it up. This light was the soul. To others it was the 3 souls and 7 spirits or even the true fate. This was the thing that determined a person's fate through their life. Only by cultivating could one activate the true fate and the souls. Once they were awakened, the cultivators would gain their magical power. They would also be able to connect to the heavens and earth, borrowing their energy. Kuan Peng's 6 variants was a fate palace merit law. It had to wake up the souls and use them as the foundation of cultivation for Li Qie. This was why the incantation calligraphies that represent the mysterious truths of the 6 variants were twisting the souls non-stop to wake them up. These words sometimes were an eagle flying, other times, they were a Kuan playing in an ocean, or even a completed Kuan Pong. These beasts caused Li Qie's fate palace to resemble a wide sky and deep sea, and his fate palace light was heavily affected by their presence. This process was the second step named second awareness. Because of Li Qie's low innate talents, this event would also take longer compared to other geniuses despite having an immortal emperor merit law. His fate palace grew wider and bigger in size. One could not see the boundaries. Even if the awakening process was completed, he wouldn't be able to see through all of his fate palace. However, he felt an existence far away in his fate palace. Towards the extreme side in the east direction, it was as if there was a gigantic spring. However, it was dried out. There was no water running. This spring of life was one of the fate palace 4 symbols. There are many theories regarding it. Some immortal sages believe that it was the source of life and fate energy. To the far west, Li Qie felt an image of a huge cauldron, but, at this moment, it was extremely cold. This was the cauldron of life. Its flame was capable of burning and dissolving any existence. People believed that the source of its flame were the souls, hence the name, soul fire. Towards the south was a gigantic tree piercing the sky itself. This tree was massive, however, it showed no sign of life as if it had died ages ago. The tree of life was the most mysterious object in the Fate Palace. Legends told that it could steal from the heavens and obtain great fortunes. At the distant north was a towering pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. The pillars were engraved by countless mysterious symbols. It looked as if it had been standing there since the beginning of time. Pillar of life. It was also known as the source of life. Without it, nothing would exist. The Fate Palace 4 symbols included the spring of life, the cauldron of life, the tree of life, and the pillar of life. These were the most enigmatic entities in the world. Many ancient sages tried to understand the 4 symbols in order to get a better sense of cultivation. The world believed that if one could understand the truths of all 4 symbols, he would be able to obtain the heaven's will and become an immortal emperor. Li Qie was still letting the 6 variance method stimulate the souls while his revolving crescent sun merit law was cultivating his life wheel. This resulted in a strange and mysterious state during his cultivation. He kept the same pace without hastiness because he had absolute trust in himself. No one or anything could ever shake his willpower. After 10 days, Nan Huiran had finally returned. He immediately went to meet Li Qie and apologized. "Senior, sorry about letting you wait so long. Sect Master was in isolated cultivation. I had to wait till she came out before I could finish my report." "It is not a big deal," Li Qie calmly answered. Seeing Li Qie's nonchalant disposition, Nan Huiran paused for a second and then voiced his concern. "Senior, from what I've gathered while listening to the sect master, second brother is returning to the sect." He hesitantly added, "Second brother is the sect master's disciple." When second brother was mentioned, Nan Huiran's eyes were a little strange. He remained silent afterwards. "Second brother?" Li Qie noticed the strange gaze of Nan Huiran, so he inquired. Nan Huiran scratched his head and said, "Senior, to tell you the truth, I don't know how to explain it. Once you meet second brother you will understand." Finally, he added another sentence. "Second brother's circumstances are a bit special." Li Qie only smiled and did not interrogate. This matter, to him, was not very important. He couldn't care less about the circumstances of the second brother. Ultimately, the second brother could be sent here to teach him or to monitor him. It had nothing to do with Li Qie. Li Qie's determination to rebuild the cleansing incense ancient sect would not be interrupted by anyone. Once the time was right, he would reinvigorate the sect. On this road, no one could stop his footstep. Anyone who tried to stop him would meet their death. If Buddha was in the way, slay Buddha. If God was in the way, slay God. That year, under his tutelage, the cleansing incense ancient sect had swept over the 9 worlds. In this life, he would do the same. His cleansing incense ancient sect would rule over the 9 worlds and destroy the immortal demon grotto. Nan Huiran was already used to Li Qie's temperament even when facing the demon king Luan Ri. Thus, he was not surprised by how carefree Li Qie was about the return of the second brother. Nan Huiran stared at Li Qie a little bit, and he suddenly noticed that he had started his cultivation. Nan Huiran happily exclaimed, "Senior, you had opened your Fate Palace? How long did it take?" "Not too long. It only took 5 days and 5 nights," Li Qie said slowly. Nan Huiran was at a loss for words after he heard the answer. 5 days and 5 nights? You dare to say it wasn't a long time? In any sect, if a disciple was to take even 3 days and 3 nights to open the Fate Palace, he would be scolded by the seniors as being incompetent. So much so that he wouldn't be able to raise his head anymore. For taking 5 days and 5 nights, he would be considered trash among trash. If people knew Li Qie took such a long time, he would become the biggest laughingstock in the cleansing incense ancient sect. The worst disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect had only taken 3 days and 3 nights. Yet Li Qie required 5 days and 5 nights. However, Nan Huairan could tell from Li Qie's expression that he didn't consider spending 5 days and 5 nights as something to be ashamed about. If other students took that long, their self-esteem would be at an all-time low. However, Li Qie didn't feel inferior or pride from it. It was just another day to him. Thinking about the deaths of Su Hui and Protector Hua, Nan Huairan trembled. A person that was considered idiotic by the world had an unstoppable aura. He possessed a calm and elegant demeanor at all times, and the utmost self-confidence as well as his unshakable willpower that showed through his ability to kill people without any remorse. People like Li Qie would be the most frightening of existences. Nan Huairan stopped here with that thought, and he tagged along with Li Qie to select his treasure. Once they reached the ancient triangular school, Li Qie and Nan Huairan carried the order to the weapon armory. Here, they saw an extremely large statue standing in the middle.